The people are the ones who gonna have to fight. We used to say, which side are you on? Which side are you on? The truth is, we're in so much debt that the only way out is revolution or war. So now the question is, which side are you on? On.
Which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on? My God, which side are you on, boy? Which side are you on? My God.
See, before I draw the line, let me welcome you close to all the folks who knew Obama sold the people a hoax. Gave the money to suckers while our community's still poor. Withdrew the troops but started another war. Colonizing, terrorizing, creating the oil crisis so they can make a killing on food and gas prices. Prisons is filling, they trying to lock up the future. Militarized borders and control of computers. Want a stupid bumping music that ain't healthy for the shortest. Privatizing schools and policemen in the hallways. Can't be dormant, I'm awoken. Rise up, be ready. Brought the family with us and we hold the machetes.
Riding the fence, riding the fence. Too many people be riding the fence. Yeah, you say you ready for war, but are you convinced? I'm not convinced. If you're a rider, freedom fighter, crowd excited, then let's do this. We can make one big united, middle finger to the U.S. Give me the bravest and the truest. Fuck the hippest and the coolest. We gon' spark this revolution and cross this off our to-do list. Put your foot down if you look down on this criminal system. Put your book down and get shook down like my niggas in prison. Don't be condemning and condoning their actions in one sentence. Make up your mind, choose your side. Is you a patriot or a menace to society? So riot or sit by quietly. But don't pull out your flag and try to say you gon' ride with me. You flip-flopping like hip-hop. I don't get locked in that trick box. Get got like Big and Pop. Shit's got to stop. I am the people, not the pig. I repeat after Fred. So please blow my brains out if I ever forget.
I'm with the independent thinkers. I'm down with the movers and the shakers and the ex-Henny drinkers, the non-smokers, the health advocates, the non-voters, the young bloods in the hood training like soldiers. I'm on the side of the tracks with the hood gardens, the little child that don't color inside the margins. I don't ride the fence, I cultivate my strength, cause if it ain't about power, it don't make sense. I've been down with Boogie Down since BDP, some Brown Pride, and Black Power make RBG. An OG told me choose battles wisely. In the struggle, don't forget your children and your wifey. If you don't see me on the podium preaching it, every day I hope my every action is teaching it. Cause revolution is a process, it's not a speech or a panel. Don't bite off more than you can handle.
Rock hard like slingshots in Palestina. Con todos los estudiantes por educación gratuita. I'm with workers uprising and the right to unionize. We ain't crossed the border, so you better legalize. I'm with La Peña del Bronx. I'm still with Victor Toro, cause gentrification is polluting my borough. So bro, never. South Bronx forever. Decolonize the block, make your neighborhood better. I ain't down with the rich, I'm more Richie Perez. Don't talk to grand juries or cooperate with feds. I'm with students, doctors, janitors, teachers. We need living wages, but they don't believe us. Monida, Barretto, Spofford, Hunts Point, my hood, I love. We join forces, forming our deck, BX. Taking over buildings, rebel Diaz for the children.
Politics to sickness, streets express symptoms. Caught up with a quickness, big business pimps them. Scholars play the simpleton, fools play with wisdom. Who will stand and fight back? Who will play the victim? Trials and tribulations, injured generations. Stolen history and outsourced innovation. Babel Tower fell, tribes are at war. The battle story's not represented in the score. The game's fixed, most of the faces and names switched. Credit stolen for art, science, religion, language, technology, philosophy, and with strangers. They paid in hatred for the knowledge of the ancients. Power in words, actions, guns, swords. Aim Panthers, brown berets, young lords. Pick a side, one sickness, one cure, one love, one blood, one world, but one war.
getting ready to put y'all on something new, man.
2021.
We got a new president, know what I mean? So from now on, anything that's ill about the system, it's like Joe.
Like Joe.
Mass incarceration.
Like Joe.
Like Joe. I'm talking about?
Like Joe.
All these fake politicians like Joe. They all old white men like Joe. You support the cops, you acting like Joe. The new ops, that's Kamala and Joe. Money still a problem, see my dough like whoa. I see my bankroll and it don't look like Joe's. Seen a white dude on my block like Joe. Gentrification has arrived for show. Yo, in the shower, we call everybody Joe. So I'ma holler at you like we at the corner store. Probably best we got you instead of the Cheeto, but you gon' have to put in some work for my people. Mass incarceration like Joe. Crime bills for the poor like Joe. Build the cages for the babies like Joe. Be nice, Joe. Don't touch women like a psycho. Keep it real, you ain't here without the black vote. They loved Obama, and you ain't even black, Joe. You not here without the votes from Arizona. So open up the border as an executive order. You made it out of Delaware. You like Joe. Black men jailed everywhere. Like Joe. The price that we paid, we was here, you was never there. You bought that life? Give free health care. You bought that life? Give some reparations. Defund the police. Fund education. Rahm Emanuel, we not having it. You better put some black women all over your cabinet. Mass incarceration like Joe. Crime bills for the poor like Joe. Build the cages for the babies like Joe. Be nice, Joe. Don't touch women like a psycho. Fuck Trump, but it's still fuck Joe. Whole lot of reasons for me to get bucked, bro. 70 million still voted for a racist. That's why I'm out here getting military training. Hillary in Honduras at the military bases. How much y'all bet that they bomb foreign places? Fuck 12, the streets say so. Free Palestine, no matter what you say, Joe. Please don't bomb the babies of the globe. Say no to the war, don't be like Joe. Fuck the police, but I'm never sorry, Joe. You the creepy uncle, you be acting sloppy, Joe. Mass incarceration like Joe. Crime bills for the poor like Joe. Build the cages for the babies like Joe. Be nice, Joe. Don't touch women like a psycho.
Our government has a firm policy not to capitulate to terrorist demands, that no concessions policy remains in force. In spite of the wildly speculative and false stories about arms for hostages and alleged ransom payments, we did not, repeat, did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages. Nor will we.
The ballad of the bullet, some freedom or some bullshit. Will we ever do it big or just keep settling for little shit? We brag on having bread, but none of us are bakers. We all talk having greens, but none of us own acres. If none of us own acres and none of us grow wheat, then who will feed our people when our people need to eat? So it seems our people starve from lack of understanding, cause all we seem to give them is some ballin' and some dancing and some talking about our car and imaginary mansions. We should be indicted for bullshit we inciting, telling children deaf and pretending it's exciting. We are advertisements for agony and pain. We exploit the youth, we tell them to join the gang. We tell them dope stories, introduce them to the game. Just like our lover North introduced us to cocaine in the 80s when them bricks came on military plane.
A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true, but the facts and the evidence tell me it is not.
The end of the Reagan era. I'm like Lemma 12er, old enough to understand the shit had changed forever. They declared the war on drugs, like a war on terror. But what it really did was let the police terrorize whoever. But mostly black boys, but they would call us niggas and lay us on our belly while they fingers on their triggers. They boots was on our head, they dogs was on our crotches, and they would beat us up if we had diamonds on our watches. And they would take our drugs and monies as they pick our pockets. I guess that's the privilege of policing for some profit. But thanks to Reaganomics, prison turned to profits. Cause free labor's the cornerstone of U.S. economics. Cause slavery was abolished unless you are in prison. You think I ambush it and then read the 13th Amendment. Involuntary servitude and slavery it prohibits. That's why they giving drug offenders time in double digits. Ronald Reagan was an actor, not at all a factor. Just an employee of the country's real masters. Just like the Bushes, Clinton and Obama. Just another talking head telling lies on teleprompters. If you don't believe the theory, then argue with this logic. Why did Reagan and Obama both go after Gaddafi? We invading sovereign soil, going after oil. Taking countries is a hobby paid for by the oil lobby. Same as in Iraq and Afghanistan. And Ahmadinejad say they coming for Iran. They only love the rich and how they load the poor. If I say any more, they might be at my door. Who the fuck is that? Staring in my window, doing that surveillance on Mr. Michael Render. I'm dropping off the grid before they pump the lead. I leave you with 4 words, I'm glad Reagan dead.
Anyone hear me? How's everybody doing? Can you all hear me now? Can people hear me now? Hello, everyone. Okay, good. Sorry about that. We had some mic issues. Okay, cool. Yo, what up? Sorry about that. I tried to switch my mic that I use for this section to my other section, and apparently it caused a little bit of a mix-up. So now that it's fixed and working properly, UGL 420. The terrorism comes from the guy that got lost at sea and was like half a planet off course and wound up being here, washed up ashore here on this side of the world, called Christopher Columbus, that brought nothing but genocide to the indigenous population, my people, and slavery to the African people. That still continues on that whole entire process to this very day, that allows for landlords who got paid during a pandemic from the government for the rent and covering all your rents and everything, and allows them at the same time now to charge you rent on top of that and late payment and fees, and flood the courts with millions of eviction notices. And the same thing that allows for homeless people to remain on a street corner homeless when there's like, at a minimum, 6 empty homes or apartments per one homeless person. And then on top of that, the same thing, terrorism, that allows cities to waste $36 million of food every day while people and children are starving. That terrorism. That's what we've been fighting since 1492. What up? Are we going to talk about Lakota spiritual way of life today? That's quite possible, Dorian. I am looking at that, yes. Hey, Destroyer, what up? So, I hope that answers your question if you're still sticking around there, Usual. If you don't like that answer, sucks to be you. So what up, everybody? Hopefully, I hope everybody is having a great day. Everybody's in well health. Their health is good. Possible sounds good to me. I'll bring in the normally when it ends in about an hour so we can hear about it. I'm excited. All right, Dorian, cool. I appreciate that. That's totally awesome. What to do in the meantime till an hour? Just kidding. Nice, Destroyer. So yesterday evening, I was invited and joined in on the stream with Silver and the comrade Kenny about spirituality and the left and how that may intertwine and how that intertwines with each other. Some of you may have seen it. Some of you may not, unfortunately. You missed out. But we're going to take a dive and deeper look into those things. Because the truth of the matter is, communism and anarchism, right, all stemmed from Marx's learning out about indigenous cultures and our way of life. I didn't see it. Nobody tells me nothing. Oh, Odie. You can always check Comrade Kenny's stream later and watch the VOD later, Odie. All cool. I wouldn't want to tear you away from this stream, though. But later on, you can check out, this stream or Silver's, whichever. I myself wasn't streaming that night. Usually when I get on panels, I try not to, or get invited to a stream or whatever, I try not to stream at the same time myself. Just that I feel myself personally that it takes away from that stream. So that's my own personal thoughts on it. Not everybody thinks that way, and I don't expect everybody to think that way. So, hey, Dickie, what up? So usually when I get on like a panel of somebody else's panel, then I usually do it. I do love how that amazing panel was party inspired by Little Nas X pole dancing down to hell. Yeah. Yeah, Justin. So I think, okay, Dickie, cool. So I think what we are going to get into today is how that works today, in today's world, and what it looks like, and how spirituality is not something that's separate or should ever be considered separate from the left. I love the controversy he's stirring up. Hasn't been this much pearl clutching since Madonna's early career. Destroyer, oh my God, with the Madonna reference. Damn. I think it's important for us to learn these things and understand these things. So it is when we walk away from these things that we find ourselves opening up to things like fascism. Because we're allowing ourselves to let other things influence us rather than maintaining a level of solidness, so to speak. If we give up and I don't mean this in a Puritan way, in any way, shape, or form, but if we give up our principalities of being the core system of our beliefs and understandings, and our desire to make a better world for generations to come, then we're open too much to things that will work to subvert and destroy that. if that makes sense. For one to walk as a true human being on this planet, one must have ethics. One must have compassion and understanding. If you're lacking in those areas, you do harm to yourself and the ones you love and others around you. Which is where we can see throughout history people like Malcolm X, Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse, Huey, who stood on principles, ethics, values, and didn't trade them in. Didn't allow their mindset to allow questionable things into their circle or into their thought pattern that would stir up a loss, if you may, of the goals that were trying to be achieved. There are many people in history, in many different nations, who have upheld a principle of honor, respect, honesty, compassion, love, faith, trust, and have worked hard to keep that steadfast. When we open ourselves up to the enemy, these things come into question. These things can too easily be lost. The path and road becomes harder, becomes more difficult to see, to understand, to think of, to achieve. Because we're allowing the brainwashing that we've been growing up with and bombarded with ever since we were old enough to understand and comprehend things to still maintain its hold and control. By the way, Lasu, these Lakota teachings are right on par with our Ojibwe teachings too. We call them the 7 grandfather teachings. Yes, Dickie, that is true. That is very true. Every single indigenous tribe or nation has these teachings in one shape or form or another, and they're all identical. They're all what we consider to be a universal truth. when we watch and see someone diminish themselves by allowing the enemy to entice them, we do harm to ourselves and others, to the ones we love. Honesty would teach us and say to us that if we want a better future for the next generations and ourselves, that we cannot allow ourselves to be sidetracked, to allow ourselves those things to be taken in that way. I know the shininess sometimes goes, ooh, shiny. I know. It looks great. As they say, you know, the grass looks greener on the opposite side of that fence until you get there. Right? The grass always looks greener on that opposite side of the fence until you get there. If we're going to do anything, if we're going to make any headway, we have to be principled in what we're doing, in what we mean, and what we say. When we talk about friends, friend is not a loose word. In any indigenous language, calling someone your friend is not something you do loosely. It's not just, yeah, they're a friend, but I don't give a fuck about them. When you call someone your friend, that's a friend, whether it's good times, bad times, whether they're in need or whether you're in need. That's a friend that you steadfast and be there for them. When you speak those words out of your mouth, you actually speak what you mean and mean what you say. This is why so many times in history, when we look and we hear, you hear the words, English speak with forked tongue. Because it says friend while it's stabbing you in the back with the other. It says friend with one hand and stabs you in the back with the other. That's not what friend means. Friend means that you're there through thick and thin, through understanding, for being honest with yourself and all those around you in honesty, and respecting all things around you. And yes, that even means the chair you're sitting in, the earphones or speakers that you're listening to right now, all have some form of spirit or life essence that we must honor and respect, that we must realize we are related to. It is a part of this ecosystem on this planet that we are nothing but a small part of this ecosystem. We are not the big holy people who dominate everything. No, we are a part of it. We are only just a small part. When we understand that, we learn to respect things, to cherish things like friendship. When we speak and say something, that we understand honesty, and we only speak truth from our heart, and that we mean it, because when it comes out of our mouths, we must mean what we say. We have to keep that mindset and thought pattern, because when we step away from it, we are walking away from ourselves. We are walking away from all these things that we have previously confessed. Even if you look at the Bible, when Jesus was being arrested, and what was it? I think it was David or one of them that sat back and said, "Oh Lord, I'll never betray you." And Jesus turned around and said to him, "Before the crow croaks, you will betray me 3 times. You will deny me 3 times." That's that thought pattern. That's that understanding. You have to speak truth. John, thank you, Destroyer. Awesome. That's that truth. That's that honesty. That's what we look at. That these are things that are part of a spiritual way of life. Of a way of life that bring forth community, health, wellness, joy, happiness, prosperity for all. Phenomenal. Ishnish, thank you. I want people to hear and understand that if we are going to walk forward on the left, we have to speak from our heart. We have to speak truth. We have to understand these things. We have to learn these things. If you don't know them, then you need to learn them, to understand them. You can read books and be extremely knowledgeable, book smart, but be completely dumbfounded in other ways. Or putting it into real life practice. You can debate till the cows come home, but it will get you nowhere unless you put it into practice, unless you put it into action. You have to breathe it. You have to walk it. You have to believe in it. If you don't find that, then you have to learn it. You have to grow. Knowledge without wisdom ain't shit. Exactly, Mago. Exactly. You have to breathe it. Allow it to become a part of your incomplete life, your essence, your core being, every aspect of your life, every aspect of yourself, with everything around you. You have to start learning how to walk that step. We say in our teachings, at first when you come, you start learning and crawling like a baby. Then you start to learn to walk. You're going to fumble and stumble. Don't beat yourself up over the head over it. Learn your lessons. Understand those lessons. And learn from them. Grow from them. And soon you start to walk. Then, as your legs start growing and you start growing and you're getting more stronger in your walk and in your path, you start to run. If you don't take these steps in growth and learning, you won't make it. You can't run right from out of the gate. Just the same as when you're born. When you came out of your mother's womb. You couldn't run. You had to learn to crawl. You couldn't even crawl. You were stuck sitting there. Then you started to learn to crawl. You started to learn to make sound with your mouth and your voice. Ga, 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 goo, goo, ga, ga, ga. Right? You start to learn these things. This is the same process that you have to take when you're learning and growing in this thought pattern and way of life. You can't even call it an ideology. It's a way of life. Because an ideology can be shot down, tarnished, trashed. A way of life is something that you live. It's a process. It's a growth. It's a way of understanding and living. It's a way of healing. So many of us are stuck in that brainwashed mentality that all of that doesn't mean shit. Only thing that matters is making money for the wealthy. Work, 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 work. Without honest gain. Most people, what is it? 85% of your income goes to taxes, bills, rent, things like that, that doesn't end up in your pocket. And your thought pattern that they brainwash you into thinking, yeah, if you're lucky. The thought pattern that they brainwash you into thinking is that this is a normality of society. This is how you be a man. This is how you be a woman. This is how you be whatever. You must do this way of life because that's the only thing that is acceptable to being a human being. And if you're not able to do that, then you're unworthy of an existence. You're a drain on the economy, on the world. Really? Really? Learning to remove that chains and that yoke around your neck and your ankles and your wrists that have been placed on you through brainwashing in other ways and other forms takes time. It's a process. It's not easy. It won't happen overnight. But so long as I promise you, so long as you keep working at it, keep moving towards it, keep moving towards decolonizing yourself, you will achieve that. You will grow. You will heal. You will understand these things more clearly. When the books you read from Marx and all of them, Trotsky, all of them, when you start to learn to live it in reality, you start to understand the indigenous way of life. Because that's where these things, the core base of all the foundation of principles of these things, come from the indigenous way of life. So you start to understand these things. You start to grow. Your life starts to become meaningful. Your life starts to bring you joy and happiness rather than anger and shame and doubt and fear. And that ucky feeling deep down inside that you're unworthy. This is what we talk about. This is what we mean when we talk about these things, and the medicine wheel as well. Learning to balance oneself within nature, within inside of yourself. Understanding these things, walking a way of life that gives you freedom. I know people who have sat in jail cells and have been more free inside of a jail cell than a lot of people. These are things that you learn to understand, that you grow from, that you heal from. How is it on the planet that we live today? Many different countries around the world are getting rid of capitalism, are freeing their people. Yet over here, we're still stuck in slavery. The only difference between the slavery back in the day with the cotton fields in the South and today is a court system. The wording and the responsibility was changed. When you start to learn and grow and start walking, not just talking about it, not just reading about it, but actually living it. I know it's hard. It's hard at first because it's unknown to a lot of the generations today out there, these things, and not being able to have it in front of your face or a very good view of it to understand. And there's always, that question because that's how they get you, right? They always try and point out all different kinds of failures and try to hide the truth of successes. They don't want you to learn these things. They don't want you to know that. No government, no society wants you to learn the ways in which to remove their oppression and control over you. They don't want you to learn these things. They don't teach you that in school. They teach you what they want you to know. These things we must look at. We must look at. They don't teach how to think. That's right, Pope. They don't teach how to think. They don't teach you how to really, truly survive. They don't teach you the things that matter, which is why you have thousands, and if not thousands, millions of people who have mental disorders, diseases, all these different things. They don't teach you these things. Yeah, they teach you what to think, not how to think. That's right, Mago. That's right. They teach you how to be an obedient worker. A brain-dead worker. To walk in pure existence, to be a serf to your master, to your overlords, to keep the yoke upon your neck, and that whip at your back, on your back. Hey, March. This is what they teach you. They don't want you to understand that there is the illusion of freedom and then the real freedom. Because their illusion of freedom, hey, Pope, their illusion of freedom is that being a serf, a slave to them, is the only existence that is available to you. All that for a couple of bucks or loonies. Yeah, exactly, Mago. Exactly. Exactly. So here's where we begin. Your baby steps. We are born free and everywhere in Canada, and in chains, yeah. And everywhere in chains, yeah. Yeah, right. We are born free, and then we grow up in chains. Because they bombard us with a brainwashing to think that being in chains is the only acceptable way of life. And in those chains, we somehow are free. When we are not free at all. There is no freedom in chains. There is no food or housing. Safety while in chains. Hey! Thank you, Mago. Thank you for the 500 biddies, Mago. That's right, right? They give us the illusion of freedom. In a way, one could argue in a way what we live in today is feudalism, where we have a lord and we are the serfs. We are born into indentured servitude. Rather than free. You see, Neofeud, yeah. On my in cost till he died when I was 30. Yeah, Mago, exactly. How can you charge someone to help bringing forth life into the world? If we are the cattle that they use to gain profit off of, yet charge us to bring forth new cattle for them to gain profit off of, new serfs. Yeah, and they got money in the Indian Health Service for it. Yes, exactly, Mago. They're only interested in maintaining. The birth costs in the U.S. are ridiculous, $10,000 to $30,000. That's right. Imagine that. Now, on top of that, imagine if you have triplets or twins. I'm sure that cost doubles. You must be in the U.S., Mango. Yeah, Mago is in the U.S. These are things that we see all the time. Hey, fish. So how do we change this? Well, first, you must learn to walk. First, you must learn to crawl. So by crawling, you learn how to put things you have learned in the books into practice. It's not always easy, but it is very much possible to be done. But that takes you becoming honest with yourself. Yeah, or as Alice calls it, the United Snakes. Yes, right. Being honest with yourself. Being truthful. Learning to see people with compassion. So as we see, prayer, right? So prayer, what conversation did I miss? I came in just now. Welcome in. we're talking about how indigenous way of life or indigenous spiritual way of life, which is the core principle and foundation for communism and anarchism, where it was taken from, and then Marx and all of them wrote on and critiqued and changed around and things like that, little bits here and there, whatever. And how we as human beings must learn these principles and foundations to be able, especially those of us on the left, to be able to bring forth that change we keep talking about. LK Destroyer, you as well, buddy. No problem, Destroyer. And yeah, I'm going to be on for a while. You stay safe out there, bud. So here we learn prayer. I don't know how many of you, but many of us remember having to sit there, and when you sit at the table to eat, you pray, you give thanks. All of these different things: prayer, respect, compassion, honesty, generosity, humility, wisdom. All of these things play a part in the way in which we live our lives. The understanding, the growth, the healing, the decolonization. Because what Marx and Leninism and all of them, whether you're a communist, whether you're an anarchist, it's all talking about decolonization. Decolonizing yourself from capitalism, from authoritarianism, from colonialism. That quote before was from who stole from indigenous people. Marx was influenced by them. That's right, Ryan. Here's a true about how Marxist praxis isn't a white man thing. Let's see what we got here, bro.
Confused. Socialism hasn't gone anywhere. It has been betrayed, yes. But betrayal doesn't mean collapse. Perhaps they get confused because at least Judas had the dignity after betraying Christianity to hang himself. Gorbachev is still running around the world picking up pieces of silver. Must be clear here and not confused. I'm a socialist. One other thing I must tell you now. They confuse people about socialism. Brother the other day said, "Why ain't no socialist?" I said, "Why not, brother?" He said, "Because it's a white thing." I said, "Oh, really?" You see, Europe tries to make believe that everything that comes out of the world comes out of Europe. I told the man, I said, "Socialism ain't no white thing." He said, "Yes, it is." He said, "Karl Marx discovered it." I told him, Karl Marx never discovered socialism. He cannot. You call the laws of gravity Newton's laws. I'm sure there's a mnemonic device to help you on your quizzes. But you certainly cannot believe that Isaac Newton can found that a body falls at the rate of 32 feet per second squared per second squared. He can't find this. He can't discover it. He cannot invent this. He can only observe it and record it, discover the law. If I'm sitting in Timbuktu in Africa, and I've never heard of Sir Isaac Newton, and I'm conducting any experiments with gravity, I will come to the same conclusion that he does. A body in motion tends to stay in motion unless stopped by an outside force. He cannot invent this. He can only observe it and record it. Karl Marx did not invent socialism. If I'm sitting in Libya, in the deserts, and I'm doing any research with capital and labor without ever having heard of Karl Marx, I will come to the same conclusion that he did. that any time capital seeks to dominate labor, there'll be a ruthless, uncompromising struggle on the part of labor until it comes to crush capital and dominate it. This is a fact. My history demonstrates that. We came here as chattel slaves for centuries. We fought fought and fought until we crushed it. Now we're just slave of the wage, and now we've got to rise up and crush that one. That's to declare that Karl Marx didn't invent socialism. It's there for all to see. Karl Marx's great contribution to the world was in the area of historical materialism and dialectical materialism, something you need to know if you know about socialism. But since you don't know about socialism, you don't even know the words. And not only does the enemy keep you ignorant, you stay ignorant. You won't ever go read a book about socialism. Why read a book about socialism? They already told me in my class.
Hey, Della.
You will not even read a book about socialism. Why, you don't even read a book about your history. We come to inspire you to learn. We come to tell you that when you come to serve a people, you must know as much as you can. The more you know, the better able you are to serve the people.
That is true. Does everyone understand that? Does that make sense to everyone? Della. These are things that you have to look at and you have to learn and understand. If you don't understand them, then I urge you to learn them. Because if you truly are wanting and wishing in desire, a burning desire to be that not just read about it. After you read about it, start learning to practice it in your everyday of life, in everything you do. We understand these things and hold these things evidence as truth, a universal truth. After you read about it, be about it. Yeah, exactly, Mago. Learn to walk it, not just talk it. Many people can sit there and recite all the book knowledge that they can muster up. That's a dime a dozen. That's a dime a dozen. Understand that. We see that almost every single night on these blood sport panels of people talking, but it's not getting anywhere. Hey, Renegade, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Welcome back. You're on 2 months now, Renegade. Dang. I greatly appreciate that, Renegade. So when we see this, but action is priceless and has all the power. Yes. Yes, Fish. Without action, all the words in the world don't mean shit. We can flap our lips all we want, but it don't mean shit without action. Without action and work behind it, and with it, and in front of it, and beside it, and all around it. That growth, that balance, that learning how to live like a true human being. Capitalism is a very young ideology in the world. Socialism, communism, anarchism is very old. Very, very old. It is the original path and walk in life that even the Neanderthals, all of them. Hey, Sip. Tour? What's tour? Extremely based tour?
Hello there.
Hello there. What up, Sippy? Capitalism. Okay, yeah. Capitalism is a new thing. It's not very old. It's only a couple of years old, or a couple hundred years old. Communism and anarchism is thousands of years old. Socialism is thousands of years old. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah. Hank's Pizza. It's thousands of years old. I'm losing 500 years old because it started with mercantile capitalism. That's right, sir. Animal and avian are the base human state of being. That's right, fish. All societies on this planet, all life on this planet, started off with communism and anarchism and had that way of life for thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years. It was whack then and it's whack now. Capitalism. I think Mago was talking about capitalism. People just kind of default to getting consensus and mutual aid. Yeah. Renegade. And trade, but not capitalist markets. Yeah, exactly. So you could trade things. Trade has been a part of this world since human conception. Neanderthals, cavemen, all of it. Capitalism and heism, yeah. That's right. Capitalism is not human nature. In fact, trade is one of the many ways you can do mutual aid. That's right, Della. The idea is that it's mutual. Exactly. Filling needs for sure. Exactly. Exactly. Primitive communism lasted 400,000 years. Oh, I think communism lasted a lot longer than that. Yes, primitivism is a myth. It's just communism, that's right. I like how the Comrade Kennedy puts it. Communism is the affirmation of life. That's right. It is the affirmation of life. It works towards life rather than death. The idea is to make native peoples separate and different and lesser. Yeah. Yeah, Della. So as we start to grow and learn, Decolonization, you have to have something to replace it. All the brainwashing, all of those things, you have to find something to replace it, to fill that gap. Otherwise, you become empty inside. And then you go back to that. Because capitalism is what they brainwash you into believing is the default. That's right. Thank you, Rai. Growing learning is good, Sip. That's right. It is very good, Sip. It is very good. Don't, Sip. Don't fall into discouragement or shame. Understand that we are all learning. We are all growing. Yes. No one here is wanting anyone to feel bad. We just want to teach you that there is something out there other than what you were brainwashed into believing is the only thing in existence, because it's a falsehood. That's a falsehood. That's a false narrative. I'm always doing it myself. No worries. Anarchist support. Did Marx have some useful ideas using critique? Yes. But let's not turn him into some religious figure. Where we trapped entirely by his dead, stuffed, and mounted language. We can't afford to leave anyone out here. And Marx wasn't so great about non-European people. That's right. That is true. I feel like a villain when I'm just trying to help. Nah, Della, you're all good. You're not a villain. This is an okay, I'm going to give you all an exercise. If you haven't experienced it, I want you, when you can, and it is possible, when it is possible to do so, I want you to take a couple of days and not go home. Leave your bank card, leave your credit cards, leave your cash, leave all your things of wealth, and go sit on the street for a couple of days. If you haven't experienced it, I want you to take a couple of days to experience it. So this is where we build a common bond, a common understanding. Learn to walk in one man's shoes, in another man's shoes, or another person's shoes, or heels. I want you to try it. There's a myth that needs to saturate a primitive, other than civilization has evolved, transcended from beyond. Modernity is a demand of the imperialist methodos of our colonial state. This demand allows for the capital class to maintain its political power and sovereignty control despite the cascade of yes, Holler. And if you haven't experienced homelessness, I want you to, for a couple of days, experience it. Experience everything that you have to go through, everything that happens. You doesn't have to necessarily be in safety. That's the point. Anarchists support. ATS, I don't want it to be in safety. I want you to get the true feeling of it. I want you to step out of the safety of your little nest, of this make-believe world that you have, that you've surrounded yourself in because colonization and capitalism tells you to. I want you to step out of that for a couple of days. And as you do, you will start to understand what a person goes through in that situation. Then you built a common bond, a common understanding. You built that commonality.
Columbus.
Hey, welcome in, Nomi. Thank you for the raid.
After 500
welcome
years,
in, Ravers.
Kill him!
Damn, 87. Holy
Kill
shit.
Columbus!
Welcome in. I am Lasu. If you don't know who I am by now, I am a Honkspapa Dakota Oyate, a nation. I am a 60 soup survivor from up in Canada. What's called Canada now. R means thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Dorian, thank you, Dorian. Much love. I want people to build a common bond, a common understanding, a common connection.
Columbus.
Robot Monkey Cat, thank you for the follow.
500 years. Kill him! Kill Columbus! Columbus has to die. After
Callie
500
Marks,
years, kill him!
welcome in. Thank you for the follow.
Kill Columbus!
Well, thank you, Holler. I appreciate that. They tell me I should start looking at trying to do ASMR. I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Raiders, please remember to double click the live icon or refresh the page or click the link that Prasada Bot has so kindly produced. To help make sure and to do me a favor to make sure that your views count in the viewership. It helps me. Welcome in. I have awesome merch, which Stream Elements is just available. Want to give them your sexy whisper. Mango. Hello, beautiful. How are you all doing today? I hope everyone is well. So, so by taking that, so taking that moment to step away from your safety of your nest and learning to feel and experience what someone less fortunate than you is going through builds compassion, builds understanding, builds a connection, a common understanding, a common connection. that capitalism and colonialism and authoritarianism that we live in today won't teach you, doesn't want you to know, doesn't want you to learn. That's why they say, oh, look at that homeless bum. See, this is what's going to happen if you don't work. If you don't work your ass off and and make me mass profits, that's where you're going to end up. See that horribleness? You don't want that. That's called brainwashing, my friends. No, you're not frozen. If you can, Callie, if you can still hear me, can you still hear me? Can you hear me? If you
Columbus
has
to die.
Bino!
After 500 years, kill him!
Gambino!
Kill Columbus!
Something tells me you're Italian, but thank you very much. Greatly appreciate the follow. Welcome back. Hey, Syndical, what up? Hey, Lasu, I really appreciate all the points you brought up earlier. Not a problem. We're still going. Oh, on Ben's chat. Yeah, no problem. No problem. It's why they don't forgive student debt. It's great for Army recruitment. Yeah, exactly. Like there were a lot. Not a problem. See, this is what you lose by learning to walk in another person's footsteps, or shoes, so to speak, or high heels or heels. You learn to understand that connection, to build a connection, to build compassion, to build empathy, to build a common bond, a common understanding, a common memory. Because capitalism doesn't want you to have a common memory. Look at Amazon for a prime example. Workers don't trust each other and cough up right away if anyone's talking about a union. Yes, Marx. Yes. They don't want you organizing with each other. I didn't catch that. They want you isolated and unable to push back. That's right. Also, I learned that I am living on the lands of people. So I have been doing some research on them, and apparently they still are around and had a committee meeting. Oh, nice. See, that's something that I've been thinking about while working from home, everyone being separated. Yeah. Yeah, you're separated. Keep you separate. We are all still around, even if we are in this world. Yeah. Native people never went away. That's right. We didn't go away. We're still here. I'm a living proof of it. Dalla's living proof of it. Mago's living proof of it. Rai is living proof of it. Dickie is living proof of it. There are many of us out there. We didn't die out. We're still here. These are things that we learn, because when we learn to walk in another person's shoes, we learn to build compassion and understanding with one another. We learn to have empathy. And they don't want you to have empathy. Because if you have empathy, then all their brainwashing that they keep pumping into your head is going to dissipate and go away. Yeah. Which is why some cities have bylaws that say that you can't give change to homeless people. You can't feed a homeless person. Why? Why? Why would they not want you to do something like that? Why would they not want you to care and use the fear of fines or jail to try and convince you not to? Why would they want you to do that? What horrible thing could possibly transpire from it and come out of it? Right, Mago. Empathy allows for standing together. So they do those laws to make sure that people don't stand together. Oh, they come up with all kinds of things. Stranger danger. All kinds of things to keep you separate from each other. To not allow you to have empathy or to stand together. Oh, they come up with all things. That's right, Dickie. Capitalism replaces empathy with competition. Helping people out feels good. If you did it, you might want to do it again. Exactly, Dorian, right? We can't have you feeling good and doing it and wanting to do more. Right, Della. Their excuse is you could hurt them if you're not a licensed, inspected food servicing establishment. But look at those establishments looking at those establishments turns this into a bad joke. Yes. Yes. ATS, yes. They don't want us building trust with each other. That's right. Why? If you trust one another and you learn, and they have fucking gaslit that we can't take care of each other without them. Exactly. Transactional relationships keep fueling that capitalism and not feeling good and empowered by your fellow man. That's right, Mako. So learning, this is why I want to give all of you, if you haven't lived through it or experienced it, a moment of your life, a little portion of your life, to spend a couple of days homeless. Trust me, I've been to plenty of community feasts I've never gotten sick from. Can't say the same thing about Mickey D's. Yeah, exactly, Grego, exactly. This is why I want you when you can, when you're able to spend a couple of days. If you haven't been homeless before, I want you to give it a try. Spend a couple of days out there on the street corner. See, but Della, I get what you're saying, but if you don't understand truly the concept of empathy and these things, then doing that will build that, will help you to gain that understanding. Do you see what I mean, Della? We'll teach you empathy. We'll teach you humbleness. We'll teach you honesty. Mm. Well, welcome in. Yeah, yeah, Native American. Yeah, yeah, Kola. Honestly, I feel we can build compassion without making people suffer. We just need to build power so people have to listen to us. I haven't been in the streets, but I was squatting for a while on a few occasions. It was horrible. See, but what we're doing when we're building power in that aspect is we're building the identical thing rather than walking away from that whole entire shit fuckery. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Oh, am I, sister? If I am, I'm sorry. I don't mean to misunderstand you. But when I say that is because sometimes we need what we call, how do I put it? A kick to the teeth in our ego, of our ego. You know what I mean? Sometimes we need a good kick in the teeth to our ego. When I mean building power, I mean getting logistics to people who are houseless and the people who are colonized so they can defend and organize their own communities. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Della. Yeah. No, no, no. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, no, no. Okay, okay. I understand now, Della. Sorry for the misunderstanding, sister. Because if your mindset is so stuck on that ideology, sometimes your ego needs a kick in the teeth. But I have always questioned why we can't serve the poor in some cases, even back when I was an edgy right-leaning kid. Also, I was raised to emulate the compassion of Christ, even though my parents then were like, don't actually do what we are, don't actually do that. What are you, a socialist? Yeah, yeah, Fish, exactly. The idea of the individual as only as strong as the community, one as all. Yeah, Marx. I'm less about serving the poor and helping them create system of care that is on their terms. But I get the spirit of that, okay? When I was younger, I had an ego. And it took sitting on a street corner and being homeless and begging for change just to eat that day. Not the month, not a week, not a couple of days, just that day to have a meal in my stomach. For me to be able to break that ego. Yeah, Della. Yeah. But see, sometimes walking in another person's shoes, with an ego comes entitlement. Yes, spread it forward. Exactly my point. With an ego comes entitlement, which is why you hear people talking about how when the actual people whose lands you're in welcome you into their lands, you feel like, oh my God, how dare you? Like, oh my God, what do you mean welcome? I came in through the government and was welcomed in and did everything legally to become a citizen of this country. What do you mean welcome to your lands? What? How dare you say that? Entitlement. Which derives from an ego that is brainwashed into you from a very young age. So sometimes in order to remove that ego and sense of entitlement, one must humble themselves. And kick those things in the teeth. And give it a swift kick in the teeth. In order to break and shatter that falsehood. You can't liberate people you aren't in their situation. You can only actively work against their suppression and know that their liberation is ultimately your own. Yeah, Mago. Yeah. See, this is what I talk about when I talk about removing the I and me out of your vocabulary and your thinking and your belief system and focusing on a we and us. See, that's what our elders taught us. We and us, not I and me. We and us. Us cannot survive unless we all work together. We learn how to build that common understanding, that common connection. Yeah, I honestly feel that we should create spaces where people can build what they need to liberate themselves. Yeah. Only they know their experiences. Yeah. Flip that I'm me upside down and you're good to go. Yeah. Yeah, right? And if we decide it for them, we are no better than the system we are fighting. That's true as well, Della, yes. We can't liberate anyone. We can help provide the means, but it's not on us to decide what those means are or how they are used. Take someone in jail, in a jail cell, for example. We can unlock the door if asked, but they're the ones that have to take the step outside. That is true as well. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I'm the scary anarchist that the state warned you about. Della. Whatever, sister. You're a big kitty cat. We love you anyway, sister. Hey, what up? I'm not a master. I am a human being, equal as you, no better than nor greater than you. So my point was more along the lines of, we cannot rise above our people. Yeah, that's right. I'm fluffy and never mind the claws and teeth. Yeah, right? Hey, Lark. How you doing? We can help them, but only they can decide what form their freedom takes. True. Mago. Claws and teeth rule. I'm great, friend. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, I don't believe I'm a master of anyone. I am no greater than, nor any less than anyone else. We can only really help if we do it on their terms. Yeah, yeah. I think a large problem and part of our society is that we allowed others to grow their wallet so large they believe they are fundamentally different than others. That's true. That's true too. Spread it forward. Yeah. You see, we have an understanding. It looks like this. It's the understanding of how it was explained to me. I am no better than a blade of grass, nor am I any less than a blade of grass. I am equal to that blade of grass. And having humility brings forth many beautiful, bountiful things. Lark, whose wise words? Yeah, Della, exactly, right? Let us make a story together. You haven't felt like talking lately, but wanted to say thank you for your RQ and let you know I'm lurking on your help. Aw, thanks, Crystal. Much love, Crystal. And I hope you will feel better soon. Yeah. Let us paint a new world. But see, oh, ignore that. That was a typo. I'm clumsy with my typing and texting. Oh, okay, no problem, Mark. I want, I would love to see, people understand these things. Like, when indigenous people or people of color or BIPOC are trying to teach you something and show you something, it's not to shame you. It's not to make you feel shameful or less than. It is to help you grow, to walk away from something that is a yoke on your shoulders and chains on your wrists and ankle, and to help you break free of those chains and that yoke, and to learn how to live in true freedom as a human being. Yes, the ego making you feel like you are being brought down. We are trying to help. That's right, Della. Thank you, Mago, for the shout out to Lilith Fane. Yeah, I'm actively trying to get others around me to see the world through this lens. Nice, spread it forward. That's right. We are nothing without each other. All good, Mago. I think we all forget to spell at some point in times. When we learn these basic, simple principles, and once again, let me help go over this. The basic 7 principles or laws or values, right? Prayer. Spirituality is a core component of life for the Lakota people. They believe Mother Earth is sacred. And so, not a god, something that is sacred, a life force, a being that brings forth life. Okay? And so they honor and respect her greatly. They give thanks to the Creator daily through living consciously, and also by praying to the Great Spirit. Living consciously, that means you think about things, you think things through, and then you act upon those thought patterns in a good, positive, and healthy, and loving, caring, and compassionate way, right? Also by praying to the Great Spirit. You know when you're at, you know you need help, and you're like, oh, please, if there's somebody out there, please help me. Please, I need help, right? Or giving thanks and gratitude. The Lakota people believe that the land doesn't belong to us. That's right. But rather that we belong to the land. That's right. When we die, we go back to the land. All life came from the land. All life, when it dies, goes back to the land. As such, they recite daily prayers of thanks to Mother Earth and the Great Spirit for all they continue to bless us with, and for the great privilege and honor of life. If we look at that, I don't want to forget how. I've learned basically to shut my mouth and listen, even though my ADHD makes it a bit hard sometimes. Yeah, I feel you, Fish. Understanding how our actions affect the world around us is a great first step in re-educating ourselves. That's right, spread it forward. Hopefully you all are okay there, Della and Mago. So, whether it's plant life or animals, it feeds by them offering themselves for us to live. We feed and eat. So, by giving our gratitude and thanks for that, see how that works? There is a balance to everything, and finding a way to live harmoniously the other life around us should be imperative. Yes, spread it forward. Part of the right hand side of the text is cut off on the screen. It ends right up after they believe I'm. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm reading it. Um, because unfortunately, I am still boomerish in the way of being able to fix these things all out properly. Um, so this is why I'm reading it for you. Um, then we get into respect. Another central teaching to the Lakota people. They believe in honoring and respecting all life. That's everything. Everything has a life. Scientists have already proven that everything on this planet has a life. The dragonfly is as sacred as the water, as the same force and energy run through all things on earth. The Lakota believe in helping others and preserving the earth and the ways of the sacred as much as possible. They believe in peace, equality, and justice, and respecting all of our brothers and sisters, regardless of skin color or nationality. See? Respect. Yes. You see, when we learn to have respect for everything, we start to learn to live in balance and harmony, right? You start to learn these things. You start to understand these things. They make more sense to you. Hey, Aegon. Our senses are false perceptions that we are individually experiencing the world when really we are all the world experiencing itself. Yes, spread it forward. Yeah. Today is treating you well. So far, not too bad. I'm alive and kicking. 3, compassion. See, when we learn prayer, right? Then we understand respect. When we walk in prayer, we walk respect. And we get to compassion, right? We all come from the earth. See, we all come from the earth. So why treat any person or being with disrespect and lack of empathy? See? We all come from the same source. And the Lakota believe in treating everyone how you would want them to treat you, right? Care for others as you would yourself, right? Because we are all part of this circle of life. See? Compassion is important to the Lakota people as they all work together and learn and lean on one another for support and survival. See? 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 Right, spread it forward. You see, these are things that we start to try and we start to understand and comprehend, right? These are things that is much needed in our lives. These are things that capitalism doesn't want you to learn. They don't want you to understand these things. Yes, Aegon. Surviving is a group effort. Yes, yes.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for
Kill Columbus!
Thank you for the follow, Punish Matt. Welcome in. These are things that we start to understand. See, these are the basic simple principles and laws, or principledness of human life. I see that not in denial of other beliefs, by the way. Yeah, that's right, Pizza. Hey, welcome, Matt. See, that's the whole thing, right? When treating anyone, you want to treat them careful as you treat yourself, because we are all part of the circle of life. Compassion is important to Lakota, as they all work together and lean on each other for support and survival. See, we are taught that commodities and individuals are separate. When you need individuals to create a community, and individuals need to need communities to survive. Yes. Not only that, think of it this way, okay? Look at it this way. You're taught individuality, right? But in order for that corporation and that business to gain profit, you must work together as employees to create whatever this company wants and is hiring you to create to make them profit. Okay, Mago. You see what I mean? Right, renegade. When you go to work, your employer is getting you all to work together in one goal, while trying to maintain this ideology of individuality to promote what? Work harder. Be better than the other 100 employees that I have. Push yourself for me. Yet, it takes that community of employees to build and make whatever it is that your employer is trying to sell and make profit off of. I feel like community and individual was made into a false dichotomy that is the bias of individualist thought. Exactly. Independence, private ownership, freedom are what American bases their values on, leading to isolation, inequality, and most people incarcerated on the planet. Yes, Brett at Orward, yes. To toxic workplaces. Yes, freak. Under this individualist liberal thought, we are forced to assimilate it to the norm. Yes, Della. We don't learn compassion. I don't see the freedom of that either, Della. See, so we learn compassion, right? That's another one, right? Honesty. Important to all Native American tribes, honesty is integral to their way of life. The Lakota work together as a people, and the system would not function if dishonesty prevailed. They teach their young to live a righteous path and not lie to themselves or others. So, what were we talking about before? Oh, right. When you Silver, hey, I'm glad Lasu is covering this stuff in more detail. I loved when he was talking about it yesterday. Aw, thanks, Silver. In a community, we are able to see our differences and stand with them side by side. But more importantly, with those differences, we can see how we still have room to grow. You're saying. Thank you, Della, for the shout out to Silver. Because capitalism eats hot chip and lies. Yeah. Right? So, when we look at it, right? You call somebody a friend, but in capitalism and colonialism and this colonization mindset, that friend is loosely stated. Because the moment that friend is in need, you're nowhere to be found. You turn away and go, oh man, I can't help you, sorry. No, sorry, no. No, dude, you're on your own. Sorry, good luck. Bye. Aw. So these are things we look at, right? Because when we talk about honesty, right? Not lying and saying, calling someone your friend when you truly don't mean that they're your friend. And you're just pretending to be their friend. Or pretending to care about them. Blowing, what we call it, what do they call it? What's it called? Blowing sunshine up one's ass. Rather than meaning it truly and honestly from one's heart. See, this is why a lot of indigenous people say English language speaks like snake with forked tongue. That's right, freak, see? Yeah. English is just the language of Janice. Yes, Silver. To create a way to exploit them to get ahead. That's right. It is an evil god we don't like, Janice. Yeah. Janice is two-faced. Yes. Other people are just stepping stones. That's right, see? That's why contracts are all done in English. That's right, my kola. So that they can speak with forked tongue. Be two-faced. Rather than speaking truth from the heart and meaning what you say with every core and fiber of your being. Being honest. Having that honesty, the integrity of keeping that honesty and speaking truthfully. They're seen as illegitimate too, so they can force a hegemony of English. Yes, Della. We don't have so many words because we don't bullshit. Exactly, Cola. Hey, low observable goat. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. And wow, 6 months. Wow, dude. You've been here from like almost the fucking beginning. Wow, cool. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. Why English has been pushed around the world to become the universal language? Yes. Same reason oral tradition is treated as lesser to written. Yes, Della. When both are valid, yes. And I think we've come to understand and learn that many different indigenous people around the world had a written language. It just wasn't English. And actually had those written languages long before English ever came into existence. So these are things we look at when we talk about honesty, right? Honesty in our actions. Honesty in our intent. Honesty in our words. Also, written language don't have to just be alphabets the way we think of them. Yes, Silver, that is true. Stupid European thinking to believe that letters are the only form of written languages. Yeah, Agon. Also that lie to themselves part makes me think of that worker who needs to adapt to that networking and self-promoting mentality to earn his bread, which is the norm nowadays. And then we find that depression is at an all-time high if dishonesty towards the other is harmful. Dishonesty towards the self is self-harming almost. Yeah, gone. It's like we didn't have a way to say respect your elders. It's right in the word for elder. When broken down means great or profound being. Yes. Hey, Zippy. Silver, this is incredibly true. They say that's why Chinese is so hard to learn for Western people. Afternoon, Sue and chat. Yay. Oh, right. Sign language is seen as lesser too. That is true. I wish so much that the majority of the population understood this. Yeah, freak. You see, this is where they're disingenuous. You see, they tell you in order to get a job, you must beg the employer for work. Yet the employer is the one who needs you. Because without an employee, they don't have a business. So they make you believe through lies and dishonesty that you must beg them for work. Understanding it is a crack in their mind. Makes the discognizance impossible to reconcile. No, those things can be healed, Egon. Sign language is valid, yes. How do you think one of the best things I've learned over the past couple of years? So I wanna point out a factor here. Sign language was how the Europeans were communicating with us indigenous people back in those days. Until either indigenous people learned to speak many different tribal languages, like over 500 plus tribes, tribal languages, or the indigenous, I got to take care of some stuff, but I think we should be okay. Oh, okay, okay, sister. See you, Dalla. Love you. Stay safe, sister. I think what we see here is Europeans back then didn't understand a lick of indigenous language and the many different languages that existed. Nor did indigenous people understand English. So prior to these things being learned, all they had was sign language. Interesting. When I've traveled and defaulted to a kind of physical gesture communication, it's been some of my fondest moments. Yeah. So, about human experience is universal. Yes. See, actually, maybe taking you pieces for sure. Yeah. So, this is what I mean by, we see Hollywood depict to us that apparently indigenous people or apparently somehow the Europeans, settlers and colonizers, immediately understood indigenous language. Tell me, how many white people that exist today that can speak every single language of the over 500 plus tribes? Good question. Well, yes, they had to have been taught. See, indigenous people learn these different Sang languages, right? So you learn a common Sang language that all people understand on Turtle Island, all the way from the north all the way down to the south, and the east and west, all the way around. There was a universal sign language. Oh, how did that happen? Wait a minute. That would be something like Poverty Point. Does anyone ever remember hearing about Poverty Point in the States? Yeah, right, Zippy? I went out to my white uncle's place, and his wife is from Stan, and was asking him how we'd be able to communicate. Oh, mega. Oh. So, not very many people have heard of Poverty Point. So, we're going to take a video moment here to learn something.
3,500. Welcome to The Cross and the Medicine Wheel. This is the story of the gospel among the native people of this land, a story which began right here in Virginia 400 years ago and continues to this very day. For centuries, all written history about America began in 1492. In order to understand the perspective of native people, the first thing that must be understood is this. In 1492, the continent of North America was not an empty wilderness waiting to be possessed. It was peopled by more than 500 nations with cultures as varied as European nations from Russia to Portugal. Today, scholars believe that the native population of North America may have been as high as 18 million in the year 1400 AD. Here in the southeast, archaeologists now suggest a pre-contact population of more than 2 million. Nor were these people savages in need of European civilization. Pre-contact Native Americans had political and economic systems as advanced as any on Earth at that time. They also enjoyed remarkable achievements in agriculture, sciences, and the arts. Their achievements compare favorably to those of the most advanced cultures anywhere on Earth at that time. Yet most Americans know little of their accomplishments. Here in the Southeast, we are surrounded by evidence of thriving ancient Native American cultures. Many Americans drive past these archaeological sites every day, but know little of their significance. This map shows the sites of ancient mounds all over the eastern United States, including some here in Virginia. Some of these mounds are small and subtle, while others are hundreds of yards or even miles in length. Effigy mounds, for example, show the silhouettes of animals, but many of these were not discovered until the advent of aerial photography. Here is one such mound in the shape of a serpent near Chillicothe, Ohio. Other mounds are much easier to spot. Some were constructed at the center of thriving cities as large as any on earth at the time. Here is a sketch of the village surrounding Angel Mounds near modern-day Evansville, Indiana. Visitors can still see the city walls and dwelling places there. The ceremonial center at Moundville, Alabama, has been partially restored today. One of the most impressive of these ancient sites is now known as Poverty Point, Louisiana. At a time when Abraham was still a nomad living in tents, this place was already a thriving metropolis. The city is laid out in the shape of a giant thunderbird, with houses along the circular ridges forming the wings and the sacred mound forming the head. At the heart of the great bird was the plaza and sports arena.
Hey, Fancy Pants.
This is the oldest planned city on Earth, a masterpiece of civil engineering.
Yes, I did, Fancy Pants. Thank you very much.
Archaeologists estimate that building such a city would require 5 million labor hours, an accomplishment which could never have been achieved by unsophisticated savages. A planned city of this size implies systems of government,
now I'm working on a new TV,
and commerce, all marks of advanced civilization. Even more amazing, some of the mounds at this site have been dated to 3500 BC. That means that they are older than the pyramids at Giza or even Stonehenge, and this was not a short-term civilization. Poverty Point was still occupied as late as 1200 AD. That's more than 4 millennia of continuous civilization. But as astonishing as all that is, those achievements were soon surpassed by the City of the Sun, Cahokia. This great city lies just outside modern St. Louis on the banks of the Mississippi River. At its zenith in 1400 AD, it housed some 40,000 souls, making it as large as contemporary London, Paris, and Tokyo combined. In fact, the world would not see a larger city for 400 years. The great mounds in this city were virtually mountains towering over the horizon. Even today, they are the largest pyramid structures on Earth. Yet most Americans know more about the pyramids in Egypt than these in their own land. Many other accomplishments of native people are just as impressive. Consider for...
So, as you see, Poverty Point is the first city to ever exist on this planet. Oh, what was that by? Oh, that's right, indigenous people, where they had trade center, where there was people from all over Turtle Island, all indigenous people from all over Turtle Island went to trade with each other. The oldest we have evidence of. Yes, exactly, Renegade. The oldest we have evidence of. Yes, they said planned city. That's right. Also, new evidence shows the Copper Age started in Michigan. Yes, Renegade, yes. They don't teach these things because it fucks with the concept of terra nullius. Yes, exactly, Mago. And Mr. Fancy Pants, yes, I am working at the present moment on, with the GoFundMe link. It's still up, and it's still, the link for it still pops up so that I can try to work towards getting the money that I need for a new TV. So see, this is what I mean by, this is what we talk about, right? When we talk about honesty. Honesty. Okay, honesty. Think about that for a moment. Can you post a YouTube video link? Yes, I can. None of this was covered in my state mandated white supremacy fan fiction school. Exactly, Mr. Fancy Pants. None of it was. There you go there, robot monkey. 40,000 souls, and none of it gets taught in schools because white people got to be number one at everything, and reality must be bent and broken to flip it back, to back it up. Yeah, exactly. Panic too good. No problem. These are actually, it's an actual historical fact, okay, that Poverty Point is the first real planned city on the world, on the whole entire planet. Did you just be chilling and doing good and having a good time until Europe had to be sick and ruin humanity as a whole? Hey, there it is. There's the GoFundMe link. Nightbot popped it out. So I guess with that whole entire process, this is where we begin the shield portion of the section of today's lessons and schooling. BTL, I mean, autocorrect is bad. Yeah. No problem, Fish. If you're enjoying this content so far, and you're liking it, please feel free to hit the follow button. That is for free. It is free for everyone. If you're able to afford it, please, if you want to help support this stream and its content, please feel free to subscribe. If you're feeling really generous and can afford it, please feel free to give gift subs, as well as biddies are always more than welcome. And look at that stream element right on time. I also have merch available. There's your, hey, thank you, Fatty, for hosting my stream. Thank you, I greatly appreciate that. So I also have in the merch section.
Has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Pizza!
Kill Columbus!
You unfollowed and followed just for that, Pizza? That's too cute. I am anti-Columbus mugs, coffee mugs. Hey, thank you, Marks. I appreciate that. Tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. 86 Columbus confirmed. As well as sweaters and t-shirts available. I think you're able to pick your own size that you want. Like hearing means. Yeah, I know, right? As well as we seen the GoFundMe link that's still up from when I was doing my fundraiser for my birthday present back in January to get a new computer setup, a complete computer setup, which I have achieved, but we still managed to do that. Long story short, me and PayPal don't agree with each other. Long history. So being that the tips thing comes with PayPal focused mostly, so GoFundMe is the quickest, fastest way because it's like only a couple of days and boom, it comes to me. So yes, currently I am working on trying to get a new computer because mine is dead. So if you are fortunate enough and feel compassionate enough, if the spirit moves you, that's up to you. Any help is greatly appreciated and much respected and loved and cherished.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him! Kill Columbus!
Thank you for the follow, media. I appreciate that. And so that would be about the bestest that I can do for streaming. Or shilling, I should say. I'm always better at doing it for other people. Yes, subscribing gets you nice emotes that are indigenous emotes. Yes. Unlike no one else on Twitch that I have found so far has emotes like mine. So, yes, very unique. So these are things we learn, right? Like, the coolest of the cool indigenous emotes. Oh, Mago. Those who do a tier 3, this is tier 2 and tier 3. Okay. So the skull, the buffalo skull, is a tier 3 one. And this nice little dream catcher with 2 eagle feathers is a tier 2 one.
Columbus.
Hey, KDC. Thank you for the follow,
After
Catherine.
500 years, kill him!
Welcome in, Catherine.
Kill Columbus! Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follow, Anna.
Kill Columbus!
Welcome in. You just missed my poor attempt at shilling for myself. I still love that yeet Columbus back to the waters he crossed, except sans the ship. Yeah. So here we understand the difference. Honesty, right? Being honest with each other.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him! Kill Columbus!
Manchu 2 for 2, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing? See, they don't want you to understand these things. They're not being honest with you. They wouldn't know honesty if it hit them in the nose. although they know and understand that they're lying to you. Hey, Adia, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. And you're on a 3-month streak. Dang, 3 months. Some of you all have been subscribed to me for as long as some of the relationships I've had in my life. Awesome. See, this is what we talk about. When we talk about honesty, right? The Earth is starting with global warming to produce evidence and truth of these things. Because here in North America, they brainwash you with such massive lies and falsehoods to hide being on, and to hide and preserve the ideology, this falsehood of narrative of an ideology of capitalism, of colonialism, of authoritarianism. Looks like we need to break those records, eh? Right, Nikki? Right? It's so true. Americans are fed a huge pile of horse shit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner their entire lives. Right, Adia. See, this is what it is. Now, the ice caps are starting to, due to global warming, are starting to release their secrets. So how I would look at it myself is, Grandmother Earth is sick and tired here in North America of capitalists and colonialists' lies. It's falsehoods. And she's bringing forth evidence of truth and honesty, making scientists and the world have to start being honest. When Grandmother Earth speaks, she speaks very loudly. If you haven't noticed already. Mother Earth don't lie. That's right, Mago. Which is why in the Yukon, the melting of the ice caps, not the sliding ice, but the ice that sits steadfast, not only we full a white supremacy fanfic, thank you, Mr. Fancy Pants, we are also not taught and discouraged from searching the truth. Exactly, Dickie, exactly. Exactly. It is. So this is where we're seeing, this is what we're seeing, and we're starting to understand that whether you're willing to accept it or not, everything else around you is getting honest with you. Yes, Dickie, we are intellectually castrated. They wanted that. They wanted to bring your attention span down to a matter of minutes, even less than that. White supremacy fanfic is brilliant. I have been calling it American mythology, but this puts a finer point to it. Yeah, that is true, Carly Marx. It does put a finer point to it. Global warming, all these things that they told us, global warming isn't even a thing. It'll be hundreds of generations before we'll ever see anything about global warming. Oh, wait. They were saying that shit in like the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Manchon 33.
Kill Columbus!
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Climate change might force action in society. Yes, freak. Zippy, does that mean that people who still believe in the fanfic are intellectual units? Yeah, Zippy, that might be. Global warming is natural, but don't mention that it takes millions of years, not hundreds. Yes, Carly Marx. Hey, all right, well, Waxing, how you doing, Waxing? And thank you for lurking. So, this is what we look at when we talk about honesty, right? These corporations paid scientists to lie, and the population bought it hook, line, and sinkered. Well, why would scientists lie? Big paycheck? A big check? I think it's worth noting this was all known as early as 1850, pretty widespread. Yes, pizza. Yes, it was. But, hell, they were saying it back in the 1800s, London, back when the streets were constantly covered in smog from the sheer number of factories burning. Yes.
Columbus has to die.
New Acer, one good.
After 500 years, kill him!
New Acer, one good.
Kill Columbus!
Thank you for the follow. Yep, and then Exxon did even more research. Yes. And when the scientists that came out and were honest, speaking honestly, and talked about global warming is a real thing and it's going to come sooner than we think, if we keep doing this thing, the corporation sat back and said, oh, no, here, scientists. Here's like, $1 million or a couple $100,000. Lie. Tell them that it's not real. Interesting.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Well, Tash must bot too.
Kill Columbus!
Are we getting hit by spam bots? Responsibility, carbon footprint. Best PR agency. Yeah, exactly. Carly Marx. Exactly. Yeah, it does almost sound like it because the names that keep popping up seem to all be the same, like, unless someone has like a bunch of different different profiles made up. Hey, Bubbles. Those do smell a lot like bots. But I pretty real thought that Passato bot already had. That Acer one account kind of tripped us off on that, huh? To be honest. Yeah. Too slow for bot it was too slow for a bot attack. Yeah. Yeah, buddy, yeah. But it does make you wonder. Thank you, Mago, for the shout out for Comrade Bubbles. Please, everybody, please follow Comrade Bubbles if you're not yet. Yeah, I'm up for a while AFK, but all I'm hearing is Sue blowing up. Yeah, go ahead. The corporate think tanks rebranded global warming as climate change to sound less threatening. Yes, ATS. That is right. That is correct. So,
Columbus
hey,
has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Howdy, K-House.
Kill Columbus!
And welcome in, Raiders. That's K with their second account coming in as a party of one. No, just kidding. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for raiding. Thank you, Bubbles, for the shout out for K. Please, Raiders, remember to double click the live icon and possibly maybe have to refresh. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Wow. And in the same token, congratulations on beating Bezos. Damn. Nice. Awesome. So this is what we look at honesty, right? If we cannot be honest with ourselves, then we can't be honest with others. Damn, calm like a Tom. Thank you for the gifting 5 tier 1 subscriptions. Damn, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate that. Ooh, waxing. You got a gifty. Ooh, waxing got a gifty. Woohoo. And take back all those Bezos down. See, this is what we talk about when honesty, right? Being honest. So if you can't have an honesty with yourself and take an honest look at yourself, how are you going to be honest with other people? So this is where honesty comes into play. This is where we look
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Crazy
Kill Columbus!
Crazy Hawaiian PA, thank you for the follow. Although I'm really surprised that you weren't already following me. Or maybe you just like the sound alert so much, just like somebody we know, no name mentioned, pizza. And just refollowed. Oh, hello, Minnesota. Thank you very much. So this is what we look about, right? Pizza. See, these are things that we look about, right? Being honest within yourself and to yourself, right? And then allows you, when you're honest to yourself and to yourself, it allows you to be honest with other people. Therefore, you're able to build true, lasting, and honest relationships with people. And not always sexual ones. Yes. Pizza got had and he got. Bumped in to say aloha, but can't stay, rushing to get dinner on the table. We'll see you soon. Okay, KZ Hawaiian. Right, Mago? See, these are things that we look at, right? Within this understanding of when one becomes honest with oneself, then one can start to build a relationship with oneself in honesty and truth. Then one starts to blossom out from that in being honesty with others in their actions and the way they conduct themselves and the things they say and do as a whole. Therefore, it builds that strong community bond by being honest with each other. Builds friendships that are true friendships because you're being honest with each other. Remember how we were talking about before? Calling someone your friend and actually not really meaning that they're your friend? You cannot sit back and say to somebody, yeah, you're my friend, but the moment that that friend needs you in any way, shape, or form, you go, whatever, bye. You don't really mean shit to me. You cannot speak if you're being honest and having honesty and integrity in that honesty. You cannot speak something. I rarely call people my friend. Yeah, exactly, Zippo. If you cannot, see, that's what I mean. You have to be honest with yourself and with others. In honesty, you build real, true relationships that are long-lasting relationships and friendships. You build community. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Yeah, that is true, Pizza. See, that's what you mean by you have to be, taking honesty, having that integrity, that self-integrity, to be honest. To have that honesty. That when you speak that word of friendship or that you love someone, that you're speaking it as truth, that it is real, not just a placated word to make someone feel better, but not really ever truly meaning it. I take the word friend seriously and I don't trust many people. Exactly, right? Exactly, right? When you call someone friend, it's not something spoken lightly. So honesty is a very integral part of this whole process, right? Learning to be honest, learning to speak truth. Because we're taught from a very young age to lie to each other. Hey, grandma makes shitty food, but because we don't want grandma's feelings hurt, we'll lie to her. Rather than saying, hey, grandma, having compassion, saying, grandma, maybe you might want to try adding this to help with the food. Or, grandma, can I help cook? And then you help add to make the food taste better. You're not being dishonest, you're being honest. And you're putting words into action. And you're having compassion on your loved one. Sounds like how we treat the word comrade. To be honest, comrade equals those we trust to have our backs. It's not something we use lightly. Exactly. Exactly. Now we're getting into the next one. Generosity. In this world today, we have greatly lost our sense of giving and generosity. We have the general mindset of how will this benefit me, or what can I get out of this? However, the Lakota, it will. Oh, however, the Lakota people recognize that to give is to keep the earth in balance. For we cannot just take, and expect the planet to remain in alignment. They teach us to give as much as you can and to help your fellow brothers and sisters if they need assistance. Care for others like family and only take what you need. Well, there are plenty of people that are in need, but we don't think about them. Or we say, well, I only want to give to white people because only white people are worthy of receiving my money or help. Or if I give, then I won't have enough just for me to get this new fancy dancy shiny flashy thing. Sure, Mago. Sometimes too, giving money makes people things makes people think that it is the end of their activity. Yeah, I think that it's the end of their activity. Yeah, but it's not just that. Up to you. Do you want to jump in or do you want to just type it? Let me know. We'll see if we can figure out Discord. Okay, we'll go. You as mod should be able to get into live, Mago.
Sue, you got me?
Hey, I hear you. Let's see. Can everybody hear Mago? Just doing a sound check. Let's see if we can get this working.
S1, 2. You good?
I'm here. I'm here. I know it's peaking a little, but I think we can hear.
All right, cool.
All right. So if he's peaking a little, let me see here. Do test 1 2 1 2 again.
S1, 2 1 2.
Everybody hearing? All right, we have sound.
You have the sound, international sound. So I was just gonna say that I had heard a story where this guy a while ago he had gone out and met up with a bunch of traders and stuff, and he had a really good trap line. So he went out and he got all kinds of goods, cloth, blankets, all kinds of food, guns, all kinds of good stuff, like enough for a village. That's how good he was. So he didn't really have that many people where he came from his town. So he's on the way back. He's thinking like, oh, I'm gonna go see who needs this stuff here, but I got a few things to ask him. So the first village he comes across, he goes and he finds the Ogima, kind of the ones there, and he asks that guy, who's the worst off person here? I got all this stuff, and if you can tell me who the worst off person here is, I'll give you all these things here. So that chief, that headman, he goes, yeah. Well, you know, this old lady down here, she's pretty just pitiful, you know. Her kids died, her husband died, her grandkids moved away. She don't really got much going for her, you know, and brings her to her, and she's kind of skinny and, you know, pretty pitiful. But you give her a little food, and he said, well, sorry there, chief, this ain't where I'm looking to drop these things off. And he took off, went down to the next village. He said, oh, there's a head one here, I gotta ask him something, I got all this stuff. So he asked him again, you know, who's the worst off amongst your town here? He goes, oh yeah, this guy here, you know, he had an accident, so he can't really get out and get too much stuff. He can't really run his trap line or anything anymore. So he's he ain't doing too hot. He's just kind of off by himself, you know. No one pays too much attention to him. And sure enough, he was. This guy's kind of in a pitiful state. And saw that, and he gave that guy a little gift. He turned around to that chief and he said, sorry, man, this isn't what we're looking for. I gotta carry on here. So he goes down to the next place on the way home. He asks the head one there. He goes, oh, who's I got all this stuff. Who's the worst off person here, you know? Tell me that, I'll give you all this stuff. That chief, he was head people there. They kind of looked around. Said, you know what, I'm sorry, I can't get the stuff, man. One's really too bad off. We're all kind of shaky. Our trap lines haven't been too full. But we've all been kind of shaky. That guy looked at him and he goes, you know what, you guys better just take this stuff. You've been taking care of each other. And you're doing it how you're supposed to be doing it. Have each other's backs. So I want you to have all this stuff here and help you till you have a little better luck. So it's kind of the story I wanted to share real quick.
That's a good story.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's kind of how we're supposed to be, you know, just everyone looking out for each other.
Yeah, that's how we're supposed to be. We're supposed to be looking after each other. That's how we're going to survive. We've survived that way for generations on this planet, pre-capitalism. And even still,
there wasn't.
Go ahead, bro.
Oh no, there wasn't. Oh no, when we were doing things, you know, the right way, there wasn't that awful left out person or out of town or whatever.
See,
you're doing good stuff here, Sue. I thought I'd jump on and share a little story.
That's awesome. I greatly appreciate that, Kola.
Well,
you still want to hang out or what? Up to you.
Yeah, I'm all done working, man. I can hang out.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, well, you know. I don't know if I can do two things on this thing at once. I'm not as skilled and talented as some of y'all with computers. So But
if
it's
you
all
got to
good.
bust back, I can just listen.
No, it's all good, bro. All good, all good, all good. See, these are things that we look at, right? That works in what we're talking about. Because what we look at in traditional teachings when it comes to our way of life, these are laws or way of life that all indigenous people have. And not just the Lakota or us Sioux people, all nations have these teachings.
Yeah, I mean, for what I've always remembered too, as far as going to elders, asking for advice about you know things like dealing with these pipelines and these mines and stuff, and really just taking care of things that need to be taken care of. I've
Mhm.
always heard back from them, and they say, we ask them what tools we need, and they tell us, you guys, you got all the tools that you need.
Mm.
It's just a matter of the will to get together and use them, and use them for good.
Mm. And that is very true. If you use the tools that you have for good and to help people, you gain much wealth out of that. It might not be monetary value.
Yeah, you can't. No, you won't get the payoff from the extraction. But you'll get the payoff of this place is going to take care of you and your relatives
Mm-hmm.
if you take care of them.
Mm-hmm.
You take care of the water and the environment in the way you're supposed to. Because we don't last long without any of those things.
This
A
is
couple days
true.
without water,
Mm-hmm.
you can't drink an Enbridge check. Or the guys that do take it, they might, but around here,
You see, when you destroy the very thing that feeds you and keeps you alive and breathing, you're only shooting yourself in the foot.
for sure. And that goes to that um, authoritarianism of capital, of that money.
Mm-hmm.
It's just blinding. I mean, I've had friends that were drug dealers and shit. They and they said it themselves. It's like they felt bad, like they were hurting people, but they're like, I'm blinded by that money. My eyes turn green right
Mm-hmm.
from their mouths. It's like, man, that's some sickness there.
Mm-hmm. It is true. It's you see, they want us to be sick and brainwashed while they are enjoying all kinds of subsidies, socialism programs, all kinds of welfare help, all kinds of things in that big corporation and 1% class. They're enjoying all of those things while brainwashing the rest of the population into believing that we are undeserving of it.
Yeah, it's extraction. It's like Kenny always says, you know, that's that extractivist mindset that's truly a sickness and just turns, you know, people in the environment into something you just suckle money out of until it dries up or collapses. People are just deemed replaceable, you know?
Mm-hmm. And yeah, yeah, Enbridge is out there funding American police departments. Yes. You get so much for free when you are rich. It's such an upside down system. Yes, it is. See, that's what they called what was his name again?
Verse Robin Hoods?
No. Reagan economics, the trickle down effect. Give the rich people all this money and they'll pass it out and it'll all trickle down to everyone else. But it never has.
A trickle down, it was just piss.
Exactly. Piss and shit. It's got nothing to do with anything else. Every time that they give these people all this money, this is how we see it. Prime example is happening very much today, where through this whole entire pandemic, the rich and big corporations have increased their wealth, while the population of even the middle class has gotten closer to poverty. Even the upper middle class has gotten closer to poverty. That gap is widening. While people are losing money, these rich people and big corporations have gained tremendous wealth through a pandemic.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at bottom, whatever it was, like 90-some%, there's like a negative, I don't remember what it was, $250 billion lost since the pandemic, and you look on the other side of that ledger, where you've got like the top 1% gaining nearly $1 trillion themselves.
You know,
doesn't take a genius. Where's the transfer?
Doesn't take a genius to figure that one out.
Yeah, you know, you don't need double-sided ledger accounting degrees to figure that out. That's for sure.
Yeah, fish bread. Yeah, trickling is just pissing and diarrhea, and they only value things and beings for the wealth that can be extracted from them. Exactly, March.
Yeah, you know, that's that transactional nature of, you know, just relationships that seems to be in general now. Like you were saying that, you know, that word friend used to, like in Schnabem, it was Jikiwe. That means like my sibling, my fellow person. It because there was you know, some connection there. Wasn't thrown around lightly, but it was used a lot more prevalently.
Yeah,
because there wasn't that exchange nature in relationships.
Yeah. And hi, Missy. And yeah, notice they don't say middle class anymore. It's working class. Exactly, because you are cattle. You are the serfs. This is feudalism at its finest. They are the lords. If you don't... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying, you know, if you call anyone the middle class and kind of look where they lay on that distribution of wealth, it's virtually non-existent anyway. It's everyone's just getting down to the have-nots and the have-everythings.
See, then they go and tell you, like, you know, oh, look, hey, look. Yeah, they spent it to buy their 7th couple of $1 million yacht. It's like, yeah, and they gave that money to another rich motherfucker who's in that 1% class. or big
Yeah,
corporation. It had nothing to do with some small business man.
no, not at all. They just the revenue on those kind of things. Oh, what is it, $20 million yacht or something?
Mm-hmm.
No, they got all the materials from it from somewhere that they probably paid pennies on the dollar for extracting it out of somewhere that needs money. Just yeah, I mean that's the only place where the money is now.
Yep. See, these are things that. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say it. And these like you've got the bailouts. They just kept people up with their car payments, maybe, because at that point they just having a car, you're in debt.
Yeah. Look at now. They don't want you to buy a car outright. They want you to finance it for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And in that 4 years' time, you're financing, you paid that vehicle twice. You paid for 2 vehicles for the price for receiving one. Hey, Comrade Ketty.
Oh.
Speaking of
Comrade.
the man, the myth, the legend, Comrade Ketty, how you doing, Kola? I know 120 bars and restaurants that closed in Toronto. A lot couldn't get the government relief programs. Meanwhile, the biggest companies in Canada did qualify for those relief programs. Rogers made $300 million profit and got $40 million in salary subsidies. They used to pay out dividends and buy back stock, which increased the price of the stock. Exactly, Kenny. You won't own anything and you'll be happy. Yeah.
Yeah, and then those same people that get all that, they really have the nerve to sit here and bitch about CERB.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's
See,
just unreal.
Even up here in Canada, these companies went in and got all this money to make sure that they didn't fire employees during this pandemic, but still the government covered the payroll for it. After receiving the money, these companies turned around and started firing people and kept the payroll, kept that money that the government gave them to make sure that people didn't lose their jobs and to cover that payroll of it.
Has to die.
See, no, they're going to turn around and say that's smart business, but any normal thinking person would say that's something called theft.
Yep. That would be, if I did that to somebody else, I would be charged with theft without a question.
Absolutely. And
welcome in person who followed. Thank you very much for the follow.
Smedley Butler was right. It sounds kind of sus. Smedley Butler was the guy that wanted to perform a coup on FDR.
Mm-hmm. People know what they're doing. Yeah, exactly, Kenny, right? Going out to the... Okay, Bubbles. Oops. Butler called it out.
Oh, he called it out. I got that backwards.
Yeah, look at in 2008 when the market crashed and the United States government told the Treasury branch to cough out money to cover people's homes so people wouldn't lose their homes. Next thing you know, the banks all took that money and ran. And they still foreclosed on people's homes.
Oh, in fraudulent ways where they didn't have the paperwork on it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a massive fraud. I see Smedley. I had it backwards.
Smedley, what up? How you doing? And yes, he called out the military-industrial complex. War is a racket. Yes, it is a racket. Hey, the prophet. Butler was approached by the businessmen for the overthrow, and he, in turn, turned them in, and nothing came of it. Yeah, exactly.
I think that was like Ford and all them.
Yeah. No, he didn't. He didn't want to perform a coup. He was asked to perform the coup and refused. Smiley Butler wrote the book War is a Racket, telling about how much money U.S. made in war. He died in 1940. Yeah. Hey, Yesu. I was typing that. I'm going outside to the park. And we'll see you all soon. Okay, Bubbles. Have a good time out there. Hopefully,
hey, Bubbles, have fun.
Yeah, hopefully you enjoy the sun. Make sure you don't get sunburned, please. Boop, I'm late to the party. Hey. So these are things that we look at, right? The same thing. The government threw out a mass load of money to cover people's rents so that these landlords would have all of their reasonings for charging you rent covered, like their loans and mortgages and stuff would all be covered. And told the public and told the landlords to deal fairly with their tenants, in all honesty and fairness, because they've already paid them all the rent for that whole entire year. They took that check to the bank, jumping in gleeful joy. And then as soon as the rent charging hold came off, they bombarded the courts with millions of eviction notices, claiming that you owe them back rent plus interest on that back rent. Greedy motherfuckers. They've already received their rent. Now they want more.
They're just... Gosh, Carpe's got a great soundboard effect that all landlords are parasites. That's pretty good and pretty appropriate there.
Yeah, exactly, Zippy, right? Your landlord changed the lease and increased the rent last year. Yet they're not supposed to do that during a pandemic. It's in the law. They're not supposed to gouge in any pandemic or any crisis. That's the same.
It's just
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
No, they're practicing disaster capitalism.
Mm-hmm. Yet,
why bottles of water, after a hurricane cost $5.
And previously was like $2.
What's that? God, how scummy.
It is. Think about it. I was shaking my head when I heard about the stimulus of $1,400. And I was like, okay, as helpful as that might be, but I guarantee you the first people that are going to be standing at your door waiting at the mailbox is going to be the landlord saying, give me those checks. Sign them over right now. You owe me rent. Even though they already received your rent money.
Yeah, they're just double dipping.
Mm-hmm. It's called legally, and they said that they could legally do it because the loopholes he found. Yeah, the loopholes they found because they're not interested in making sure that you get treated justly and fairly. The housing justice people I know have said that the CDC eviction moratorium has been used in only like 20% of the eviction cases. Yeah. Legality matters only so far as the law is enforced. Yeah. They don't even make it so the debt collectors couldn't garnish it. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Loopholes are...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they that first round of checks they had it where it was direct, where it couldn't be garnished or intercepted or anything. But I don't think they left any such protections with this last round.
No, they don't give a shit. It's all, the sooner people wake up and smell the coffee that the government and these 1% people don't give two fucks about you, the sooner everybody can wake up and realize, shit, why the fuck do we need these fuckers? Literally, why the fuck do we need these fuckers? Why do we vote for these fucking dickwads that get into office and don't do a fucking thing but collect a check?
They keep at a point where you hold over your head that you're going to end up with someone like, Marine Le Pen or Donald Trump or Bolsonaro or whatever. Like they have people that are just precarious enough that they're not on Skid Row. That these other guys are just going to be openly and buffoonishly cruel. As the people that are voting for against them, your Bidens, your Trudeaus, they are cloaked in that humanitarian language, but are still just as terrible and destructive as many ways as these other ones.
Yeah. Like literally Trudeau, the Supreme Court of Canada voted or ruled that the Canadian government owes all the indigenous children and people who were in child welfare at any point in time money. The Canadian government went, nah, we're going to take that to court. We're going to go back and fight that in court. That's what Trudeau said. It's like, we're going to fight kids?
He'd rather spend more money fighting the shit in court than paying out the fucking money that these kids was owed.
I
mean, if that doesn't tell you the motivation behind actually not behind not doing something that is necessary but insufficient in the first place. I mean, you're fooling yourself that this black face and fail son is worth a shit.
And Missy, don't worry. We all know you're being sarcastic about greed. It's all good. We know. We know. Don't worry. We know who you are, Missy. It's all good.
Just because I'm such a wise ass that I gotta remind myself to cap once in a while. Depending where I am. I don't have to do it so much in your chat, but other places they probably think I'm just a fucking psychopath. Because there are weirdos like that.
Yeah, and Kenny, you're right. You're right, because it would set precedent. Whiteness is so fucking violent, dude. It's why we have to hold it to account. If they pay out for this harm, that means they'll have to pay out for other harms, and eventually the biggest harm, land theft. You're right.
Big facts.
Yet
but they're slippery sloping that.
I've sat there with politicians in the Liberal Party under Trudeau's government and told them, hey, either you cut it out now and you put an end to this shit, or for generations down the line, you're going to have the taxpayers paying out, because you've already seen these courts are saying now, no, this shit's fucking wrong. So instead of having the Canadians, everyone in Canada paying through their taxes for these genocidal acts and crimes, why don't you just put an end to it?
Well, because and I'm sure they gave you some sort of wishy-washy him and ha answer.
Oh, yeah. Oh, always.
But the thing is, Yeah, you know, and that's just to try to save face. But the thing is what like Kenny was saying is that opens the door. It sets a precedent to where correcting these wrongs will end up at its logical conclusion of ending up with land back.
Yeah. See, and Kenny's got a point too as well. Land back is the key to bringing the whole thing down. Canada's entire claim is resource-rich land. Without that claim to land, Canada has nothing. That also includes United States, because its also entire claim of wealth and being is resource-rich land. That is stolen land. Landlords that are sitting there after receiving money to make sure that your rent is covered for a year, then charging you rent on top of that late payment, and then late fees and interest rates on that late fees. Hey, Stealth, off of stolen
Yeah, I mean,
land.
Well, look at where all these you know, basically rich people, they park their money to more or less evade tax.
Mm-hmm.
They put it in real estate and art, and primarily real estate. I mean, you look at all these empty multi-million-dollar places in the city.
Mm.
That's deriving value off of that land, and is just really a scheme.
What's Elmington? Hey, Stealth, thank you for the lurk.
Edmonton.
Do you mean Edmonton? Like up in Canada, like in Alberta, Canada, Edmonton? Or what do you mean, Missy? Sorry, I'm not fully understanding you.
Alberta, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Halberton?
Exactly. Holy shit.
Leamington, Ontario. I don't know if they got land back, as per se.
Wasn't that those Hurons or Haudenosaunee? I don't remember.
Yeah,
I
I
remember
think
when I was a kid there.
I think that was the argument. I think that was the argument for the land became the chunk of land that was in question had became empty spaces, and it was going to eminent domain for a city to use. And the indigenous people there were like, no, this is part of the treaty, and if it's becoming empty, then it is our traditional lands that you had no right to touch in the first place. And I think that was the whole entire thing with it, if I'm not mistaken.
I remember there was an incident there. It was a standoff and everything back when I was a kid.
Yeah, Oka crisis. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. I was a young man at that time. I was in my early 20s.
I wasn't quite that old, but no, I'm just kidding.
Come on now. I already feel like a boomer, or like a boomer, because Kenny posted up a Twitter link, but I can't do it on this thing and at the same time still having us on speaker conversation, because I haven't figured that shit out yet.
I would have no fucking clue how to do that.
We're boomers over here. We're boomers over here. Where's their call for First Nation reserve status? Missy, you're in our Discord, right? And Kenny, you're in our Discord as well. Please feel free to post both of those links in the Discord, please, if you would be so kind. And I will, as soon as possible, get to them. Please and thank you.
So that link was that Ontario Provincial Police spent $16.3 million in 6 months policing the Haudenosaunee-led occupation of 1492 Landback Lane.
Ah, yeah. We covered that as well a bit here on this channel too with Pam Palmater.
Right.
Yeah.
That was over 16 mil there. He spent 13 mil out in Wet'suwet'en.
Mm-hmm. That's a whole lot of fucking waste of money.
Oh yeah, yeah, and it does come from the state.
It comes from taxes.
Exactly. Early was responding to some wise. The blockades and fires were not on native land. We were on a provincial highway and on a street in Caledonia. Your facts straight. So of course Terrell responds: the provinces are racist concepts which operate illegally in First Nations territory. Get your facts straight.
Missy, that link to join the Discord should work. So if anyone wishes to join the Discord, the link was just pointed in chat. It should work. If it doesn't work, please let me know, and I'll get you a fresh one. But it should work, because other people have used it as well. So I do see Zippy has joined the Discord, so the link works. Yay!
All right.
Hi, Zippy. Welcome into the Discord.
I hear more landing.
Hey! Brew Midnight. Welcome in, both of you. Welcome to the Discord. You've now joined the elite of the elite. I'm just kidding. Your new name is Fire Chief Bob. That's it, yeah. Hey, Tim, welcome into the Discord as well.
No, I was typing out earlier in the chat there how when I was younger, we had our powwow going on our res, and the grounds back then were across from where we had a little bowling alley and casino, and we had some tourists come out, and me and my buddy were heading in there. She looked across and she looked at us, and she was like, "Are they using real Indians for the powwow this year? Or are they?"
Jesus. Fucking Christ. What the fuck?
I'm a little lighter, but my homie, he was pretty damn dark, and he clearly could tell he was, native. He goes, "Nah, man, we had to rent a bunch of Mexicans this year. We didn't have anybody that could cut the mustard." Just like, what the hell are they asking?
When all you see is Hollywood Indians and the old cowboy movies where they had white people painted up in brown skin. Hey, welcome back, Destroyer. That's all they understand. They don't see that we're real people. We really still exist. We're really still here. Hey, Smedley, thank you for jumping in. Welcome to the server. Welcome to the Discord server.
Yeah, I was kind of telling that story earlier when I was heading out by my uncle's, and his wife at the time, her only knowledge of indigenous people was those old westerns, and she asked him, she was like, "How are we to communicate with him?"
After 230-year fight, Caldwell First Nation has a reserve status. Oh, wow. And then recently with Caldwell First Nations finally being able to achieve their reserve status. Wow. That is fucked up. That is extremely fucked up. See, this is the thing
But
because we still have in Canada, we still have tribes that are unrecognized, just the same as we have in the states. There's tribes that are unrecognized,
hmm
and the sole purpose of that is to keep our numbers on paper down, so that these people can sit back and say things like, "Oh well, you're only 5% of the population." No, motherfucker, we're not. We're a lot more of the population than that. Do you know what I mean? Like for real. Like what the fuck? Um,
yeah,
and
and another part of that
mm,
is when you have unrecognized people, is that there's and they did this with you know termination and what have you. It takes don't have any treaty obligations to you then. You're totally off the hook. You're just a U.S. citizen.
yeah.
Now, for as however much they do actually fulfill obligations, you know, you're not recognized. You're not bound to get very much.
Oh shit. I closed things
Okay,
that I
bud.
shouldn't have closed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm good. I just closed things I shouldn't have closed.
You putting that 27 tabs to shame?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I f- I feel you, man. My Chrome on my work computer is a mess.
To
That's
35
another
pounds.
thing too is we're trying to be no uh, not just because it's good for our people, but for as far as um, you know protecting against any future termination efforts, which is why we're trying to lead into language revitalization and gaining some of our land base.
hmm And
And we're always in precarity with that because there's numerous court rulings that say that because we have to deal with U.S. courts,
hmm
that the treaties with us are not a legal thing, but
hmm
an honor bound thing. So
yeah, but they
it's
also they also throw in that doctrine of discovery and manifest destiny bullshit all the time.
that's why they don't teach about those large cities that you were showing everyone earlier, and
hmm
or about that adds it diminishes that whole concept, as
Yes,
bullshit as it is in the first place.
exactly. They cannot honestly sit back and allow the population to truly know how much bullshit and falsehood all that truly is. They can't allow it. They can't allow the population to realize that they've been force fed a bunch of malarkey.
Yeah, otherwise, you end up having to deal with really quite a mass
Yeah,
reckoning,
yeah.
and
It's why
changes your whole relationship as far as
it's why
citizenry and settlership and all that.
well it's also why you see them constantly trying to make infighting between our African relatives who were brought over as slaves and us, indigenous people. Well, and I got to go, but I'd be back. Okay, Zippy. They want to keep this infighting. So long as they can keep everybody fighting, they don't have to deal with any of it. And there are people today who literally get paid by different corporations, 1% rich people, and the government to do all this propaganda to ensure that people continuously still fight amongst each other rather than seeing the truth. It still goes on to this very day. My friend, who is a paleontologist, was telling me that back in when the North and South were at war in the States, there was some parts of the Cherokee Nation that partook in slavery because they were already starting to brainwash them into believing that they were white and that the white world is the only thing available to them. And the old ways, indigenous ways,
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him! Kill Columbus!
Welcome in and thank you for the follow. These are things that they kept teaching and talking about. And I think what really makes me shake my head is that they had these people believing, some of these Cherokee believing, that slavery was acceptable because the white man said so, and therefore Jesus has said so, and Jesus is God, and their God is holier than thou. When in reality, what we're looking at is that sparked the whole entire war between the Cherokee nations, where the traditional Cherokee that still maintained and kept their spiritual way of life and their traditions had to go to war with the other Cherokee that were doing this. And it wasn't like a huge bunch of them. It was only a small group of them. And literally had to wipe them out. Because, hey, you fucked up. That's not how we are. And we're not going to allow you to continue that behavioral pattern. Because you're destroying us as a nation.
Yeah.
So I heard, these are things that I have, oh, trust me, I double check and triple check everything I ever talk about, say, do everything, triple check and double check. I'm always checking everything that I possibly can from as many as the reliable sources that I have at my availability. And the other part of that is when we talk about the prophet, welcome into the Discord as well. When we talk about honesty, right? And humility. Going, okay, if I got something incorrect, then I have to own it and be honest and speak about it. And then speak truth to it.
That's being honest with yourself.
Yes, and also being honest with others.
No, that makes you stronger.
And it makes everybody else stronger. In the same token too. Because we as a community grow in strength and truth. Right?
For sure. No, I got a little bit of distortion that last little bit there.
Yeah, all good. It happens.
Oh.
It's either Discord or Twitch or all of the above, one of the others.
I know, it was pot liquors. Bet you haven't heard that one in a while.
I haven't heard that one in a while either, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, those that's the thing though, is you're looking at those teachings you're doing. You know, they're Lakota. They're very similar, and Dickie can attest to this. His grandfather teachings, like what Ojibwe have, and they're pretty similar to other things I've heard from people from other nations. But that's they're not this dogmatic hierarchical thing. It's about finding a balance with yourself, and you know where you are and what you're doing, and being a part of all creation.
Yeah, and this is what we would call a universal truth. Whether it's indigenous people from Turtle Island to the Pacific Islanders to Africa to Jamaica to New Zealand to Australia, even into Asia, it's a universal truth.
And in Europe too?
Maybe in some of the older ones that Christianity worked its ass off to try and destroy and get rid of.
They got colonized too.
Yeah, they got colonized too over there. Christianity started its colonization early. I think the start of it was in the Greek and Roman times, where they started doing this conquest and colonization.
Yeah, I don't know that Silver actually is pretty heady on that whole thing. I mean, they're pretty militaristic, you know. Knows a lot about it too. He was really throwing down knowledge. You and him and Silver the other day, man, that was awesome. Yeah, I mean that was those truths you're talking about. That's like I was kind of getting at in that Kwame Ture video I linked up earlier, where Marx can't invent socialism. He can't. He can only observe it and report on it.
Yeah, and Pizza says
we got these things all over.
Yeah, and Pizza says it's complicated to point to a start date, but Charlemagne is where whiteness starts against Germans of all people. Yeah, right.
Go figure.
Go figure. Yeah, really. Like damn. Like the Celtics, yeah, who surprisingly had a large amount of Europe as their indigenous range. Yeah, and they wiped them out and almost completely wiped them out of any existence. Their culture, their way of life, everything, their spiritual practice. Druidry was almost completely wiped out, literally. Like even the Druids today and Celtics today still sit back and say that they haven't completely gotten all of the teachings and history of it back. There's still huge chunks that are missing. That's the same with ours too, Kola. When it comes to our indigenous, right? We're still working on getting back things that our ancestors knew that were lost due to the genocide.
And these things are, you know, it's part of the process, and it's a living kind of thing in itself. It's got a bit of a life of its own, and when you're tapped into these teachings and everything, they have a way of manifesting again, and and being empowering.
Yeah, and I think there's still a lot that we're still trying to gain back But I don't think at this time we're fully ready for it, if that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean? We're not fully at that point of being completely ready for those teachings to come back fully, or ceremonies.
Yeah.
Like, I know for us Sioux, one of the 7 sacred rites of the pipe, or ceremonies within the pipe, that still hasn't been found to this day, or even though people have been praying, fasting, and everything to try and gain it back, was the throwing of the medicine ball.
Oh.
And that ceremony is still eluded today. It's still elusive. We haven't gotten it back yet. That's the last ceremony out of the 7 secret rites of the pipe that we have, that we're still working on trying to bring back. I don't know whether, you know what I mean?
Like I was saying, you know, that's yeah, I mean, but the thing is like I was saying, it's kind of it has that process has a life of its own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And when, you know, and that's when it'll come as it's got to come.
Mm.
When it's, you know, ripe.
Yeah.
It may take, you know, things are kind of awful anyways, but, you know, it may take the time where, you know, you've got to finally have it to where people are like, oh, this whole capital kind of way, this wanting, you know, letting money rule you is not the way to go. And maybe that's when it shows up. They might have to get sick of that supremacist notions of, you know, saying enough's enough. Maybe then, who knows?
Mm. Yeah.
Here, Katsuni.
Yeah, sometimes Twitch is...
Might be overloading you.
Huh? Might be what?
I might be overloading you here, Sue. So
no, I don't think you're overloading me, but...
Anyway, that's you know, kind of maybe what I think of the whole process. And I try not to be too declarative of anything, but just kind of what I see.
Yeah. Yeah, I think like Fish sits there and says, I'm a Celt actually, and Ireland is the last stronghold of the Celts, which is being occupied by England, and been trying to learn about my heritage and reclaim it from white supremacy. But I feel like it's tricky because of the Celts now being white passing in this day and age. Yeah, yeah, and Destroyer says the same in that aspect for that. I just see it's sometimes see, this is the whole entire thing. Like, they went out of their way to make sure that they destroyed as much as they possibly could. And I'm sure somewhere in England sits a whackload of things in some museum somewhere that they've kept hidden from the rest of the world. Yes, don't be assimilated in whiteness. It's the deal with the devil. Yeah, right, Pizza? It's the deal with the devil.
For real. It's a good way to put it.
Mm. So when we look
it's
at...
I was gonna say it's not the deal with that guy that got the lap dance. It's worse.
Yeah. See, then we also have one of the other laws is humility. Another value this world could do much more of. The Lakota live humbly and simply. They don't believe in begging or bragging or embellishing. They live in according to the laws of nature, and nature never needs to overcompensate for anything. She just exists in her perfect harmony, without needing to show off or gain acceptance from anyone or anything. The Lakota believe in strength of character and honor, and both of these require great humility.
Yeah. I mean, it's that we got humility too in some of our teachings like that, where you understand um you're in the creation like this, that we're all dependent, and all need help from each other, from the natural world, and just the basic necessities of surviving, and emotionally, socially, spiritually. Just think that you're above all that is not the way to do it.
Mm, that's true. This is what when I talk about when I was talking about earlier about going out and spending a few days homeless, um, and getting that it's about humility, right? Being humble enough and having that humility. So, because our ego and the way they teach us is to brag and exaggerate and to overcome, like, you know what I mean? Remember they teach you, oh, put your best foot forward, whatever you're doing, whether you're meeting a woman or a man or your partner, um, or you're going for a job interview, or whatever you're doing, you put your best foot forward. So you're bragging and you're exaggerating. You're overcome.
That ain't the whole.
Hmm?
Yeah, that ain't the whole picture. So I'm amazed I ever got a job. I put both my feet forward, and they're both pretty out there.
Yeah. So that's what we look at, right? Like this this colonial life, or not even a life, this colonial ideology that they have built into people, this capitalist ideology, okay, teaches you to lie, to brag and embellish, meaning you're trying to make yourself look better and sound better than you actually are in order to sell yourself, whether it's to a partner in a relationship, whether it's to your landlord or a landlord to get housing, whether it's to an employer to get employment. You're bragging and embellishing yourself. They teach you this when you don't need to do that.
Yeah, it's a pretty big insecurity doctrine. I mean, besides those like interpersonal ways, I mean, it shows up in its fragility. I mean, look at that fucking boat that got stuck in the Suez. That shit was burning up millions of dollars per minute in block trade. And that's that maybe you would think that would maybe humble things a little bit, but of course the insecurity will show through, and they're
Well,
on to the next thing already.
not just that. Like, okay, so say you meet your partner and you want to spend the rest of your life with this person. So you put your supposed best foot forward, meanwhile you're bragging and embellishing who you truly are in order in hopes to attract that person becomes attracted to you and wants to spend the rest of their life with you. We're taught to present
Yeah,
a
but that's
solid
not
front
even
no
you.
matter what we are doing. Yeah. But that's not even you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So once that person really realizes and sees who you truly are, you've lied to them. And the relationship ends. Sometimes people can manage that until they get married, and then all of a sudden there's a whole shit fuggery in itself to deal with. Or after they've had a couple of kids and married and had a couple of kids, and that's a shit ton of fuckery that you have to go through that. Meanwhile, you could have just been honest and humble. And
spared a whole lot of
drama and
around.
bullshit. Yeah.
Feel
See,
that.
we all still remember when people, we tell people, just be yourself. But put your best foot forward, brag and exaggerate yourself.
It's not even
But
the
just
same
be
thing.
yourself. It's not the same thing. Being yourself means being humble and being honest about who you are. Having that honesty.
Yeah. Oh, and
exactly, Frisch. The best you is the regular you.
Yeah. I mean, what
And
else
if,
are you gonna be?
and if that person don't like you for you and doesn't want to be a part of your life in that way, well, then sucks to be them. This is the thing where we see this constantly. It's like this world today, because of all of this bullshit, doesn't know how to communicate with each other. Yes, Destroyer, you
It's
have to
just,
be humble in order to learn.
and it's just that whole even fucking advertising culture and stuff. Trying to look young and trying to have as much drip as you can.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, all that's cool, but don't worry so much.
You even see it in those old cowboy and Indian movies. We see it in Hollywood, the Hollywood Indian. The guy who sits there and, ugh, me big warrior. Me bring many horses. Me have many hunting. Me have many scalps. Me. And it's like, what the fuck? That shit was never in our language or our lifestyle.
The fuck Indian said that?
None. None. There is no true indigenous person on this planet that in the history, pre-colonization, has ever said that. None. Only after maybe percent of like residential school and boarding schools and being taught Christianity and these things that this has come into play. But no real native person has ever stated those things. Not at all. Hey, Astro. Hey there. First time I managed to actually catch a stream. I love to chat to you about native religion sometimes. Sure. Don't like me? Good. Let's not waste our time. Exactly, pizza. Exactly. I believe my home care is here, so I'm going to let you entertain our company, Mago.
All right, good with me.
Because I don't like to have my mic on while they're here, so I don't
No, that's perfectly understandable.
Yeah, so it won't be
Yeah.
it won't be too long. Just don't make them all run away, okay?
Oh shit, that's a heavy order, buddy.
I know, right?
No, we'll be here for you, man. Go get taken care of.
All right, I'll be back shortly.
Sounds good. What's going on, chat? So, like Sue was kind of saying there about humility. And we my language in Ojibwe actually have a word that kind of loosely translated into that concept, and it's Basin is a win. Oh yeah, we're doomed now, pasta. Yeah, Basin is a win. It literally means like you think lowly of yourself, but not in a self like in a low self-esteem kind of way, in an understanding that you need to rely on your your fellow human, natural world, people's generosity, and really understand that you know don't have to do that big don't need truck nuts and roll coal and that sort of thing. It's I kind of think of it as the ultimate BDE, if you all know what I mean. To be humble in that way and really understand that, if not for the just the generosity of nature and your family and your friends and neighbors, that you really will get to pursue your dreams and your relationships, and really how you want to go about your life. It's just keeping that in mind so you're not too big for your britches and hurting others. And exactly, Pasa, being grounded is really a big part of this. And that way you're not um, exploiting, understanding that there's a reciprocity involved, not in an exchange-based way, but really in a way that's dependent and reifies life. Um, so yeah, I think it's kind of how I've learned, and really a lot of what I'm taking from Sue. Streamer Pog. I don't know their rants. It's just oh, oh no, Sue's getting grilled about Jason Kenny. They might mauled a little bit here. But from what I understand, Jason Kenny isn't involved interested in much of anything good. And and even down here in the States, I've heard what a kind of an asshole that guy is. Sorry, Duke. Time to nuke. Get out of here, buddy. Want to become famous by followers? No, not so much. I don't want Sue going anywhere near that. Hey, Sue ain't even got to be on, and he's already spitting fire. He's laying flame to his home health care. Oh, Astro, I'm a Anishinaabe or Ojibwe from United States. Um, I just got onto Twitch and started running my mouth in the chat, and La Sue was kind enough to have me on. We don't gotta pay for followers, pasta. Lasso is fire. That's Missy Molessi. Jason Kenny is most definitely a piece of shit. Oh, hey, Dickie. How's it going there, Niji? Honey. Hey. Yeah, from the sounds of it, and I just heard about this recently that Alberta is having their own version of, oh, what the hell did he call that? The goodness, white supremacy fanfic. It's a same problem as that patriotic education that you're getting down in the GOP states. On here in the states. Hey, chat now. Jason Kenny with Jason Alexander. It could he could not do worse from the sounds of it. Anyway, okay, good. It's good to hear, Dickie.
Mm-hmm.
Digging. Oh, Sue, you back?
Yeah, they're done and gone. They just had to take off my compression stockings.
Oh, cool. No, we heard you spitting fire anyways, man. Fuck that Jason Kenny.
Yeah, fuck that Jason Kenny. Seriously, you heard me talking when I had the fucking thing turned off?
It's too powerful, man.
Yeah.
Jeez. Too powerful, bro.
Damn. I don't know what the fuck. I'll have to figure that out.
Oh, did you have the remote?
Do I have a remote?
Are you on? Yeah, did you unmute yourself with the remote?
No, I just there's
See, it's the fucking power.
There's the speaker which is supposed to turn off the mic.
Oh. I don't know if it. I might have just heard you on the Discord.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's the other one because I have my old computer still with the Discord open as well, and the Twitch as well, so that I can see all kinds of things. Plus, when I get done with the stream, I use it so that I can raid somebody rather than here and having
Oh yeah.
Did Kenny start mining more coal in the Rocky Mountains yet? No. Everybody's pretty much fighting like crazy for it. And Astro. That should be the link to join Discord for those of you who may want to come and join in. And hey, Peach, how you doing? What did I miss? Did I miss a troll?
Oh, it was just a fucking sales bot.
Oh, okay.
One of those things is trying to hawk follows and all that.
And yes, Astro, if you can hear me, yes, we can do that sometimes. Sure, yes, we can. You can teach that to your kids when they have kids. New streamer Pog. Cha.
Oh, cool, Peaches.
I'm good. Been doing some language learning today. Nice.
That is awesome. That's a big thing, and the languages back going, man, because this COVID just really clobbered our elders hard.
Yes.
I know over Minnesota, it took out like 20% of the language speakers. So it's been pretty rough. But yeah, I don't think doesn't sound like Chad heard heard you laying waste to Kenny.
Oh, just
But,
you did?
I did. I think it's just me, and I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Their need you is fucking glorious.
Yeah, well, Jason Kenny is one of those fucking pieces of shit that should have never been fucking voted in, but
You know, he's got his. I'm sure he's got his little thick of buddies in the business sector.
Dioism,
Just
that's Dioism, that's where does that come from?
it's a Eastern.
Hmm?
It's a Eastern culture, I believe.
Asian? Or you mean Asian?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like
I'm not too
monk
familiar with
or
it.
Buddhist or something along those lines, right?
Yeah, I think it's in that kind of area.
Hmm.
But like I said, I'm not too familiar.
I'm not 100% familiar,
Those universal truths.
although at least with the word Dioism, yeah, it's big in Taiwan. Okay. Ah, you used to live there. Okay. Yeah. See, this is what we talk about when we talk about a universal truth. There are things for indigenous populations uh, that are just that are just a universal truth, no matter where you look at it. It's a Chinese philosophy, if I remember correctly. Okay, Dickie.
Yeah.
So
I knew it was somewhere out there, but I wasn't quite sure. I'm not too familiar with the specifics.
yeah. Plus, I'm horrible at the English language, so or at least a lot of its bigger words.
That's the weird language.
And Mago, what the
It's
hell, bro?
pretty.
It was around the Warring States period in ancient China. It was brought over big time when Chiang Kai. Ah, okay. And Mago, what the heck, bro? You didn't even get a hype train going all this time? Like, what the heck,
I
bro?
was begging. Begging them. Oh, I got the spelling bee freeze up. I just started running my mouth and I forgot to hype.
Shit. All good.
No, you got to realize is this man here, this Lasso, has been on stream for 4.5 hours. If I see his timer, it's 4.5 hours. So if you'd like to donate some bits, gift some subs, subscribe yourself, please support this wonderful streamer.
Aw.
He throws fire, and it's really worth it just for having emotes like this. You can't get any better. Each premonitions. Getting it rolling with the tier 1 subscription 3 months in advance. Oh, see, there you go. I just got to tell them how fire you are.
Damn. Keep it up, bro. Keep it up. You're doing good. Just kidding. Come on now. I need some Bannock. Hey, Destroyer, thank you for the 200 biddies. I need some Bannock that is not made from seeds. Isn't that right, Pizza?
What?
We have to use a different type of Bannock, of flour for our Bannock. Right, Pizza?
Yeah, you can't be using that government surplus Bannock no more. It's not good for you.
It's not good for you.
Holy shit! And that pasta threw that vid in there, and it just rained all over poor La Sue's parade. So
I sat there and I was and I kept looking one day and Pizza was sitting there and he kept going, hey, Lost. Let's check out that Bannock one. Or the fry bread one from that Gardens, the Ojibwe brother that we watch about like different medicines and shit. And he's like, Lost, come on, we gotta check that out. And I'm like, no, Pizza, no. You are not fucking with my fry bread. And Bannock, no. And Pizza's like, oh, come on. I'm like, all right. So we watch it, and I'm like, fuck. There goes my fry bread and Bannock.
This great educational piece.
Yeah.
It's full of all this ancient knowledge, but damn it, you had to go for the Bannock.
Yeah, that's a cardinal sin. That's a cardinal sin. Cardinal sin. Don't fuck with my Bannock.
Oh man, it's got
Peach has got a Bannock butt. Woohoo!
Oh, what?
Real greasy. Wow.
Oh, we like to feast and tell stories. That's why we got butts and big guts.
Yeah. See, everybody that's still here viewing and watching, this is what we call indigenous humor. This is how we are. We have humor.
Oh, yeah.
I know a lot of the times I'm dead serious with you all, but we have lots of humor. Like, there are moments when we're like literally everybody's gut splitting and laughing all over the place.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like, even like if you're at a wake on the res, fucking people would be laughing and carrying on, and
yeah.
Some people, if they're not real familiar with the culture, they kind of come
think
in
you were being
pretty
rude
timid.
Yeah.
Come in timid and kind of side eye you like you're out of your fucking mind.
Missy, if you live in Alberta, bring me a buffalo burger, please. Missy said that they just found out there's a native cuisine restaurant in their city. They're going to have to check it out. I'm like, Missy, if you're in Alberta, bring me a buffalo burger, please. Hook a brother up.
One buffalo burger to go.
Yeah, one buffalo burger to go.
I saw didn't rent the documentary, but there was one that was what the hell was it? It was Gathering. Gather. It's on Amazon. It was this documentary from some of these different tribes and they're doing for their food sovereignty. And one of them was down at the White Mountain Pachiras in this. Actually, they got a restaurant down there where it's all this local harvest and these kind of fusion. These different. The guy has like a culinary degree and everything. Yeah, pasta. It's on Amazon on Prime Video.
And which documentary are we talking about, Pizza? The one about the fry bread and Bannock?
The Buzzkill documentary.
The Buzzkill documentary that was sacrilege that you made sure I watched. No to the fry bread.
Yeah, I mean Well, and those things, seriously, they've had really the awful impact on our health. But yeah, you gotta do that acorn bannock.
Yeah, acorn bannock.
No
more wheat. No more white man's wheat. Acorn bannock.
Yeah,
Peaches.
you're gonna have to go to you have to be that from a squirrel coin.
And Missy, so this is what you do. You get it. You wrap it up really good so it's sealed properly. Then you freeze it, and once it's frozen, then you drive all the way out here with it frozen in one of those ice container things that you can put like ice packs and stuff in it, and keep it cold all the way here and bring it to me. That would be awesome. I love you so much. Hey, Bubbles is back. I got a new cookbook coming in the mail. Decolonize your diet. Oh, nice, Bubbles. And Peach, a friend just texted me asking how to say hello in Native American. Wow, what the fuck? There's like over 500 different indigenous languages in the United States
hello
alone.
In European?
How do I say hello in European?
It's the same question.
Okay, Comrade Devin.
So which one were you talking about?
I think he's asking you which documentary he missed.
Gather?
Gather? Yeah. Peach, I told her to Google it. Best line to walk into on stream. How do you say hello in European? I just learned about the Indigenous Land Trust in Canada. Did you guys know about this? Of course we knew about this. This is old news to us, Kenny. This is what they use to milk a lot of money from. Sealing land is hello in European. March. Oh,
holy shit.
Damn. $2 trillion.
$2 trillion.
Yeah, Kenny. That we don't get to see a fucking penny of. Because Canada is using it all.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid thinking, I was like, all right, so all this land is held in trust. And it's like, why would anyone trust you, motherfuckers?
You know? True. It's okay, Kenny. You know, it's like this land trust of $2 trillion. And I'm sitting here having to get food hampers in the middle of the month just to eat. While I got we got $2 trillion in land trust. Just sitting there. And that's not all. So it's nothing new here, bro. Nothing new over here. Motherfucker, if I had all the money that they actually really truly owe me, motherfucker, I'd be running around in a Mercedes Benz and shit. Fuck. But I ain't ever gonna see that. Neither will my children, neither will my grandchildren, neither will my great grandchildren. It's just not gonna happen. This makes me even angrier. Even our stimulus payments are coming out from it apparently. And white people talking about our tax dollars are paying for you now. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. See, I'm not getting a stimulus payment. I'm not getting a fucking penny of that. Holy God, Canadian with. Yeah, 2 trillion they stole, pizza. That Canadian citizens that aren't indigenous are getting stimulus checks from it. And we indigenous people aren't getting a fucking penny of it. I don't know. I finally got my stimulus US after a year of waiting. Yeah. And yeah, Devin,
Holy
that is.
shit.
Yeah, a year of waiting. Like, holy fuck. That's fucked up, Peach. That's fucked
And
up.
I saw people get their stimmy before I even saw it was out on the news.
Mm-hmm. And yes, Pizza, you're right. This is some Swiss Holocaust gold type shit crap. Yes. And Lark, yes. Fuck them white people with their whiny entitlement. Yeah. Hey, Len. I got 2 of them, but I have not gotten the latest.
Yeah, but
Hey,
you
Peach.
voted Democrat. Gotta vote Democrat so you could get the check.
Thank you for gifting that tier 1 sub to Unrest. Peach. This is what I'm talking about, people. You know, y'all, everybody is sitting there enjoying all these stimmy checks and everything else. And it's coming from indigenous funds. And then people go, but my taxes are paying. No, you're not. My taxes. My money is paying for it. And I'm not seeing a damn fucking penny of it. The Biden one is the one I have not gotten. Yeah, Lynn, I feel you on that too. You see, that's what I mean. Like, you know, it gets so frustrating sometimes for me. It just honestly does. Like, you know, cool. Everybody's getting money. Honestly, good. I'm happy and glad that everybody is getting money. But those of us who aren't are stuck without a fucking thing we can do about it because they just won't release it. They won't give it to us. They go, oh, well, you know, you have to take us to court.
Who the hell can do that?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is with all that money, the point of it is to be able to lock down, to have this fucking virus run out of ways to perpetuate itself. And so it was like the worst of both worlds.
Hey, anonymous
what?
gifter gave Comrade Kenny a tier 1 sub. Thank you, anonymous gifter. And
Let's get our comrade some feathers.
Yeah. I ain't getting money mostly because I ain't got a job. Plus, I have a disability. So I don't even know what will that do with my chances. Yeah, exactly, Fish. That too, right? People on disability aren't necessarily always getting it either. Same thing with the elders and old age pensions aren't exactly getting it either. So, you know what I mean? Like,
and what the hell sense does that make? I mean, do they think that old timers that are most like to die from the virus are gonna be Uber drivers in their spare time?
Yeah, Devin, exactly. Yeah, they don't care if you get the virus. They only care that the right people don't get it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's
It's fucked up. You mean the Supreme Court where judges have to speak French, so it blocks chances for indigenous judges' chances? Yes, Missy. Yes, exactly. That Supreme Court. Yes.
I remember I had some form I was filling out. I can't remember what the hell it was. It asked if I spoke any foreign languages, and quite naturally I wrote English.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, right? Exactly, Mega. That's a foreign language to me. English. Mm. Comrade Devon, the same reason they allow massive pollution in historically black communities and upriver from reservations. Yes. Uh, Beach. They tell us in the U.S. to get a job. Like, the only jobs I can get is in this service industry. They're pretty much telling me to risk my life. It's so ridiculous. Exactly, Peach. Yeah, get a job while you have a pandemic going on and corporations are shutting their doors. But yeah, get a job. How is filing taxes for 90 bucks taxable income? An efficient system when standard deduction is exactly, Lynn. Would be
It's not
kind of
meant.
nice if they had to have a representative who speaks all indigenous languages. Yes, that would be nice, Astro. But that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and Lynn, you know, the thing is it's not meant to be efficient. I mean, there's ways you can pay bills by pointing a fucking cell phone at something. Oh, you can get a PayPal like that. It's not meant to be efficient. It's just to get money moving around, and the focus is on the velocity of money or whatever, and not on the people.
See, there's so many different things, like even, and yeah, Peach, thank you for helping Lynn out um, with information to be able to help them maybe have an easier time with it all. I appreciate that, Peach. And I think Lynn appreciates that as well. I hate the paperwork more than if I had to pay money. Yeah, yeah, I feel you, Lynn. We all hate the paperwork. File this out in triplicate, quadruplets, and make sure that you have triplets of that too. Yeah, yeah. Too
Then
much
on
fucking
top
red
of
tape.
it, then on top of it, they have that section on the bottom where you exit and say, "I understand this is all accurate. Otherwise, you know, if I got to go to
Yeah,
prison
yeah.
forever or whatever."
Yeah, I can be charged with fucking fraud if it's not 100% accurate. And fraud is a
Yeah,
federal offense, which means I'll lose the right to vote. Yo, you want to hear something fucked up? In Canada, they
just the
have
concept.
they have the Canadian disability um, tax credit. Okay, they kept bothering me, trying to tell me that I needed to add someone to it because I would get more money from it if I had somebody who was helping me through all the time of my disability, as being like looking after me or helping me financially and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't have anyone doing that for me. So you want me to lie? And for 3 months, they kept fucking emailing me every other day, telling me that I needed to add someone to my account in order, because otherwise I apparently wouldn't be getting enough. So I'm like, wait a minute. You're telling me that I have to fraud and lie in order to get this, to be put on it? I'm pretty sure when the government came out with this, that they made sure that there was a stipulation for people that don't have anyone.
I
So,
think so.
so you're telling me to fraud and lie to the government, which I'll end up with fraud charges. Then I'll get fraud charges from my disability, from the provincial disability in the country. That'll charge me with fraud and demand that I pay back restitution of a huge amount of money throughout the decade or so that I've been on disability. And on top of that, I'll never be able to get disability again because of that fraudulent charges. Oh. Well, that's fine, sir. We'll just put you as that. It's just you. I'm like, well, you think? Then they went to say, oh, but Revenue Canada would like you to have been working within the past 10 years.
What?
Yeah. And I'm like, how the fuck can you expect someone on disability to be working in the past 10 years? I mean, it is possible, but with a person with my disability and the disability frame that they have of the different disabilities, it's not that easy to be employed within that 10-year span. And so they just fucked me out of all of it, including getting any of that extra stimulus money from the government was putting out for people with disabilities for the disability tax benefit. So I got completely screwed, which means I got fuck all.
That is fucked up, man.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell point is working 10 years? Is that making you any less disabled?
Nope. Doesn't make you any less disabled.
Right. It's like, God, use your fucking head. USIB.
Yeah, Missy. Yeah, exactly. I love how people in the U.S. think that Canada is some dream world. Exactly, Peach. It's not a dream world. It really isn't, people. The only thing different about Canada is Canada's like the devil. It convinced the world that it doesn't exist. Right? The greatest
Canada's
trick.
not real.
Canada's not real. Canada is not real. It convinced the world that it was this nice, polite place that's so friendly and loving and caring and such a beautiful place, the best place on the planet. Meanwhile, the UN tribunal has found Canada guilty of all 5 of its full underneath its
criteria.
acts of criteria of genocide, acts of genocide.
Yeah, but the news just said y'all had a maple syrup heist, and that's like the only shit that ever goes down there.
No. No. And the moose sitting on top of the roof, of the garage roof? No. That is not the biggest news.
Native. Marketing.
Hey, Peach, keep at that. Don't slip on that one. As well, Native American, Canada tries so hard to fool people. They are better than America when both of us suffer the same. Yes, exactly. Maple syrup heist happened. It is called settlers making maple syrup on stolen land. You're correct. You're correct, Pizza. Yes, that is the maple syrup heist.
100%.
Texas is the hellhole of its own category. Yeah. Well, Alberta is the equivalent to United States Texas.
No, you got are all the Canadian hipster podcasters moving to Calgary or something? Because it seems like the ones down here are all moving to Austin.
I don't know. I don't know. If they do, cool. Please pop by and feel free to either message me on Discord and we can hook up cell numbers and you can like send me, through DoorDash, some Timmy's, Timmy's coffee and the bacon egg English muffin breakfast. Oh yeah. Hook that up.
Wasn't Timmy's fucking you around last time?
Me? No. No.
Yeah, like they're supposed to deliver to you or something.
No, that was something else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's the same thing with that's Twitch. Twitch was supposed to deliver me last month's money that I made from subs and and biddies, and I still haven't received it yet.
Motherfucker's got $300 billion.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
He was spending it on those ass fake Twitter accounts, Union Bust.
Yeah, like I'm sitting back going like, yo, I emailed them or I sent in a ticket and they're like, oh, well, we sent it out already. Can you confirm whether or not you've gotten it? So I emailed them back. I have not received a check. That's what I said in the very beginning. I have not received the check at all. It hasn't shown up. It was supposed to show up a while ago. Oh, no reply yet.
Can you confirm that you don't have the thing that you just told us you didn't have?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, right? Can we please confirm that? Can you please make sure that we know that? Bezos is trying to go to Mars. He's on a budget now. Yeah, Missy, right? He's trying to join Elon Musk and Telsa and Tesla.
Living hand to mouth.
Yeah.
Living hand to mouth, and us to bring Matt Damon up with him.
And you sit back and go like, yo, like, how hard is it for you, the sender of said check, to phone the post office and say, where the fuck is this mail? Because the post office, both in the United States and Canada, track all mail.
Yeah, they got tracking numbers for that shit. And if someone grabbed it, guess what? Cancel the check, send me another one.
Exactly, but
it should take a day.
You know, or they could sit back and be like, hey, you know, why don't we set up e-transfers instead of check or PayPal? We'll help you with email transfers or set it up so that, you know, banks, you can set it up with your bank to have like an e-transfer.
You could do direct deposit, man.
Or direct deposit, yeah.
They got no problem taking that fucking money out for Amazon Prime.
Or
put the shit in.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not that hard. All they got to do as a business is sit back and say, hey, talk to the U.S. Treasury branch or the World Bank even, and say, hey, we need to be able to connect to Canada, United States, Europe, all over the world to connect it so that we can direct deposit to these streamers the income that they've earned from gift subs and biddies and stuff. Let's hook them up. Let's hook this up.
You know what what they do is they end up subcontracting out to all these. I mean, because there's businesses, these firms that all they do is fucking make checks.
Yeah.
Cut physical checks.
Yeah.
So they probably got some kind of a fucking deal where they gotta make them happy or something.
I mean, on top of that, because the check comes from Wells Fargo, up here in Canada, I have to wait 10 days for them to cash it, even though I've deposited it to my bank.
Dang.
Because it's from Wells Fargo.
Oh, jeez. Christ, Wells Fargo is closer to you than it is to me. And I'm in the States.
Yeah, right, Missy? Yeah, this is some messed up shit. I'm telling y'all, this is some messed up shit. This is some fucked up shit. Like, when I first started streaming, one of my friends was telling me that they have a friend in Canada that streams, and their first check or payout from streaming took 6 months for them to get their first payout. So they had like 6 months of back checks sitting there that they were holding on to and didn't send to them.
And they get caught at the border with too many cigarettes or what?
I don't know.
That's fucked.
It is.
So everybody, you heard the man. We're at the end of the month. Let's support this guy, because he's not gonna see shit for another month and a half if we wait too much longer. So work out the triangles, work out the biddies, give him the subs, give him the primes. Otherwise, he might have an international incident. Oh, see, Comrade Bubbles, all over it, knows how to do it better.
Bubbles is just like, don't give subs or biddies, just give tips, and points out, no, you don't want to do the stream elements. What you want to do is the other one, Bubbles, for the GoFundMe. Because I haven't set up a stream elements tip yet because they only want you to use PayPal. So yeah, it should be the birthday one. Or GoFundMe. It's there when you scroll down on the page. It's like at the where the About Me is. The donate link should be the GoFundMe one. That little thing that says donate. That should be the GoFundMe one. And Nightbot should be hopefully kicking that link out at the same time right there.
Pasta
it out. Oh, I know why, Bubbles. You put donate rather than dono. That's okay. That's okay. All good. All good. Yes. Pasta with the lightsaber. That way, in a matter of like 4 days, it comes straight to me. Although granted, yes, GoFundMe does take their percentage, but nonetheless.
No, it was a lot closer than the command I put in.
Yeah. Okay, Pizza. Thank you for helping out, and thank you for hanging out with us in the stream, and thank you for your good work as a mod. I truly appreciate you, and I hope you have a great, beautiful dinner with your grandma.
Have a good supper, Pasta.
So, you know, it is what it is. It's just, it's you know, it's a messed up fucking thing. It truly is a messed up fucking thing.
Yep. No, not an accident because it doesn't inconvenience anyone with any stroke.
Yeah. Like, and let me be clear, people, like, I'm not saying to, like, spend your rent money to send me money. You know, if you can afford it and you do it out of the gracious and kindness of your own heart and your own freedom of will, I truly appreciate it. But it's not necessary. You don't have to. It's not a mandatory thing. I'm not one of these ones that's going to yell at you, it's only $5 a month. That's not going to come out of my mouth. Okay? Let's be clear on that. Seriously, there have been people that have done that.
Yeah, I saw that. That was
We're not mentioning names because we don't want to induce any extra drama.
Everyone knows who the hell it is at this point.
Yeah, but still nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, no one needs to say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you did it. You did just it. We streamer lawsuit.
I just heard you say that. Bubbles. For the price of a Starbucks coffee. Yeah, Devin. Yeah. yeah, exactly. For the price of a Starbucks coffee. Starbucks.
Honestly, Bubbles. It's better off that you don't, because it's kind of dumb.
Yeah. And to be honest, I mean, let's face it, Starbucks uses slave wages and uses slavery for their product. So, yeah, that's a thing. So, I mean, if you really, truly want to support slavery, go ahead. Buy yourself a Starbucks coffee.
Oh, no.
Gee, Mago, what the heck, Mago? But thank you, Mago,
for slavery.
Supporting slavery. Oh my God. Thank you, Mago, for gifting Lynn a tier 1 sub. Been laid off for a year. Hopefully, we'll be back by summer. I know you understand. Yeah, I get you. I get you, Missy. That's why I say, like, these things that I say and talk with you all about, and when I talk like in the shilling aspect of this stuff, I tell you straight out, if you can afford it, and your heart moves you to, cool. It's not mandatory. It's not necessary. And if you can't afford it, then please don't. I would rather you make sure that you are looked after and that you have a roof over your head and food in your stomach and shit like that than not having any of that and me feeling like a fucking complete ass.
Oh, you can't really use all the good stuff that you talk about if your stomach's rumbling or don't have a roof over your head.
Exactly. Like, hey man, yeah, okay, yeah, mutual aid, but, I don't want to put someone out.
Oh, no, that
you know what I mean?
At the end of the day, it doesn't help anyone then.
Yeah, exactly. That's not mutual aid if you're putting someone out in order for you to get ahead. That's called capitalism.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't want to put someone out just so I can get ahead. That's not that's a me bullshit. A capitalist fucking colonizationist me bullshit. This is a we. You got to help yourself before you can help others. Yes, speech. That's what my therapist keeps telling me. I think anybody who has been here for longer than 5 minutes knows that, Sue. Yeah, I feel you, Destroyer. Yeah, well, I got to make that clear, man, because, there are those that don't understand that. That there are some that still haven't totally, completely clicked into it yet. Not naming names, Mago. I'm just kidding. Hey, you're here sitting here in Discord, in the Discord, talking with me through this. You're getting targeted, bro.
Hey, you got to take your lumps when you step on up here. So.
That's right. You step into the kitchen, can't stand the heat.
Yeah, but that's and that's the thing too, is just it's how we bullshit with each other and have fun and laugh and don't take ourselves so goddamn seriously,
Exactly.
That's all medicine too.
That's right. Humor is a very good medicine. It is very healing. Also, it helps to keep you younger. It does.
Well, and I'm like 12.
I know, right? Okay, we got to kick you out of the server, bro. We got to kick you out of the server, bro. You're 12 years old. Got to get out. No underage stuff.
Oh, I thought it was a 12-pluser.
This isn't the 49, Cola.
See, if it was, since you're older than me, you'd be like my nephew or something.
Right?
Shit. Isn't it true?
Just real deadly.
Hey. These are deadly.
Hmm.
Oh my God.
The deadliest.
Hey.
Yee. These are things that we learn in life. Like there are, there are things that we learn, and there are things, like, you know, in life, to learn how to be a true human being is a long process. It's not easy and it's not simple, and it takes time. My son says one of the biggest things I taught him was a love for stand up comedy. Brought him to his first show at 12 to see Lewis Black. Nice, Missy. Uh,
That's a
all
good
I'm
good
trying
one
to
to
learn is,
start.
yeah, deadly ass. Uncle stealing auntie.
Oh wow.
Damn. Wah, wah. That's why Peaches wants to get up into Canada. Wah, wah. She wants to bring out that snagging blanket. Eee, eee. Do some TP creeping.
Oh
Wah.
wow.
Real deadly.
So you better wash up and put your good denim on there, Sue.
Eee. Wah. Peaches better know how to braid hair then. Eee.
Well, you're looking in the wrong place.
Right?
Oh,
Trying to find a nice guy on the council. You're not going to find a nice guy on the council. Damn.
this guy on the council, so they only last one term.
Yeah. Nice guys on council only last one term. Yeah. Then they kick them the fuck out because they're too nice.
I love
Yeah.
how you put the kappa there on the be good bubbles.
Okay, Bubbles, have a good meal. Tell son-in-law I said hello. And I wish him well. Just messing, Peach. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're better off getting hooked up, Peach, with a chief. More money. All that embezzled money.
Oh, hey, you guys got them too.
More greenskins for your bannock mum.
Hey, what's up, Batman?
Hey, Batman. One of these days, I'm going to tease the shit out of him when I'm a little more comfortable with him. And I'm going to be like, Batman.
He sounds like a nice boy.
He is. He really is. But, well,
he's not a boy, he's a man. But...
Well, like I know he's a nice man and everything. I know he's really good people. And it's just, you know how it is. In Indian country, we teach the shit out of our son-in-laws and shit. So it's just how it is, right? If we're not giving our son-in-laws teasing and hard time and shit, there's something wrong. It's just how
Did
it
he
rolls.
give you any moose meat?
If I want good embolized money, I'll go snag the chief's son over. Yeah. Did he give you a nice star blanket?
Oh my. Oh, snag and talk. Christ, I've been inside for a year. I don't even know if I got 49 game anymore, man.
Shit. No shit, right? You'll have to pull out some of that driving my Indian car.
Holy. Oh man, next time I see Keith Sakola, I'll have to have him sign something and sign like a picture with me or something.
Yeah.
Hey, look at my buddy here.
Yeah. Oh my God!
He's driving in my Indian car.
Yeah. Now you're indigenous famous, brah.
I used to live with what's his name there, Samson from over the Cuckoo's Nest. I used to live with his son. He's a really talented dude. He said when he was little, he knew like Jack Nicholson and shit. That he was a weirdo. He couldn't really remember too much. He was pretty young, but he'd say he thought he was a weirdo.
See that's the thing. Like, I know a lot of people don't understand humor sometimes. What? Wow, what you got going on there, Cola?
Oh man, pizza delivery. Pizza delivery is just over the loudspeaker.
Oh, okay.
I can mute out.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just thought you had some snagging in the background and they were laughing at you. Cha.
Well, I mean, the sound is right if I did.
Yeah. when your girlfriend or wife or even your sisters or cousins, female cousins or aunties, and they hear you talking about that, they like make fucking huge hardcore fun of you right there.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. That's well.
That's a prerequisite.
If they didn't, if they didn't, I know they weren't paying attention or worrying about me too much.
Yeah.
We're the only nation that has diplomatic relations with Israel. Kushada? What the fuck?
Interesting.
That'd be strange. Because all the treaties here they're like or there's an act of Congress that says you can't have any international relations. But of
Yeah,
course,
because
maybe
the
that's the
United
exception.
States doesn't want really indigenous bands having any outside relationships with any country, and they still use
No, otherwise,
the Royal Proclamation, even though they don't follow it themselves, but they still use that against you. Do you know what I mean? Like, in the sense of you can only have any communications or relationships with the United States government, nobody else. Same thing with Canada, which is why you don't see any indigenous tribes at the UN, represented at the UN. We're not represented there.
oh, because we'd end up getting support from a bunch of places, and they don't want that.
Yeah, exactly. And oh, okay, Peach, I get it now. Their tribal government is extremely Christian and conservative. Okay. or yeah, I get
Well, we're
that.
not immune to
Well, we're not. Okay,
colonization.
how do I put it? We're not exactly pro Palestine or pro Israel either, because that's really not our business. There are issues between them. But if they're coming as friends and willing to be like an ally, Um, yeah, we'll look at that and we're cool with that. Does that make sense?
Oh, and yeah, I mean that's Palestinian is a liberatory movement, and
Yeah,
they are having their lands taken and colonized, much like we did. So,
yeah, yeah, exactly.
especially like the AIM previously,
Mm.
there's
Oh,
there was that connection.
don't get me started on AIM. There's two sections of AIM that is split after the Wounded Knee standoff.
Mm.
And
So,
let me just say there's one person that's sitting in jail that shouldn't be in jail in the first place. And there were some that got free that shouldn't have gotten free at all. Just saying. Just saying. You know what I'm talking about, Mago. As he just goes
oh
deadly
man, you
silent.
cut out there. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Seriously?
Yeah, it went all like robot voice. I think it's Intel Pro.
What I said was that
Ah man.
what? What now, Mago?
No, you were just. Oh, you're clear now.
Okay.
You're just
So
drowned out for a second.
what I was saying was that ever since the Wounded Knee incident, right, with the Wounded Knee standoff,
Hmm?
there's a brother that's sitting in jail that shouldn't be, and
Mm-hmm.
there are some people that should be
Huh?
in jail that are free.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I heard all about that. I used to fucking feds picked my dad up when he was on the run. They thought he was him.
Mm. Stream went
Thought
all
he,
crazy
yeah, they
for a
thought he
minute.
was.
Like your connection was fading. No,
Oh,
my
okay, it
connection should
wasn't.
be fine. So what? It's probably just Twitch being Twitch. What can you say? Because there's no signal loss or anything on my end. So
Good now?
yeah, I have a friend dealing with that drama in Oklahoma right now. Oh yeah. Renegade, is it good now? Looks good on my end, but is it good now? That's such a fucking tragic thing. The aftermath of Wounded Knee. Yes, preach. Yes, it is such a tragic fucking thing.
But it's how they design those things, though. But they used to go after all those movements. Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, thank you, Renegade.
Oh, cool.
See, these are the things. It's like, okay, learning the basic things that help you in life, whether it's laughter, humor, crying, all things have a purpose and a meaning, and it's a helpful healing process, right? Wait, have you all seen
Yeah.
his recent health issues? He's who? He's in heart failure.
Yeah, Mumia's in rough shape. Christ, his skin and everything is all it's all full of sores and stuff.
Yes,
He's
Missy
pretty rough shape.
Leonard Peltier, who spent a shit ton of time in jail when he shouldn't have been because the bullets didn't match the gun. And no matter who went before the court, no matter how much they admitted it, they still didn't let them out.
Yeah, that was all predetermined.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, not one burden after how many administrations.
Mm-hmm. There's a reason why AIM split into two after that. There is a very valid reason why AIM split into two.
Yeah. How could you really not?
Well, the feeling on the Sioux side, like I said, a Sioux brother went to jail for an extremely long period of time without being released and held without any actual evidence, in jailed for without any actual evidence. And some people walked away free that should be in jail. But, you know,
Right.
I don't want to get into the whole politics thing of it.
Yeah. No, I hear that. What's
Yeah.
up, Klingon?
Hey, Klingon. And also the murder of Annie Marie Anquish. Yeah.
That was just, the whole thing was just out there, man.
Mm-hmm. And Annie Mae. Yeah. See, like, I know and have met and spent time with Leonard Crowdog, as well as his wife at that time. You know, that the whole entire movie, Lakota Woman, is based on. I know her as well. Um, you know, I've gotten to know Russell Means. I've gotten to know a lot of these people on the Sioux side. And you know, there's just a lot of fucking fucked up shit. A lot of
Yeah.
fucked up shit.
It's crazy, man.
It is, and the sad part is that, see, this is how much some of our own people are so fucked in the head with being brainwashed with colonization and Christianity and all this shit and capitalism, that they'll sell out their own fucking people for a buck. This is why they keep us in poverty. This is why they keep indigenous people in poverty. So that they can waltz in, hand out a couple of bucks, and somebody will jump at it.
Oh yeah, that's just exerting that fucking leverage.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, hey, all of a sudden someone's hot shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have a house that is so substandard that it has holes in it and mold, black mold, and has no installation whatsoever. Hey, you know what? We'll throw you a couple of grand. But you got to keep us informed on things. Or you got to keep the young warriors under control.
And that's you start splitting off and really go dollar chasing instead of doing what you got to do.
Yes, Peach, and that's why they try and split us up with blood quantum shit too. Yes. We just need to do the establishment, what that guy from First of North Star did to that other guy, and capitalism is like Mr. Krabs of ideology. Yeah. Yeah, fish. See, anytime you're making a movement against capitalism, they are going to come and they are going to find the weak link. And they're going to
They
throw
can pay
money
them
at
off
them.
pretty cheaply.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what I remember seeing that deal like what they did with Malcolm X.
Mm-hmm.
Tried to pay him off a few times, but it was like big money. It was like $5 million,
yeah,
which is like 30-40 million now.
Mm-hmm.
And they told him fuck off, and it's probably when he got taken out.
Exactly. And this is the thing that we're looking at, people. Like, seriously, there's some fucked up shit. And, wait, you said you're on Shack Island. Yeah. There's some fucked up shit, man. And they do it. They purposely keep and withhold funding and money and help from indigenous people to keep them in poverty. Because in poverty, then they can just waltz in and go, hey, we'll give you a couple of grand, which is chump change to the government. And, you tell us what we want to know. And it's Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Oh, no, it's just, yeah, I mean, that's just cheap, the cheaper bit of ride insurance or bit of licensing they can get. I mean, you see it on councils and stuff where part of them will be for an extraction company and the other part will be against it.
Yeah.
And it turns out that these people are paid off, and in relative terms it seems like a lot, but overall it's what the companies spend on stationery.
Yeah, like
it's like you do all that to sell your people out.
You have to remember the chief and council system that we have in place today isn't a traditional chief and council system. It is either the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, or the equivalent of that up in Canada. And it is a government-imposed chief and council system to fit and suit what the government wants, not what indigenous people want.
All right, then there's open. It gives that opening for manipulation.
Exactly.
And it doesn't got shit to do with the community, with the
people,
with the band.
Yeah. And hello, Garlic. Welcome in. And Astro, you have to do both. You have to be able to be on the attack and at the same time still be on the defense. Literally, you have to find a balance in both.
Mm-hmm. Tactics, man.
Hey, Carpe. Carpe's been watching this whole entire time. Bread Pill, what up? What's the relationship between the Bureau of Land Management and the BIA? I think Mago can probably answer that better than me, seeing as how Mago's in the States.
Well, they're both under the Department of the Interior. So that's why, like, you see them talking with Holland and everything, the new appointment for Biden. That's like their apartment that they share.
Mm. So it's kind of in the same way like Indian Affairs. And then in Canada, it's almost identical. And yeah, Missy, like Canada telling how to fish for lobsters. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
While they're allowing foreign countries to come almost directly on the shoreline or close to the border in the sea to scoop up as much of the lobsters, and then they're allowing that to happen. And then you have these white companies who gain, what is it? I think 85% of the lobsters. Indigenous people only get, I think it's like 10 to 15%. And no, wait. I think the white lobster companies get like, I think 75, and then there's a percentage that is supposed to be left for respawning, and then indigenous people get what's left of that, out of that. So it's like about like 10 to 15% of the lobsters.
You know, Brad Pill, I would say that she is like, if you're taking a car and she's not smashing her foot to the metal, she's not exactly hitting the brakes either. It's,
you know what I keep saying, Mago? I say it like this. Red Pill, the way we look at Deb Holland is our vote and our vote is out on that. Because we're not sure if Deb Holland is an apple or an Indian.
I mean, just to you have to make there's a compromise involved if you rise that high. It's just unavoidable. And
sure, but there are some things that you cannot compromise with when you're at that level. Period. And you shouldn't.
And
I mean,
you know, I think just the fact that someone in there that, you know, actually didn't get their education on Indian people from Dances with Wolves is a good start.
That's not exactly the best, but you know,
it's objectively not bad, you know, but it's a fucking low bar.
Yeah.
No, I mean, she's a lib and she, you know, believes in the thing. And
no problem, Red Pill.
Just deal with that.
Yeah, it's you know, okay, I'll explain it to you this way. Traditional leadership is that you put your people first. You put the people first, the well-being of your community first. You are the last person on that treadmill or in that line of rank and file. Mm-hmm. You're the bottom because your people come first. And any indigenous person who gets into government office and does not put their people on the forefront of their issues doesn't have it's where it's part of where the terminology in apple comes from when we talk about it in an indigenous way. Yeah. They're red on the outside but white on the inside.
You know, and it's like, honestly, it's even like dealing with certain, even just on it when you get down to more community level, you have to deal with those where they'll like humor you, or because they don't want to catch too much heat, but at the same time, they don't really have your back.
Yeah, see, like this is where I sit back, Breadfield, and I question that thought pattern. Oh, hey, look, we have an indigenous woman as the interior director or director of the interior for the United States. Yay, look at, we're not racist. Didn't they do the same shit with Obama? Then what did we just go through on January 6th? And what have we been going through for months with BLM and everything? What? Huh? Carfax. You don't have to stay in a dark corner, Carfax. It's okay.
Dude, we can see you.
Yeah, we can see you in the dark,
bright as hell.
Yeah. We can see you, Carpe.
I see that. I've seen that lighter flick in that corner, Carpe. Not fooling us.
You see, that's what I mean. And that's what I mean. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, and that's so far just from that little bit I heard in that confirmation. There's I mean, she had to tailor and assuage all these concerns for the white people pretty much, and so as you could see, she was walking that line. But couched in it was that ever popular phrase, harm reduction. Like I said, that's where I come in with the analogy of taking the foot off the gas instead of putting it to the floor. But, not hitting the brakes.
Yeah, and Carpe, you're right.
Yeah, that's it.
It's liberal identity politics. Representation without representation. Exactly.
Yeah.
You have the token Indian out there to placate. Oh, look, world, we're not racist. We have a minister of interior who's an indigenous person, and a woman to boot. Hey, so we're not a patriarchal society, okay? This is not the patriarchal. Look it, we have an indigenous woman here. See? We're not racist and we're not patriarchal. See?
Voting is secret. And that's a little bit of heat sinking that, because there's not a ton of us, but the ones that do, they're like up for team, so for whatever that is.
And Missy, we're talking about Deb Holland, who is the director of the interior, if I got that right. She just made
Secretary of the Interior.
Yeah, Secretary of the Interior. And down in the United States. It's like what I predicted this past summer. All the libs who came out for the BLM movement, have all receded back to brunch now that Biden and Kamala are in power. Are they coming out for the people arrested in the summer? Are they coming out for prison abolition? Are they coming out for mutual aid against gun violence? Are they doing anything other than donating a couple of bucks from the comfort of their gentrification apartments in historically black neighborhoods? Yeah, Peach, yeah. Yeah, that's a
I
good
believe
question.
so, Carpe.
Even if we press on the brakes, we're still headed towards a brick wall. Yes, Brett Bill. Not racist. I don't like exercise. Oh my God, Klingon. Ah. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's a train headed straight for us. Yeah, Secretary of Interior, in charge of Bureau of Land Management, right? Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. So, where's land back? If she's in charge of the Bureau of Land Management as Secretary of Interior, where's land back? Why isn't she jumping on the fence post and screaming from the pew land back? And no, Carpe, I haven't gotten that set up yet. I'm still waiting for ANCOM, SciComm to help me out with it. But apparently they've been a little bit busy with stuff. Seriously, land back. Yeah, exactly, Peach. Can we just call liberalism brunchism? That's the only thing they make progress on. Yeah, right, Fish?
Yeah, but they knitted all those pink hats 4 years ago and made a lot of progress on that. Larko Bidenism.
See, these are the things that we look at, right? Like, man, I was hoping that the United States would have put in an indigenous person next to be president after Biden or after Obama. But what did they do? They picked the most racist white son of a bitch on the planet, Mr. Trump. You know what I mean? What? And then now we have, creepy fucking status quo Joe. You know what I mean? Does she have a plan to keep the man camps away from our tribal lands? How many more women and two-spirited people have to die in the so-called U.S.? Yeah, exactly, Peach. Exactly.
Oh, that's a state's issue. They got to deal with it. Call your governor, call your rep.
Phone, call your local law enforcement agency, and they'll deal with it, even though they're not dealing with it at all. They're just ignoring it. Mark Charles ran in 2020, yes, as an independent. And I remember everybody talking about, oh, we can't split the votes. We can't split the votes. We got to get rid of Trump. We have to all vote Biden. Everybody vote Joe. We can't split the votes. I remember that clearly.
Yeah, but I'm sure we'll see Congress people having emotional pictures taken at the border anytime now.
Yeah. You know it. We're going to have that, pat the baby head at the border. The history of so-called America is the history of domination. The history of oppression. Yeah, more like the history of oppression, yes. See, these things, it gets so frustrating. Yes, the history of exploitation, yes.
Yeah, there's no other way to build wealth.
Yeah.
Of course, it's the richest the richest country in the world. They're the biggest fucking thieves ever.
Yeah. Hey, remember in history class where they talked about pirates? and piracy of the sea, in the sea. Remember about pirates? Is Deb Holland speaking up for the Southern Indigenous siblings who are being held down at the border? Yeah, exactly, Peach. Exactly. So until we know those things and we see her on TV and all over the media going, hey, how can we honestly have an honest opinion of her and what she's going to do or isn't going to do? Because she hasn't done anything.
She'll go one way, you can't undermine Mr. Biden, undermine the party, undermine the boss.
Mm-hmm.
So she ain't going to say shit.
She's just going to fit the status quo and be a good little quiet little Indian girl and just sit there. So they can go 1 little 2 little 3 little Indian, 4 little 5 little 6 little Indian, 7 little 8 little 9 little Indian. Remember that songs? Real stoic like. Exactly, Peach. Real stoic like.
Yeah, the main thing is, Destroyer was,
Yeah.
did she walk in slow motion after she strapped her mocks on?
With her chin up real high, real stoic looking, like she's floating on air.
And that's the hot thing with Biden and Harris is they're showing themselves walking in slow motion like they're playing a part on the fucking West Wing instead of doing anything.
2 seconds, I need to get some water.
I got you there. Strapping on moccasins for social media. What? Oh, he couldn't even make it through the whole video. Yeah. Well, so much of anything outward facing nowadays is it's devoid of policy and all about branding. 2 seconds are over, Klingon. It's unacceptable. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so I think just that as far as it's not not doing the new oil leases. First, they're saying anything about revoking the old ones, but not going in for new ones on the plans. I guess it's not bad. It's hard to call any of that really, overtly good. And it remains to be seen whether or not that policy is up for any kind of debate or part of any kind of negotiation on a bigger policy point like this huge infrastructure bill that Biden is getting behind to.
Hey,
Obama,
Dickie.
Dickie.
Okay, Dickie, you have yourself a great evening, okay? Thank you for hanging out.
Take care there,
And
Niji.
yeah, take care of yourself and your family, okay? I'd rather not see remains. Thank you very much. On Twitter. So, Destroyer, you're more than welcome to toss up the link to that if you want to in the chat. That's cool, Destroyer. So, like, I mean, of course, they take a picture and put it out there of her putting on moccasins. You know, like, of course they do. The stoic Indian female putting on her holy and sacred moccasins of the beautiful tribe she's from. Oh.
Voting is sacred. Like what the?
What?
Yeah, I knew you were talking about cleaning up. That was funny.
You know, all I can say is wah wah.
Hey, for sure. Oh man. Well, I
You know,
actually have to
next, you
make
know
a
what?
list.
You know what's going to happen next, right, Mago?
What's that?
They're going to have her come out in a whole entire Pocahontas outfit.
I don't know if they'll go that far. I mean, they'll have a kente cloth with feathers.
Yeah. Or what'll really be interesting is they'll have her come out in a chief headdress without actually being a chief.
Man, she'd catch too much heat back home for that.
Maybe, maybe not. I know,
Person not
you
from
know.
down there. Oh shit,
Carpe. Yeah. Yeah, right, Carpe. You'll see everybody going, well, Deb Haaland is now the Minister of Interior, the Secretary of Interior, so it's not racism or appropriation, okay?
Oh man. Oh, what the hell is her name? That sure, Alyssa Milano will have a brilliant model pick of something terrible.
Yeah. Oh, a little one is sick and coughing. Oh, me. Get that young and some sage tea in them.
Oh, that's my mom. She had some pizza.
Oh, okay.
Gone the wrong way.
But yeah, like
You're fired, and
these things, you know, we just shake our head at. When we finally get the nation back, just when the blade is about to fall down on the guillotine, we can simply tell them, "You're fired." In Minecraft, of course. Yeah. The corporates. I mean, yeah. In Minecraft. Yes. On a game.
yeah, yep, a video game. Yeah, Carpe. I had to. I was fishing for. I was fishing for the most absurd and intolerable lib I could think of, and that's the one that came to mind.
and hey, fish and bread. Did you hear Mago? Mago's fishing. Just kidding. What?
Hey. Well, actually, I gotta make a little store run here.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I gotta head down the store before it closes.
Alrighty, Cola.
The time just flew by, man.
I know, good times, lots of fun.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thanks for having me on, Sue. And
You know, thank you for coming on. I enjoyed this very much so, and we'll have to do some more of this some other time.
yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, we'll have to have a Mago Monday or something.
Exactly. And hey, Nero Democracy, what up? And yeah, for sure. Like, you know, like, I mean, you know, I'm down for this shit. You know, I just got to figure out how to do this shit more properly. So, well, you know, I'm sure that'll happen. But so far, we're doing good.
I'm not the disco head or the Discord head here. To see if Ancom, when he's not so busy, can't drink Red Bull. Oh my gosh! Thank you, Destroyer. Thank you, chat. Thanks for having me on, Sue. And I'll catch you soon, huh?
All right, Cola. You have yourself a great evening. Okay.
Yeah, you too. You too. Till next time.
Till next time. Yay! So, can everybody still hear me? Okay. Hey, Dustin. Klingon, I thought you were in Discord. Okay, good. So, we went over humility. Yes. And the seventh one is wisdom. Finally, the Lakota value ancient wisdom and knowledge from sacred way of life. So, the sacred way of life is learning that we are all connected to everything on this earth. And we've gone over a lot of these different things here. They look back on teachings of their ancestors, which is the famous saying of we look back from the wisdom from 7 generations back, and we look forward in the decisions that we're making for 7 generations in the future. And the great chiefs and leaders within their tribe in order to find the answers. Most importantly, they believe in the wisdom provided from the Great Spirit and Mother Earth and never stray from the knowledge that this subtle energy imparts on them. So what you're looking at in that aspect is we respect respect and we take the wisdom and knowledge of our ancestors and we apply that to today in the decisions that we make. And we look at 7 generations in the future in our decision making, and we see today. So what people don't understand and what I find is that they don't understand looking at the history of it. They just go, oh, it's just a past, forget about it, move on, let it go, don't pay any attention to it. No, pay attention to it, pay very close attention to it. Let me explain to you how this works. The cops, when you're at a protest, the cops use the same tactics and methods that they've used for generations. It has not changed, not one bit. From the same tactics they used in the 60s scoop, or not the 60s scoop, in the 60s with the hippies, to the Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the Black Panther Party, all the same tactics. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. And they constantly use the same tactics over and over again. Because the way in which they brainwashed you was to forget the past. They don't teach you those things and they don't teach you that it's important. See, because they don't want you to know the same shit. It's the same time every single time. Look at the history that we have today, right? The United States must constantly be in a war. Whether it's a cold war or a hot one. Or whether they're trying to come up with some reason to go to war. Always the same thing. Always the same propaganda and bullshit. Always. And they don't want you to see the truth of the matter. They must always have a continual enemy because they can't be at peace. How dare you be at peace? This is wisdom. Always been at war with Istra, delete this. Yeah. Yeah. Erlon. Yeah. We have always been at war with. Yeah. They're always at war with whoever it is. Whether it's World War I, World War II. Peace isn't profitable for a war economy. Yes, exactly, Carpe. And these big corporations, they make a mass load of kick fucking money off of it. Exactly. Exactly, Dustin, right? They have huge motherfucking bank accounts to fucking money and money to spend on it all. Is a George Orwell 1984 reference. It's almost like the USA and UK governments, among others, are using it as a handbook rather than a warning. Yeah. Yep. Carpe. Yeah. Yeah, Elron. Yeah. I get that. It's
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him!
Thank you for the follow,
Kill
Erlon.
Columbus!
Thank you for the follow, Erlon. See, this is where we have to understand that wisdom. Okay? The wisdom of understanding and knowing history and remembering it. First, thank you for the tier 1 subscription, and you're on your 2-month streak. Nice. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. These are things that we have to look at and think about. These 7 laws or teachings that we almost all indigenous people, Klingon, you need a horny timeout soon, Klingon. See, these are the things we have to look at. America is like the prosecutor to the precursor to the 40K Imperium of Man, which is the satire for fascism. Yeah, Fish, yeah. You know, these are things that they don't teach you wisdom in school. They teach you to be a robot. They teach you to be a non-thinking, non-free thinking slave, a serf, if you will, to corporations, to the 1%. That's what they teach you in school. They don't really teach you free thinking. They don't really teach you wisdom. And they try their best to omit or hide any actual real information that's useful to you in life at all. When they say 40K in the grim darkness of the far future, There's only war. There's only war right now, honestly. Yeah, there is only war right now, honestly. I don't think there's a generation that's ever been born since like World War One that has ever actually truly ever seen peace. There's always some enemy. Like Homeland Security was supposed to cough back up the border to the actual border patrol. Um, After Osama bin Laden was killed, and they didn't cough up that. It's been what, 11 years or so? I don't know if you can really call that a brief break. I think we can call that um, United States doing secret stuff through the CIA and shit.
Columbus
Hey, softies.
has to die.
After 500 years.
Kill him!
Hey, Patch.
Kill Columbus!
Hey, Patch. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Patch, for the raid. I greatly appreciate that. Awesome. Patch raid! So please remember to double-clicky, Raiders. Please remember to double-clicky the live icon. Or that link there if you're using like anything other than the Twitch app, or refresh the page and stuff. Yeah. Hey, Mossy. Hey, Mint. Hey, Rcat. Krat. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for joining. We are. Hey, Thalen. Did you bring friends? You don't have to wait for the far future to experiencing grim darkness. Yeah, Fish, yeah. I must be off, Lasu. Have a great rest of the stream. Bye, chat. Okay, Thalen. Thank you for hanging out and coming and chilling and everything and joining in on the raid and everything. Much love, sweetie. You have yourself a great night, okay? So as we see and we understand with wisdom is that wisdom is understanding these things, remembering these things, learning these things. To just like prime example, we'll use January 6th as an example. There was no wisdom whatsoever on January 6th at all. Whatsoever. That's why it was a failed coup. Because there was no wisdom used it there in any way, shape, or form. None. So these are things that we look at. No wisdom, only chaos. Yeah. And let me explain, let me stress how important it is that even when you're doing like talking about, making like community gardens, a communal living, everything else, you have to use wisdom in doing so. You have to look and research and understand the history of it and everything else that goes along with it, and including any bylaws, laws, and so forth that may affect it. You have to look at all these different things, and then you have to look at finding loopholes in anything that may try to hinder you in it. There wasn't even logic in January 6th. How are you going to march on the U.S. Capitol while chanting USA, USA? Yeah, exactly, Destroyer, right? There wasn't very much, there wasn't even logic in that. Yeah, Erlon. Yeah, Elon. Yeah. Yes. These things we have to take, you know, serious thoughts in. Okay? Wisdom is knowing, like how we were talking about Debbie Holland, and how we were talking about, like, you know, we're waiting, we're sitting back and watching. Wisdom is a prime example of that. Knowing how those things pan out. Seeing too many different people, not just of indigenous, but people of color being put into office. As, oh, look, see, we're not racist. We have all these people of color, and it's only like a handful compared to the mass loads of white people, old white guys or white women that are sitting there, like, you know, Miss Lady Prissy Pants, who sat there and gave her thumbs down with a curtsy. Hee tee. Look at me. As she screwed over the American citizens for a $15 an hour minimum wage. Hmm. Hmm. You see, these are things that we have to remember. Wisdom is knowing the past, remembering the past, and making your decisions upon those things, and thinking of the future in that factor as well. Having the understandings of all different kinds of shit. Oh my lord. Semina with her little hip hop. Yeah, hip hop. Yeah, exactly, Destroyer. My dad is a chud, honestly. He takes heritage claims to the Confederacy, which is always yuck. And he works for the prison, the AC guy, and his dad is a retired cop now who preaches at a biker church out in Chud Country. Damn, fish, that's fucked up. No, Erlon, he's not talking about the one percenters. He's talking about the riders for Christ, the Christian riders. There's no, there's no pole dancing. There's no debauchery. Christians don't believe in that stuff, remember? Not that I have anything against Riders for Christ or any other Christian motorcycle club. I mean, you know, good on them if they got away from, you know, doing criminal activities and stuff like that, um, and trying to find themselves a better life while still riding their motorcycles. Cool. Yeah. Ah, okay, Erlon. Erlon. Yeah, yeah, I get you. Hey, you know, if their restorative justice is leaving their old lifestyle uh, Yeah, to Klingon. Some of them might not. It just means more organized. Well, maybe. But, I mean, in the same token, if their restorative justice for them was to step away from the one percenter world, so to speak, and, you know, change their life to being like riders for Christ and in Christianity and stuff like that, and that restorative justice works for them in their healing in their lives, cool. They don't believe in debauchery except when the preachers do it and hide the abuse. I don't know if my grandpa ever did any of that. I just know that he used to beat my dad when he was a kid. Yeah, I feel you, Fish. They get older and they start thinking about dying, so they run for the church. Maybe Destroyer, but I mean, not all of them. And I don't mean to use that in that not all of them terminology. That apparently seems to be such an outrage now to say not all. Okay. I don't know when that became a thing, but okay. Whatever. I guess to each their own. The world is a funny place, and it takes all kinds to make the world go around. So, okay. you know, but I think if someone is true and real in the factor of actually trying to maintain the ridership of lifestyle that they love, riding a motorcycle, and trying to change their life around, and having that camaraderie and brotherhood of or sisterhood of having a Christian motorcycle club. I can't exactly completely condone, or I can't exactly completely judge them or condemn them for it. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, you can't judge an entire kind of people by the actions of a few or a handful. That's right, Klingon. They get older and they think about dying, so they're maybe. And here I am planning on preaching anarcho-communism and revolutionary Christianity. Funny how life works like that. Yeah, right, Fish? There was a good line from Religious back before Bill Maher broke cover and went really cringe. He was where he attended a trucker church and thanked one of the guys for being Christ-like rather than Christian. It was subtle, but I was really impressed that he got it bang on the head. Yeah, I don't fault them for it, but I am skeptical of quick, convenient reformation. Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen it before. Anyone who's ever done any time in jail, you see it. We call them holy rollers. They all of a sudden become born again Christians, walking down the hall, the jail cells, and pacing back and forth with a Bible in their hand, and they're doing everything to present this facade of being saved and being a Christian. Therefore, they should get parole or be released early. We've seen that we've seen that song and dance. And then as soon as they're out, they're back doing the same old shit. We've seen that. We've seen it, but I don't want to sit back and destroy or hinder anyone's chance at healing or restorative justice. I think we have to be serious in the factor that when we state we don't want corporal punishment as the way we see and dole out justice in our world, we have to be real about it and for real on that, right? We have to stick with that ideology. We can't just sit back and go, well, it helps parole to be born again. It's wrong and it's fake, but the parole board like it as people with funny beliefs are in positions of power. Yeah. Plus, it's a bad idea to let a former cop be preachers. Shit gets horrifying doing that. Like the one in Kansas who said LGBTQIA people should be executed in the state via stoning. Yeah, that as well. That is right as well. Like, to be honest, whenever I had to get out of prison, yeah, well, Destroyer, every time I've ever gone to prison, I've had to do my full entire sentence. No good time, no parole, no nothing. My full sentence. So if I got 5 years, I had to do 5 years exactly. If I got 2 years less a day, I had to do 2 years less a day exactly. I don't get that luxury. But I don't believe that I have to suck up to a system that isn't my own people. And that is hell bent on genociding my people. But that's just me. I mean, if you've been here long enough, you may have heard some of my story of how I grew up. You may have heard me talk about how I was badly beaten, abused, raped, tortured, and locked butt-ass naked in an empty closet and locked in it for hours upon hours every day. The adopted father that the Canadian government sold me to through child welfare in the foster care system, they sold me to a retired RCMP officer, and the adopted mother was a legal secretary. And that's the world I grew up in, living through that shit till I was 13. Then at 13, when I put an end to it, they locked me up for 5 years, from 13 till 18, and called me a problem child, a demon child. While these white-ass motherfuckers got to walk free, and the world thought of them as great Christian people, respectable people, not this is shit that I grew up with and lived through. I'm in that group of people that majority of the people that went through similar things that I have gone through have committed suicide and aren't here with us anymore. I'm still here for whatever reason, and trust me, it's not from a lack from trigger warning if anyone's triggering of these things. Full warning and upload ahead of time. When I was 14 years old, being locked up and being sitting there in a juvenile correctional facility. Thank you, Destroyer. I took the belt loop that they use for like your what do they call that? It's like a robe, but it's like a bathrobe. I took the loop of that, tied it to along with one of the sheets, and tied it to the bunk because it was a bunk bed, and I tied it up to it because they still had the holes in them. And I tied it up to it, made sure that it was short enough distance, wrapped it up, tied it into a noose, put that son of a bitch around my neck, put my feet on the bed so that my knees could never touch the ground, and I sat there, hanging like that, for almost an hour, and I'm still fucking here. I don't know how the fuck I'm still here, but I'm still fucking here. Because to me, all I got told was that I was the problem. And no one would listen to me. No one would hear me. No one would believe me. Because good white Christian people and dirty, filthy, rotten, savage Indian. I had no hope. Nothing. But for whatever reason, see, this is what I mean by, you know, there is no excuse or reason why I didn't die. But I'm here. Whether you can call it a miracle, whether you call it by the grace of God, whether you call it my ancestors were watching over me, however you look at it, I'm still here today. When I should be dead. Like, you know, as a child at 4 months old, they stole me from my mom, put me in a foster home, where the foster home took such poor care of me that I ended up with a severe case of pneumonia that almost killed me and severely damaged and destroyed my lungs. Today I have COPD and severely damaged lungs. The bottom half of my lungs are collapsed. I'm only working with the upper half of my lungs. And that's not from anything that I did. This is what I've lived through, and I'm still fucking here. So I know, however you want to look at it, I don't know. I try and lean on my culture and my ancestors and my spiritual way of life of my people to find understanding, reasoning for my existence here, why I'm still here. I don't know how many fights I've been in where literally I should be dead. I don't know how many fights I've been in or gang wars that I've been in. I can't count how many gang wars I've been in that I should be dead, but I'm still here. Do you know what I mean? This is where this is where things that you have to question. You have to wonder why someone is still here. What is it? What is the reason why I'm still here? And to me, I believe this is part of it. To carry the wisdom of my ancestors and share with people. You know, this is why a lot of times, you'll hear me say, I don't know how long I've got. So I do this so this wisdom, this knowledge, these teachings don't die. They don't die out. This is what I look at. Oh, when I was young, I had a rage. I had a deep rage. And this is where I needed to learn humility, to let go of an ego, a chip put on my shoulder. And I had to learn to let go of a lot of anger. I had to learn. I had to heal. And I'm still healing every single day. I'm still healing. I'm still growing. I'm still learning. Because I am a human being. If that makes sense. These are things, to me, that are very dear to my heart. And I share these things freely with all of you. I've lived through these things and I'm still here and I'm still growing. I'm still learning. I'm still healing. And that's good because that means I'm a human being walking the path of a true human being. And I share with all of you that wisdom. Yeah, Fish, I know. Hey, welcome back, Mago. When I was younger, when you heard me and Mago sitting back laughing and joking and stuff, when I was younger, I was too much in pain. I had too much pain. I didn't have a sense of humor in my bone. I didn't have any sense of humor. Before I found my culture, my spirituality, my spiritual way of life, of my ancestors, I used to say my heart was as black as the night because I didn't have a heart. And when I went inside, my first time going inside of a sweat lodge, what we call in my people's language an anipi, it gave me back my heart. So to me, I was only bullied as a kid for being weird. And I was always from from people. Also, I acted like a dinosaur as a kid in elementary. I want to forget that. Fish, acting like a dinosaur as a kid, that's not that bad. I mean, there are grown adults that are kittens, are furries, so you're fine, buddy. Don't worry about it. Acting like a dinosaur, nothing wrong. It's all good. And I'm sorry to hear that you were bullied as a kid. That's what kids supposed to do. Yeah, exactly, Mago. That's what kids are supposed to do. Use their imagination. Yes. You see, this is. I read the Bible. I read the Bible in when I was a kid. Growing up, I was part of the church choir. The way I was raised left me with serious anger problems. Yeah, Destroyer. You and me both, bro. I feel ya. I was like seriously like church choir, you know, all these things. And you still have things. You know, then when I got older, the church didn't want anything to do with me anymore because, well, I'm that dirty little savage Indian who almost destroyed the good white Christian people's lives for them committing acts that they should never have committed on any child. You know what I found helped me? Prayer. And realizing and I don't mean like Christianity prayer. Say 3 Hail Marys or 12 Hail Marys and yeah, it's all good. No, I mean actual prayer. I find learning how to control myself. I found through the medicine wheel and the teachings of the medicine wheel and the seven laws and teachings that I just shared with you here helped me tremendously. To learn to keep my anger in check. It doesn't mean I don't get angry anymore. It just means I don't fly off into a rage. I don't go into a blackout rage where I destroy everything around me, whether that be human or item. And learn how to heal and allow myself to heal. To learn what we call self-discipline. If that makes sense. Oh, no. See, this is what I mean. There's different sections in that. There are those who will internalize it. There are those who will not internalize it. Or there are those that find a mix of internalizing it and striking out. I think there are many different spectrums in that, in how each person differently deals with things. But it's trying to find a balance of healing oneself in finding a balance within oneself and to have some form of self-discipline. And I don't mean the discipline that we're used to of being told, well, get yourself whipped, get yourself beaten, not that kind of discipline. Yeah, Destroyer, I feel you. I was that dude that sat at the very back end of any place in the dark little corner who barely spoke a single fucking word. I was that dude. I was that dude sitting there on a stage with the PA, the big speakers at a concert, listening to heavy metal and headbanging in front of everybody. I didn't give a shit what people thought. I was doing me. People didn't exist. People thought I was crazy. That there was something wrong with me. There's a multitude of different spectrums that come into play. And each person and each individual, in that sense, each person is different with how things come out or how they deal with things. Mm. I feel you, Fish. I feel you. See, this is where we get into like compassion, right? Yeah, exactly, Destroyer. Yeah, exactly. People thought I was angry and dangerous. I was just damaged. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. These are things that we have to always remember, or at least try to. We have much healing that needs to be done, all of us. And we have so little time to do it in. And at the same time, try and fix the world we live in. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I feel you, Fish. This is what I mean. Like, those of us who have lived through abuse can relate to each other. Our experiences, or how do I put it? Are the things that happen to us may be different in different ways or different variances, or maybe very similar. But our experiences, our hurt, our pain are very much the same. We understand each other in that aspect. These things we have to take in consideration and look at. These things we have to work at healing. And which is really fucked up because we also have to try and save the planet. And our world that we live in. Yeah, but Fish, that doesn't make the pain or the experience you had any less than mine or Destroyers. It doesn't make it less valid. It doesn't make it less. Do you know what I mean? Like, or anyone else here that may have gone through the same or similar things that we have. None of it makes it less or less than. It's all fucked up shit. Exactly, Destroyer. All pain is pain. All children are vulnerable. Don't ever let anyone tell you that your pain is less than anyone else's. Because you may not have gone through what they have gone through. That's a crock of shit. Literally, that's a crock of shit. My father was an alcoholic pedophile. What I went through is different than what you went through, but it hurts no more and no less. Exactly, Destroyer, exactly. Exactly. You know, our sisters who may be here, you know, that are sitting in here quiet at now, right now, listening and reading, they may have gone through being raped and beaten and stuff too. Theirs is no more, no less. Theirs is not less than just because they're a woman. Our trans sisters and trans brothers that may be here listening in as well, or our gay or lesbian brothers and sisters, or relatives or friends, whatever, the things that they've gone through doesn't make it any less either. They're not less than. I feel like the distress and abuse took away from my biggest strength, which is extreme empathy and compassion, which I am now just learning to let that take control again instead of the distress. Yeah. Good, Fish. Remember, people, like, your healing journey from this shit is not an overnight cure. You're not going to find some fucking miracle fucking working fucking psychologist that's going to fix you in 1 or 2 sessions or a couple of sessions and then drag it out for a couple of years so that they can make sure that you're buying them a new fucking home or a new fucking, you know, Mercedes Benz or whatever, or a new Jaguar or whatever. No. Healing from these things is a lifetime. It takes a lifetime. To heal from it. And that is what we need to maintain steady focus on. Healing from this shit. Healing it. And constantly working on healing it. So that we can be the best us that we can be. The best possible human being that we can be. Allowing ourselves to heal. To grow. To learn. If that makes any sense. You know, I have to say, I'm kind of proud of our sisters right now. They're allowing the brothers to heal and have a conversation about healing in the things we've been through growing up, in the pain that was put onto us. I give our sisters mad props, mad love and respect, and thankfulness and gratitude. Because us men need to heal too. We all need to heal, yes. But I think we all need the opportunity to heal. And if we're only allowing one section or one group of people to heal and the rest of us aren't permitted to heal, we're still going to have an unbalanced society, an unbalanced world. Nothing will change if all of us don't heal. If that makes any sense. I mean, how? We are one organism. The health of one is the health of all. Hey, very true, Destroyer. See, this is where it's a we thing. When it comes to our healing, it's not so much as an individualism of healing. It is we of healing. We as a community, we as a people, we as human beings need to come together and heal. And learn to communicate with each other, to understand each other. These things sets us on that path of a true human being. And if we don't do that, we ain't going anywhere. We ain't going anywhere at all. Nothing will change. The only thing that will change is that the next generation will have to deal with the same shit, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And nothing will change. You see, you could go and get involved in blood sport debate panels. And you're not getting anywhere because it's not doing any healing. It's not solving any problems. It's not coming up with a solution. It's not at all. It's a coliseum sport. That's what it is. Keep the population placated and docile and focused on everything else but what the population needs to focus on and should be focusing on. Oh, to the one here with the 7 secret laws. There you go. Right, Fish. No problem, Kenny. And don't worry, it's okay, Dustin. It's okay, Dustin. Like, learning to listen. Learning to listen to each other and communicate with each other is doing a lot. Helping people to heal, helping people is praxis. Helping people with needs that they need met. These things are praxis. And I'm pretty sure Comrade and Kenny can say the same thing. I don't debate. I'm just here to learn things. I learned how to win an argument a long time ago. Yeah, Destroyer, right? Exactly. No one is free until we're all free. That's right, Fish. And I want to study it more. Thank you. Oh, no problem, Kenny. I hope, Kenny, when you study it as much as you want to go with it, that you and me can have a conversation about it. That you'll come back to me and be, hey, bro, let's have a conversation about this. Let's talk. Right? Hopefully. I mean, completely up to you, Kenny. This is what I talk. These are things that I keep talking about and I keep saying, and I keep trying to show and I keep showing different things and teaching about the history of indigenous people on Turtle Island and throughout all indigenous countries. There are some very serious things that we have to heal. Like I talk about restorative justice, I talk about healing and restorative justice. That's not just a monolith or a got you, capture, or you know what I mean, or clickbait. It's real talk. Things that colonization and capitalism doesn't want us to talk about. Yeah, and they're being and living in bless. Yeah. Because if we can't heal and we can't find a balance, we're all dead in the water. Like literally dead in the water. Because the North and South Pole ice caps are melting. Sorry. The Humberg River, Humbling River, is where I get the idea of the hands of many must join as one or will never make it over the river. Yeah, exactly. I got to go. Thank you for everything, Lasu. Thanks. Take care, my friend. Chat. Stay safe. Okay, Destroyer. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for sharing. Much love. Much love, my friend. And I hope you have yourself a great evening or great day, wherever you may be on the planet at this moment. And until next time, my friend, we have in indigenous language, we don't have a word for goodbye because we say goodbye to the dead. But even then, we still don't really say goodbye to them because when we die, we'll see them as well. So we just say take care and we'll see you later because there is no word for goodbye. Once someone's paths cross, they usually cross again and again and again. Yes, Destroyer. We'll see you next time. You have yourself a great night or day. So these are things that we look at, right? Like compassion, you look at these things, right? Prayer, respect, compassion, honesty, generosity, humility, wisdom. In living in this way of life and with these understandings and beliefs and laws or, rules or however you want to place them or or say to them that may better help you to understand in your understanding that you can relate and understand them better in your own self. This is where Marx and all of them got all their basic foundations and principles of communism and anarchism from. This is the basic, the very base, the very core of it all. It's right here. The wisdom and knowledge of the ancients. The Constitution, even though it's a fuck, they fucked it up, is still based from indigenous way of life, the great law of peace. there are things that we must always try to strive for and remember. And learn and heal and grow. The great commandment and the law of peace are basically the same too. I guess in some ways, yes. In some ways, no. But yeah. I mean, there's the 12 commandments, if that's what we're talking about with the great commandment. But the great law of peace was made and brought into being long before first contact was ever made on this side of the world. At least a couple of generations. So let's see. So with the medicine wheel, I don't know. Can we see this clearly? Somewhat. Wait, isn't the great commandment that one time Jesus cites the two most base commandments? Oh, there it is. Your commandment is love thy neighbor as thyself, and always promote it. Yeah. Zoom. Let me see if that works. Relatively so. Okay. So when we look at the medicine wheel, we have the four directions here, as you can see, right? The four cardinal colors. So we have north, which is the color that represents in the north is white, for like the snow and stuff, right? And the whiteness or white people. Night because and winter, see, and mind and old age and wisdom. That doesn't necessarily mean what some may put that as. East is like where the sun comes up in the morning, right? And the color there is red, and it's morning, and spring, and spirit, childhood, generosity. Then you have south, which is yellow, and then noon, and summer, and soul, and adolescence, and fortitude. Then you have west, which is black, evening, autumn, body, adulthood, and bravery. So there's like, that's like, there's some basic forms of it. There's like, we have these things. The center, learning self balance, beauty, and harmony. Um, See, there's many different aspects of the medicine wheel, and as you grow and start to learn, you start to learn more and more and more and more and more. It becomes more and more deeper. I'm gonna say there are similar in spirit, but not identical. Yeah, yeah, they're similar in spirit, but not identical. Yeah. So,
Columbus has to die.
oi!
After 500 years, kill him!
Hello, Aloe
Kill
Chair.
Columbus!
Thank you for raiding, my friend. Welcome in with the party of one. Welcome in. Susie, what up? Welcome in. Thank you for raiding. Welcome in. So, mm, apparently my mods have all gone on vacation. Hey, Alex and Susie. What's up? Well, we were just talking about the Lakota Seven Sacred Laws. And now we're getting into a little bit about the medicine wheel. You see, because the medicine wheel grows within um, to your understanding. No problem, Ego. Thomas, that pizza got me. No problem, Aloe Chair. Please do feel free, everyone. Please do follow Aloe Chair. Great content maker. Awesome human being. No problem, pizza. Um, I know, Mago. You see, the medicine wheel is catered to your understanding. One person can give you a basic principle or foundation and maybe be able to help guide you in some of it. No problem, Aloe Share. It's only the truth. But in truth, the medicine wheel works from your understanding of it. It relates directly to you, not to other people, which is why no one can give you a, a an 18,000 paged book reference or guide to every single aspect of it, because it all works on your perspective, not just as it works from my perspective and my understanding of things. It works the same aspect in that it works from your perspective and your understanding. Yes. Yes, Susie Foreman. Yes. It is when Yeah. It is when we look at these things and we're able to understand that these things have so much to teach us. This medicine wheel has an abundance of wisdom to teach us and knowledge to teach us. Because it's based on our understanding, each of you. It is based upon your understanding, your learning, your viewpoints, and it grows with that, and it grows with you, and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. And I want you to understand that these things, many in the psychological or psychologist field have looked at this medicine wheels and have classified it as the highest form of psychology known to be in existence. These teachings can heal you. They can help you. Many things can come out of these teachings. But once again, like we said earlier, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink because that horse has to decide to drink or not to drink itself. So as we grow and learn and heal and start to decolonize ourselves and our minds, I'll put it to you this way. Being that I was stolen from my mom at 4 months old and I had no idea that I was Native, I knew I was different, but I didn't have any idea that I grew up thinking that I was a Viking because the home that they put me into and sold me to was an Icelandic people. And so I grew up thinking I was a Viking. Which is quite interesting. Good thing I don't think Hildy's here right now because you were probably thinking that it was her phone. Well, like the saying, you can take a lizard to crickets, but you can always guarantee it will eat them. I know this was saying, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hello, Lasu's abode. Leave your cool message at the beep. Right? Right? when I was like 18, 19, when someone would call, I'd answer the phone like, "Hello, this is the House of Lords, God speaking." He used to always go, "Huh?" uh, all kind of silly messages. See, you may find different medicine wheels that may give you a basic principle or guideline. Like here is the basic fundamental principles and meaning of the medicine wheel. The basic fundamentals. And then you grow and you get deeper into it. And then it becomes even more deeper and more deeper and more deeper and more deeper and more deeper. Like here, where it gets into the medicine wheel of life. See what I mean? It starts to get deeper and deeper and deeper as you go and as you grow. As you start to learn more and your understanding of it grows and your connection with it starts to deepen. This is just one example from my people. Almost every single tribe, indigenous tribe that I know of on Turtle Island has the exact identical medicine wheel, except some variances in the color formation or where the colors are placed, and some of the animals and stuff. But there's a basic fundamental truth and connection within it that all indigenous nations have. See? It grows. It gets to deeper understanding. To and the great thing about it is that it's catered, which is really funny because the medicine has been around for tens of thousands of years. Yet it's still applicable and valuable today. Hey, Dazed. Welcome in, buddy. It's still applicable to today. Yet the medicine wheel Really old medicine, really strong responses. Yeah. So, how is it that supposedly us uncivilized, uneducated savages can come up with such a thing as the medicine wheel that still is valid and works today? That's tens of thousands of years old, like thousands, like. How is that possible, people? Like, how can it be possible, right? How can something this old be so so like, look at, even this is like in like Asian culture. Indigenous cultures around the world have this medicine wheel that's tens of thousands of years old. And it's catered to your understanding. Like, wow. Like, okay, Fish. See you later, buddy. Thank you for sharing, and I wish you a great evening. Much love, Fish. Till next time. It is, Dave. It is, Dave. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Mago. It works for where you are on your journey. Like, seriously. This is like some serious high level of psychology. Yet, we're apparently the most dumbest fuckers on the planet, according to, you know, colonizers and capitalists. And white supremacists. Yet, interesting. Even our sweat lodges have the basic principle of the medicine wheel in it. Projection, yeah, right, Mago? Projection. Even the sweat lodge has the medicine wheel built into it. Do you know they are full of shit, so they say the truth is bullshit? Yeah, exactly, Mago. Exactly. Like, see how, like, here, like, emotional, safety in own home, safety and my emotional health, safety for my children, mental, safety on the job and in public, safety on using my computer on the internet, safety for my children, spiritual, safety and drug or alcohol consumption, safety with a protection order, safety for my children. This is like um, when they talk about domestic violence and stuff, physical safety during a violent incident, safety as I prepare to leave, safety for my children. Like, there are so many different facets in like, it just continues and continues and continues and continues. Like, dang. Like, that's a lot out of a circle with two lines in it. That's pretty fucking based from the concept of a wheel. You know what I mean, all everyone? Like, is this tracking? Are you guys understanding or having at least some bit of an understanding? Like, is it making sense somewhat? I hope. See, even in this is like an ancient indigenous medicine wheel in Wyoming. That was made tens of thousands of years ago. Mago. In these ways. Hey, Sassy. What up? There's so many things to learn. Like, this is why our elders always say, I will always be constantly living from the day I was born till the day I die. Aw. Well, it's good that you get to give a break, Sassy, from chores. That could be a pain in the ass. like, there's so many different facets to it. There's so many different nooks and crannies and new things to discover. And this is ancient wisdom, ancient knowledge. Amazing. Like, truly amazing. An abuser can learn how to no longer be an abuser in this way, through this medicine wheel. An abuse victim can learn no longer to be an abuse victim through this medicine wheel. And to learn how to heal, all things can learn how to heal. Like, a normal average Joe can learn so many different things from this as well. Like, it's, you know what I mean? It's all catered to the individual, in that sense of individual person. Like, it better to be alone than in bad company, like an abuser. Yeah, Sassy, yes. But an abuser, when we look at healing and restorative justice, deserves that opportunity to heal as well. And this is just one of the many different ways that indigenous people have always, for generations upon generation, managed to maintain a healthy and productive community. See, the fake make-believe society that we live in today believes in punishment, eternal punishment, meaning you're stuck being punished from the moment that you commit some crime to the moment you die. You're stuck, and then generations down the line of your bloodline is still stuck carrying that punishment in some way, shape, or form. Where we indigenous people believe in healing and restorative justice, which means we're not looking at punishment, but correcting something that is wrong and making it right, to heal it. And by no means am I saying that an abuse victim or a rape victim needs to become bestest buddies and chums with their abuser in any way, shape, or form. But there is a healing that needs to happen. On both sides of the coin. Our elders, for generations upon generations, have lived this way, have lived with this understanding and knowledge and wisdom. Because all human beings deserve the chance and opportunity to heal, to change, to grow. And I hope that makes sense. Yes, exactly, Mago. Yes, we did. We did banishment rather than lock them up in prison. Yeah. And these are things that we have to take a look at because, to be honest, we all know it and we say it constantly, time and time again. Every single one of us constantly keeps saying it all the time. This punishment system that we live in with punishment is not working. It's not fixing anything. It's not changing anything. All it is making situations worse, creating more hardened criminals, so to speak, more violent offenders. That's all it's doing. See, here's another picture of an ancient medicine wheel made of stones in North America. I know it's hard to understand or to think of that kind of healing. And I know it's hard. And I know it's hard to understand, but for some people and some people it might be a lot easier. Um, See, mental, thoughts, spiritual beliefs, emotional feelings, physical behaviors. See? And the four elements: air, fire, water, earth. See, it has so many different layers to it. It's just truly amazing. We use these teachings as a part of healing, a part of growth. It's all interconnected. After a certain, isn't it difficult to change and heal abusers? Mm, to be honest, the further deeper it gets into after a certain point, isn't it difficult to change and heal abusers? The deeper they are into it, the longer the process takes. If that makes sense, Sassy. The longer that path of healing takes. For them to change and heal. Pretty dang deep, hon. I have so much to think about and pray on. All right, Susie Foreman, thank you very much for hanging out and spending time. Much love, Susie. I hope you have a great night and you take good care of yourself and your family and loved ones as well. See, that's what we look at, Susie. Like, we can't give up hope. We can't give up on people because then if we get, hey, story girl, if we give up on someone, then when we need that help and maybe it's really hard for us to get through the help that we need or to get through that process, then does that mean that we give up on you as well? Do you know what I mean? Like, true compassion and empathy means that we never give up on someone. We don't give up on things. We don't, do you know what I mean? Like, we don't stop the process of like trying to help them to heal, trying to help them to grow, trying to help them to change, trying to help them to understand these things, irregardless of the situation or who it is or what it's about. Hey, Zippy, welcome back. It doesn't stop. To give up on anyone's humanity is a crime in itself. See, this is where there's been moments where we've had like abusers sit before a circle of women and they get tore down. Hey, Johnny, welcome in. They get tore down, stripped right down to the core. And then the healing journey can begin, where they get rebuilt and taught the correct way of being. It's the same process in effect as well, but a different way of it when it comes to healing those who have been abused. We have to keep that process going of always constantly trying to ensure their healing and their growth in that path of healing. And to expand, help them to expand as much as we possibly can. And this is where we get into like self-discipline. And I don't mean self-discipline as in like the bad discipline. This is things that literally, like, I don't know, Mago probably can share too on it, but I myself have witnessed women and child abusers of all different kind of things in that aspect change, no longer offend, no longer commit those acts. Hey, John Doe. I've seen that change. I've seen amazing shit happen. And I've also seen people who are just normal, average, whatever you want to call it, people grow too. Like the medicine wheel interchanges and it fits and it interacts with you personally, with your personal understanding and grow and where you are in your journey, and helps you to grow. It's the same thing when you go see a medicine man or a medicine woman or an elder of sorts. They start where you are on your path in your journey and help you to grow, to learn, to heal, to understand. They help you and guide you as best as they possibly can. These things are possible because they've worked for tens of thousands of years, pre-colonization. Indigenous communities, we didn't have a thing called rape. There wasn't rape in our culture until colonization took into play. We didn't have that because the men respected the women and the women respected the men, and the two spirits, we all respected each other as human beings. We treated each other as something that's sacred, holy, that's cherished, loved. Even if we went to war with another tribe, the women in that from those tribes weren't raped. They were, they weren't raped. It's not like Hollywood where, oh, look, the savage Indian is going to come along and rape you. No, sorry. That did not ever happen. Although, when we look at historical true factors, shall I point out boarding schools and residential schools as a beginning factor range? We had a completely different outlook and look upon life, and an understanding completely different. We learned to respect each other. We lived as respecting each other, honoring each other, living in harmony with each other, in balance with each other, because we had to survive. For tens of thousands of years before the white man got lost at sea, Mr. Christopher Columbus, and washed up on the shores. Sadly sassy. And that's not to say that our white relatives can't learn these things as well and heal and change and grow. Or any nationality for that matter. That's the beautiful thing about the medicine wheel and that whole entire healing process and restorative justice is it works for all people. It's not a race-specific healing thing. It is a human thing. A human-specific, not a race-specific or a class-specific. It is a human-specific, if that makes sense. See, it is when one becomes lost within inside themselves and they're far away from themselves and not in balance and harmony with themselves and the world around them. These things, these horrible things start to happen. When one moves away from that kind of world and moves to more of a balanced harmony within themselves and all things in the world around them, and learns about to honor and respect and cherish and have empathy and compassion and love, and understands the interconnectedness of all things, then one starts to heal, one starts to grow, one starts to change. One starts to step away from the violence and abusiveness. One steps away from that. One steps away from alcohol and drug addictions. One steps away from seeing sacred medicine as something to be abused rather than to be used to heal. One steps away from all the things that we look at, that capitalism and colonialism is forcing upon us to live in at the moment, because we allow them to do it. Yes, I said that right. We allow them. So this is where indigenous teachings comes into play. in the understanding of decolonization, of healing, of respect and empathy and we and us. And our understanding of individualism isn't the way capitalism and colonialism pushes you to think of individualism, like just me. That's not our individualism. Our individualism is learning to heal within yourself and grow and learn and understand and develop this new way of living and a way of life that lives in harmony and balance with everything around you and everyone and everything around you, and grow. And with that, we learn to communicate with each other and have true communication with each other. It takes strength to want to heal. There's a tabletop role-playing game I'm working on at the moment in which the alien society I'm writing has a similar approach. Crimes against other people are seen as a failure of the offending individual's family group, work group, and professional group. They all go through a process of honest introspection to see how they contributed to the situation which resulted in violence, and take on appropriate lessons and support both victim and perpetrator of the crime. Yeah, that's quite very similar, Story Girl. And when we look at it, like, that's over where, like, in Australia? Right, Story Girl? You're in Australia, right? To have a healthier way of life, I know a lot of people go, oh my God, like, really? What? I get that because we're so brainwashed into believing the only form of any sort of justice is in Australia, yeah. But not indigenous. I'm trying to write decolonize race. Cool, Story Girl. Awesome. Awesome. So I get that the society pushes us into thinking that the only form in any way, shape, or form in anything is punishment. Not healing, not restorative, just punishment. And in a lot of cases, capital punishment. But that doesn't solve anything. The United States and Canada is only a couple of hundred years old in existence as it sits with colonization and capitalism and this punishment as justice, punitive justice. It's only a couple of hundred years old. Racist, socially constructed whiteness is inherently extractive. So all relations under whiteness will be extractive. Extraction is stealing. It is taking without consent or care Whiteness objectifies everything outside of itself, hence its social construction. And that logic is played out interpersonally, race, rape, racism, etc., and systemically capitalism. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Kenny. Yes. And these are things like when we're dealing with this, we're looking at trying to decolonize because we have to. Capitalism is a dying breed, it's dying out. This is also where cultural appropriation and colonization come in. Take something, strip it of any and all agency, and use it how you see fit. Exactly, Kenny. Exactly. Right. You're right. See, this is where you hear a lot of times they talk about rape is not really a sexual act. It's more of a power and control. What teaches power and control? Having power and control over people. Oh, wait. Capitalism. Colonialization. Teaches having power and control over people. This is what it teaches. It teaches you that somebody who's fat is ugly and disgusting because only thin people are beautiful. You know what I mean? It teaches you in order to be beautiful and somebody that's wanted and desired in the world, you have to be super thin. Like Marilyn Monroe, Betty Boop, Barbie. And for men, we have to be muscular and strong and Not everyone fits into that frame. Which is why you see people today, beautiful people that are wearing glasses because they have eyesight issues, feel less than. They feel shameful that they have to wear, or not as beautiful as they truly are because they have to wear glasses. This is that same society, that same mindset. It's that same philosophy that they keep doing to control a population. The same thing where we had King Constantine and his little council that shaped and sat and debated and discussed and worked out and hammered out how best to control a population to prevent them from uprising. This is what we're looking at, people. These are things we're looking at. And we have to, I know it's scary. I know the unknown is scary. I know. But we're at a point now where staying and sticking in, remaining in the little comfort, little bubble that they helped, that colonialization and capitalism help put you in, to keep you segregated from each other. We have to break that bubble and step out of it and grow and heal and learn and walk that path. This is where we find that path to everything that all of us keep talking about and wanting and wishing that someday will come forth. And if we just sit there on our asses and stay in our little bubble, we're never going to get there. And to be honest, if global warming keeps up in the rate in which it's going, you and me, we'll never see it. Neither will our children, our nieces, nephews, grandchildren. They'll never see it either, because we might not very much so, might not be here. So either we begin our change today, starting today within ourselves and starting to grow and heal and starting to break out of our bubbles and start to learn and start to decolonize ourselves, or we're going to be stuck. That's your own choice. I can't make it for you. I could sit here and act like I'm on a podium and preach hellfire and brimstone. But that ain't going to do shit. Because it's you that has to make that choice. It's you that has to make that decision. It's you that has to want it. Not necessarily need it. Want it. Want it enough that you walk in that direction. Or crawl, or whatever. That's where healing begins. That's where the path of a true human being begins. Changing oneself. And by changing oneself, you start to change the area that you're in. The outerness of all that surrounds you starts to change along with you. I hope that makes sense to a lot of you. And if it didn't make fully sense, don't worry, it's okay. Something up with my browser, had to jump on mobile. Just wanted to say thanks for having me and make quits for the stream. I gotta hit the sack here, so good night and take care all. Okay, Mago, sleep well. Sleep well, Cola. Thank you as well for coming on and hanging out and, shooting the shit and having a great time. Mago, I truly appreciate that, Cola. I truly do. I w- oh. I know sometimes it's because we're so stuck in this colonial capitalist mindset that it's hard to comprehend and see something that isn't that. And I get it. It's a learning process. It's a growth process. Trust me, I was there. I was where each and every one of you are sitting right now. I was there. I've been there. And I don't hold myself higher than any of you. I am no less than nor greater than any of you. I may be a little further along on my journey than you all, but like I said, one's life journey is from the time we're born till the time we die and then beyond. But our journey, life journey here on this planet, begins when we're born and ends when we die and leave this borrowed robe. And then on to the next journey. These things they teach us, our elders teach us and show us and pass on to us. And so in turn, I'm sharing and teaching and passing it on to all of you. And I hope that it helps you. Because I want all of us to have a better life than the shit we're stuck in today. And it is almost 8:30. Here, or well, no wait, I've been streaming for almost 8.5 hours. I guess this is the shill section. If you enjoyed this content and enjoyed the wisdom and teachings and learnings and understandings that you have learned here today or have heard here today, please feel free to follow. Following is free. If you can afford to, not that it's necessarily, and if you do and can, it is greatly appreciated. Maybe thinking about maybe subscribing to help out with the channel, or gift subbing, or biddies. As well as there are 2 bots that have been popping out links. One is to the merch, where you can get some good I Am Anti-Columbus coffee mug, sweater, like a hoodie kind of thing. Not the zip-up one, but the actual pullover hoodie. And t-shirts. As well as some like Lost Sioux little blanket and like cell phone coverings. as well as there's the GoFundMe link um, that is there for like tipping and stuff like that. Um, if you wish to help out with maybe, you know, using the GoFundMe link to help, you know, tip in that way of being able to, you know, majiska or money um, to arrive quicker. Um, Not necessary, but if your heart moves you to, is greatly appreciated. Any and all help is always greatly appreciated and welcomed. Um, yeah, so moving on past the chilling part. I know I'm horrible at it. I'm horrible. It's just, ugh. I'm horrible at chilling for myself. Oh, that reminds me. Um, every Friday night between 9 and 10 p.m. Mountain Time, we have Indigenous Movie Night, where we play, well, usually it's been anywhere from 4 to 6 movies, but I'm finding that there isn't a whole bunch of Indigenous movies made at the present moment in time that are out there. So I'm looking at maybe doing like 2 movies on Friday night and then like maybe some documentaries um, in between the 2 movies. um, so that we can keep Friday night Indigenous movie night going for a long time. Um, Thanks, Zippy. So hopefully, you know, I will see you all every Friday night for Indigenous movie night. Um, I know there are plenty of different other streamers out there that maybe, you know, your favorite streamers to hang out with on a Friday night or whatever. You know, that's all cool. Um, and, you know, I truly appreciate and love and cherish each and every one of you that comes and hangs out with me on my stream and helps and, you know, partakes and you know, communicates and talks and shares. And I truly appreciate all of those things. It means the world to me. Aw, look at the little baby. Aw, dang. Like, oh, look at the baby. Oh, me. I want, I try to promote healing and education here in this stream, in this community. I try to promote that because there's just too much garbage out there. Yes, they do have chunky cheeks. There's too much garbage. And what we need is something wholesome, something healing and educational and actually has practical use in our daily lives. I mean, I could pull out, you know, a 10,000 page book or ebook And we can sit here and all go, you know, a quarter of the way through it. But I don't think I have. I don't think I have the ability to do that. Um, Not that there's anything wrong with books, but I don't think I just have the ability to do that myself personally. Dang. Well, welcome back, Egon. Aw. Hey, Crystal. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Femboy Ancom, Raptures, Aussie Puppy, Casual Cupcake, DSA. Congratulations if you're here. I don't actually know who's all here, so because, well, Twitch is weird. And Crystal, much love. Thank you very much. Thank you dearly. I truly appreciate that. Hey, look, Stream Elements kicked in. It's alive. Weird science. So, how's everyone doing? Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? Please feel free to ask. Don't be shy. And remember, the only stupid question is the question that's not asked. So if you have any questions that you would like to ask, I mean, it was a lot to take in, a lot of wisdom, a lot of teaching. I'm okay. I don't think I have questions, and I'm not shy. I know, Zippy. You can't get me to shut up half the time. It's all good. It's all good. Still grieving my banana tree to think of any. Aw. That's a fucking sad ass loss, man, for a banana tree to go bump. That's like, damn. I also just got the tail end of the clasp back there. Ah, okay. So, aw. Yeah. No worries, Aegon. All good. I probably don't know the word for it either in English, so all good, Aegon. And there's Nightbot piping up. Mm. Well, you know, Mother Earth was pissed when she completely wiped the planet of the dinosaurs. Hmm. I think I want to add on to what Kenny was saying. White people, as we know them and as they know themselves, have no identity. Hey, anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting Johnny tier 1 subscription. Congratulations, Johnny. You got a tier 1 sub. You know them as know themselves and have no identity outside of white supremacy for the most part. Yeah. It makes me sad for them. Most barely know their history or the history of the land where they live. They have no connection to where they live. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like my elders talked about how their elders and their elders before them talked about how the Europeans that came over here and are here, their great 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 grandchildren will become lost and they will come to us to learn, to find a connection, to find something that their own thing can't give them. Hmm. Hmm. So our elders speak of when they come, when our white relatives come, don't shun them away, but open up to them. Help them to heal. This is what our elders teach us and tell us. That's because the first person the white man objectified was himself. He stripped himself of spirit and replaced the vitalizing connecting forces of spirit with a lust for power, which was the whole point of creating race and whiteness to justify their stronghold on power. True, Kenny. That reminds me of the three snakes from the Great Law story. Yes, Crystal. You see, this is why all my phenotype challenged relatives that may be here watching, I welcome you with loving and open arms. I welcome you here. And I love you. And I want you to heal. I want you to grow. I want you to know a better world. That there's a better world that exists outside of capitalism and colonialism. Outside of this objectified individuality and lust for power. I want you to know that there's a world that exists outside of that, that is still alive and well and flourishing and growing to this very day. I want you to know that. And I want you to know that at our sacred fires, that there's a seat for you. There is a seat there waiting for you. I want you to know that and hear that from me, from my very own voice. I want you to know that. I know people think that there's not a hug big enough that I can give you. I'll see you for that. Oh, Zippy. If only COVID wasn't a thing. But in a way, we have to be grateful for COVID because COVID gave us all an opportunity to wake up and smell the coffee. That showed us some very truths that we blinded ourselves to. We blinded ourselves to a lot of things, and without COVID, we might have Cheetos for a leader still. Yeah, exactly, sassy. Exactly. It opened our eyes to a lot of things that we allowed ourselves to be blinded by previously. And for that, we need to be grateful for that aspect of it. Not to be grateful for the thousands of people that have lost their lives due to this pandemic, due to this virus. but to remember to be grateful for the things we should be grateful for, as well as mourn the things we need to mourn about and mourn for. See, balance. You cannot have one side. It's like, when you're riding a bicycle, take out 1/4 of a section of a bicycle wheel. See how far you get. How well do you think that wheel works on that bicycle with a chunk of it missing? That's how all of us are. The endless consumption, production, erodes social issues, human lives costing less than stocks. It's put a lot of things that were taken for granted for a lot of people with a whole new light. Yes, Egon, yes. Yeah, exactly, Crystal. Like trying to float a brick. It just ain't gonna happen. So we have to find that balance. Work within harmony. All right, Johnny, you have yourself a great sleep. And thank you for coming and spending time with all of us. And much love and respects. And I hope you and your family are safe and well. And we'll see you next time. I hope some of these things that I've been talking with you about for like almost 9 hours now. Um, I hope it helps and you can relate to it and you can understand it, or at least some of it. And it's like a tree. When you plant a seed and what you put in between that, it's like a sandwich. You have like a loaf of bread and another loaf of bread, and what you put in between makes up the core of your being. And a seed is like, when you plant the seed of knowledge, how you maintain it and look after it and care for it is on you. Whether it grows to a beautiful flower or tree or plant, or you let it wither and die. It's up to you. All of those things are up to you. I brought you the seed. From my people. It's up to you what you do with it. Whether you let it grow and blossom and bloom, or whether you just let it wither and die out. It's up to you. I hope and pray that you will take that seed and allow it and look after it and care for it and nurture it and allow it to grow and blossom and bloom within you. Because I don't know about y'all, but I'm sick and tired of this fucking bullshit fake reality we're living in. And we're stuck in at the moment. I don't know about y'all, but I'm really sick and tired of it. Bam, y'all. I've been going for like almost 9 hours here. It's like I'm on like 8 hours and 57 minutes. Damn. That's a long ass motherfucking time. But there's a lot of wisdom and teaching and things that need to be shared and learned in growth, in understanding that a short stream just won't cut it. It doesn't give enough time to fully. Hey, Franco. Thank you for the tier 1 subscription. You're you're on a 5-month streak, buddy. Well, Aegon, I think you're pretty much probably could go back to the VOD of it afterwards and like check out the VOD and watch it from the beginning. I think you'll be quite happy and interested in it, or at least I hope so. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you. I appreciate that. I truly do. Oh, geez. Franco has given Aegon a tier 1 gift sub. Congratulations, Aegon. Thank you, Franco. Well, I've met my sub goal for the month. So, no more subbies until after Twitch resets. Okay, y'all? We're good now. You know what I know? We're good now. I think if I remember correctly, it's like the 15th of every month that it resets. That their payout thing resets. So we're good. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you very much. We met the subby goal. We made it. Awesome. Y'all are some fucking awesome people. Well, I'm 9 hours in on a stream, Franco. I'm doing okay. If you mean like in my life right now, how I'm doing, well, the GoFundMe link is still up and going and being pumped out by the bot. Because I'm working on trying to save up and get up enough money to get a new TV. So, I mean, in that case, otherwise, well, I'm still breathing. I'm alive. Um, so I'm doing okay. And um, thank you very much, Carpe. I love you too, and you're fucking awesome as well. I know when I started streaming, I slowly dabbled in to these things with all of you, and I focused a lot on indigenous music and history and the issues that we face, us indigenous people face today. Um, and I didn't get too deep into the spiritual aspect of it because I wanted, like most people, they hear about spiritual, like, and run away. Um, no. The reason where communism and anarchism, the core foundations and principles that it came from, uh-huh. Thank you, Crystal, uh, came from indigenous people, my people, Magos people, Duckies people, indigenous people around the world. So when we look at these things, you have to understand, hey, Big Ben, welcome in. You have to understand that how we achieve these things that Marx and all of them kind of switched and added the whiteness aspect to it. Um, but the basic core principle and foundation of it all came from our spiritual way of life. Whether it's our African brothers and sisters, whether it's our Asian brothers and sisters, whether it's our New Zealand and Australian brothers and sisters, whether it's our Pacific Islander brothers and sisters, whether it's our Hawaiian brothers and sisters, whether it's Turtle Island all the way from the north and south to the east and west, brothers and sisters, it's all based on the ability to have of that spirituality, of that spiritual way of life that has nothing to do with what we know as organized religion today. So to say on the left that we don't need spirituality is removing that core foundation, an aspect of what these things actually mean and how it was achieved. And I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense to everybody watching and listening and hearing, and those who may be watching and listening and hearing to the VOD later. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, Big Ben. Yeah. I used to be a full-on materialist and thought matters of the spirit weren't a thing that helped in my analysis of the world. Sue helped me to see how important a perspective it is in figuring out what has been lost and what superseded it in our Western society. Thank you, Argon. I appreciate that, and I'm glad and honored that I helped you. You truly honor me, my friend. Yeah, Frankel. See, even Comrade Kenny talks about a principled leftist. Well, principles don't come if you have no spirituality or if you have no laws in that sense, like we were looking at the 7 secret laws. You don't gain principle by not having those things, by not incorporating and living those things in your life. You can't be principled because you won't feel it. You can't connect to it because all you have is book knowledge. And there's nothing connecting that book knowledge in your brain to your heart. So you have to connect the two. Your life shared experience or your life experience spirituality has helped me deal with my mental health and suicidal ideation. And while I do consider myself to be a member of an organized Western religion, I only found that spirituality by finding it in a very intense group of people who are studying it for a career in a private college. It's a real shame that such an exclusionary place is the only place I could find it in my life. That's a real sign of problems in greater society. Yeah, Big Ben. And please, I am not a guru. I am not some person to be put on a pedestal. As I always keep repeating and saying all the time, I am no less than, nor am I any greater than any of you. I am no better than a blade of grass, nor am I any less than a blade of grass. And yeah, that's a good question, Ben. The other one you may also want to look at and look into is Black Elk Speaks. Um, I would suggest looking for the one that is done by his Black Elk son. You'll get a better translation. Um, but yeah, that's another one as well. I always say if you don't believe in spirituality, then think of philosophy and psychology. If your philosophies post you as being part of an interrelated or interdependent and interconnected larger thing than your psychology, how do you interact with things will reflect that as well. Yeah, if your psychology says there's only your own needs, your own being, and you can exist without anything else, then your psychology will reflect that too. Yes, very true. See, we can't even honestly claim that. Like, there is no one on this planet, as far as human beings go, that can claim that they're not reliant upon food, water, air, sunlight, darkness, and many other different things to live. The lack of spirituality is what made me a judgmental atheist for a very long time. I feel that, Ben. I feel that. Oh, wow. I am a Southern Baptist turned atheist, so my relationship with spirituality is complicated. Traditional Islamic religions outright say that this means I can have no relationship with the spiritual, but I never really actually accepted that. I feel the natural world around me deeply, and I feel connections with my fellow man deeply. I've always thought that spirituality is more complex than the black and white versions peddled by the ideal of a dogmatic or God figure. Yeah, no problem. Hi, Tina. How are you? What up, Sister Tina? I'm good. I'm like in, 9 hours of streaming. I'm still alive and kicking. Yes. Yeah, I know. There are days I can pull long ass fucking streams, and then there are days it just gets crazy. Well, like Silver showed yesterday with uranium, there's no thing that can exist without other things as well. Uranium is needed for the production of oxygen, which we all need. So even just focusing on human animals, etc., will still lead us to destruction. Spirit then is an allegory for an awareness of the fundamental necessities of everything for everything, even minerals that aren't considered alive. Yeah, that's true, Kenny. And I feel like a hypocrite almost now, but I really can't hate people for finding the light in other places because I have had that journey and people's path don't all converge. And that doesn't mean their destination isn't any less real. True, Ben. That is true. See, I remember hearing I can't remember whether it was one of my elders or somewhere, that there is many different paths and names for God. Neither one is right, neither one is wrong. They just are. So for us as leftists, we cannot remove spirituality out of our existence. Because, like I stated, the core principles and foundations of communism and anarchism comes from indigenous people who got there by a spiritual way of life. So to remove spirituality is like shooting yourself in the foot or shooting yourself in the head or hell, why not? It's like masturbation. The only thing you're doing is fucking yourself. Oops. Oops. Do you know what I mean? Like, to truly be living in a progressive, healthy, healing, loving, and empathetic world where all people matter. Then we cannot be exclusive or excluding things. We have to be inclusive, meaning including things, making room and space for things that are healthy, that are healing, that are positive, that are for the benefit for all. Frankly, you should check out my VOD from yesterday with Lasso and Silver. I started with the history of Christianity. You got to remember it had an ideological purpose to protect the power of the state, church, and king. So it's focused on the necessity of the church, and unquestioning belief was to ensure power and not salvation. Yeah, exactly, Kenny. Historically, people have removed spirituality in place of control and subjugation, and that mistakes, it's hard to put spiritually back into practices. Well, it may be hard, but I mean, we've done plenty of things in our lifetime that were hard and still managed to achieve it or do it. So it can be done. March. That was a great convo. Watched the VOD earlier today. Oh, nice. Nice. Yes. I don't know where all my mods are, but mod check. Do we have any mods still here at the moment? If so, please say hi. Oh, very cool. Hey, Boom. Hi, Skeptic. No, it's okay, Carpe. I got it. It's okay, bro. I think I got it. Oh, of course, I can never get spelling correctly in my fucking lifetime. Well, I think if you look at, thank you, Carpe. I think if you look at Black Elk Speaks, you'll gain a lot of wisdom and knowledge in that. And like I said, try to see if you can find the one that is written by his son, because I own that book. Yeah, Skeptic, exactly. Um, if you get the one that is written by his son, you'll get a better translation than the other guy that wrote a book as well. Being that the other guy's book, even though it is good, some of the translations are wrong because they changed the word. Black elk, E-L-K, black E-L-K, elk. Which answer? And Ben, it's yeah, Nicholas Black Elk. Yes, like the animal. And boom, what's the answer? What, Sue? Did I miss something? Hi. Yes, hi, boom. Is it a fact that there were more than hundreds of millions of natives in North America before they were genocide? Yes, it is true. He did change his name to Nicholas because he wanted to integrate an European. Yeah, yeah, skeptic. Yeah. Yeah, boom. It is fucked up. But it is what it is. You had tribes, like one section or one specific tribe had like thousands of members of that tribe, of that community. Um, and there's like over 500 plus tribes. How many indigenous people were genocide? Ooh, quite a lot, skeptic. As to the exact number, I can't tell you off by hand, but quite a lot. Quite a lot. More than, let me put it to you this way, more than Hitler and the Nazi Germany with the genocide of the Jews. I believe the most estimated of the pre-colonization population was 112 million. Yeah, but Frankel, that's questionable because that number count comes from non-indigenous people who had at the certain time a very integral reason as to why they would want to give a messed up number count. Do you know what I mean, Frankel? As we see with like blood quantum, all these things. I would say the genocide count was more deaths than World War II and World War I combined. Yeah, skeptic. Yeah. A lot. And it's ongoing. Just look at, yes, the missing and murdered indigenous women and girls. Yes. Yes, Zippy. It's still ongoing. It hasn't stopped. Like, I don't understand why people don't remember the little thing called the group of people called Indian hunters. They didn't just disappear into the thin air. They're still here, generations of them still here in North America. They didn't go anywhere. They got married, or some of them were married, had kids, or whichever. And those kids had kids, and so on and so on. So that whole entire group and sect of people that the government hired and paid. The Beothunk is a good example. They were wiped out. Yeah. Yes, whether you accept that estimate or not, it still has been one of the most extreme acts of genocide in history. Yes, Frankel. Yes, that is true. And let us remember, people, that these Indian hunters are still in existence today. Their generations of them still exist. Granted, now maybe some of them, their great-grandchildren now that are alive today, some of them may feel very ashamed and want to deny that their grandparent was ever anything of that matter. And there are some who, there may be a percentage that don't wish to acknowledge it at all. And then there are some who revel in it. I think I found it, buying it now for my kitty. My kiddo. Cool, Ben. Also, I learned about in school. Apparently, a lot of them died because Europeans were hunting them for sport, like they were deer. It's fucked up. Yeah, skeptic. That's what was called the Indian hunters. What do you mean speak on it? Like, if you want to type it out, go ahead and type it out, bro. I'll read it out for you. No worries. It's been 9.5 hours, bro, of stream. But yeah, these Indian hunters never went anywhere. Indian hunters didn't become illegal until 1910. Yeah. So they didn't just disappear. So I have a very deep family history in the U.S. Okay, Ben? Yeah. Yeah, skeptic. They didn't just disappear. Just because they became illegal in 1910 doesn't mean they disappeared. That just means that in law it became illegal. Tomorrow evening I'll be covering an essay by Morningstar Gale about the role of the mission system specifically in California, but it was part of a broad trend. Yes. And the Ranchera Act as it pertains to the abuse of indigenous populations. Yes, Franco. My family roots come from before 1700, around 1609 or so. Both on my mom's and dad's side. Okay, Ben? I'm like, are we playing a confession game? Just kidding. Hey, aloha. How you doing, Kola? What's up, Positive? Welcome in. I believe you should shame them as much as possible. It leads to and teaches humility, eventually directing them to education and ultimately changing and reforming. I feel that positive. And we had a farm up in Maryland, which is now a Civil War battleground. Okay. So these things we have to remember. Wisdom is acknowledging and understanding and learning. Anyways, we moved down to central Alabama in around 1808, I think. Okay. So here's the rub. Okay, what's the rub? Give us your confession, Ben. No, just kidding. I'm just teasing. Continue on, Ben. Mm. We didn't buy the farmland. We directly fought the Creek Indians with Andrew Jackson and was rewarded with around 400 to 450 acres of land from that massacre and war. Yeah, ouch, Ben. Ouch. And we then established a mid-sized plantation with around 6 to 15 slaves on it. Ouch. This is something we really don't like talking about as a family. Yeah, I can feel that. Damn, Ben. Yeah, yeah, I feel that. I get that, Ben. So you know what happens when we look at these things, Ben? You is the generation now who has the ability to correct some things. The important thing is to learn lessons from the sins of the past and seek to prevent them in the future. Yeah. And so when I learned about this history from my mom around 14, 15, I was shocked and didn't want to believe. And thing to take from it is you learn from the mistakes of your ancestors. Yes. I buried it and didn't want to think that kind of evilness ran in my blood. Now I feel you, Ben. I feel you. But now I realize I am in an interesting position from my privilege that were born out of this. Yeah, you are in a very interesting position. I think speaking the truth, shaming, if the truth causes shame, that is a good thing. It means one recognizes some sort of social faux pas. The attitude to shame is a radical honesty, acceptance, and grace. This is healing. Yes, Kenny. Yes, it is. Because I have the ability to influence from both my educational position and family connections, I can actively work towards fixing this gross injustice in a possibly substantial manner. And I can take some sort of perverse pride in that. I feel you, Ben. I feel you. But here is the thing for others that have similar history, but are not where I am. Yeah. They don't have my privileges and abilities. Yeah, I feel you, Ben. So they feel trapped and stuck when they are ashamed. Yeah, yeah, I get you, Ben. I get you. Which is why I try not to trap people or make them feel stuck. Like earlier when Carpe was like listening to us talk about some things that whiteness has done, and was like, oh, I'm going to slide back over here into a dark corner. And we're like, no, 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 Carpe, it's okay. Come on up. Right? They feel there is nothing they can do about it. And then people keep dogpiling on, which is not unwarranted or unneeded. And that desperation and stuck feeling breeds a lot of resentment. Well, Big Ben, so they in turn fight against it by any means necessary, yeah. Accepting a shameful truth requires humility, whereas shaming is about humiliation, which will lead to a reaction called pride, like what happened with LGBTQ being unjustly shamed. Yeah. Well, Ben, there are some of us who believe in healing and restorative justice. You know what I mean by healing and restorative justice, Ben? Yeah, Franco, Mark Charles does talk that about it a lot. So yeah, calls it white trauma. It's part of white people's shared experience, which leads to complicated and very different reactions to that truth. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I'll tell you what, Ben. If you're in connection with these people and they're on Twitter or Twitch, I mean, um, maybe come check and see where I'm at and what I'm doing on the stream. And if I'm not doing something else, you're more than welcome to get them to come in. Yeah, education is a very key thing to it. People, as they don't really agree with my approach to the history. Yeah, I feel you, Ben. Even in battle, we must remember the humanity spirit of our enemies and advise to never corner an enemy because then they will fight more fiercely to death. So we don't have to separate white people's feelings or spare white people's feelings when we tell the truth. But we do have to be humble and remember they are humans with feelings and approach it from a humble ourselves for our collective healing, or we can just fight forever. Yeah, that's true, Kenny. Share the good practice, Big Ben. Yeah, agreed. Education is necessary, especially education of what they can do. Yeah. Frankel just posted a recommended book, which he says gets into the subject a fair bit. I think I can speak for in a sense, at least in this aspect of understanding. Most indigenous people understand action rather than words. So I know there are some people that no matter what you do, they may or may not be pleased. Yeah, that's my confession. Finding what is possible is extremely important because just and only telling them they should feel bad only makes them feel bad, and they must deal with that on their own, which is a problem that can really turn nasty. Yeah, Ben. Yeah.
Columbus.
Hey, chair kicker.
After 500 years.
What up,
Kill
homie?
him!
What up, chair kicker?
Kill Columbus!
Hey, Sarah, what up? Raiders, please feel free to double-click the live icon.
Has to die. After 500 years, kill him! Kill Columbus!
Yes, Big Ben. Thank you for sharing that with us. And welcome in, Raiders. Please feel free to click the live icon, double-click it, or refresh the page, or all of the above. It was, Franco. And as well, Prasada Bot also pumps out a link if you're using Chrome or Windows. Any other internet access other than the Twitch app for you to click to maybe help me out and have your viewership count would be greatly appreciated. I think at some point, Ben, words are good, yes, but showing action in that is important as well. So what can I tell these underprivileged and exploited people as well to make situation? Because that I don't know and would love to be able to tell them. And can we give? And that Russell means was basically just ignore it. You could see it on the yeah, Frankel. So, I mean, for those that aren't underprivileged, land back is a good start. Helping, whether it's helping people, indigenous people, with things they need, or if for those underprivileged, when they hear about, say, like things like, the Dakota Access Pipeline, things like that, trying to get to them to help out and support. Right now with COVID, I wouldn't suggest doing a whole lot of like actual in physical doing it until COVID is dealt with and relatively under control. I guess how they're talking about it being that it'll just turn into like a baby virus that a child will get, and then they'll get the shots and it'll be done and over with. I think once we get back to normal, doing things like, in normal times, doing things like going to the local reservation, finding the elders and spiritual leaders and helping them get firewood for the ceremonies. Helping the people in community to improve their housing. But at first, I'd start off with the elders. Just a little easier that way. And I don't necessarily think that they need to like bare their souls. But I think helping out in some way, shape, or form, whether that's like showing up to an elder's house on the reserve nearby or near in the state and dropping off a couple of loads of wood, maybe some groceries, or it could be as simple as getting people to sign a petition to implement UNDRIP and land back. If they're worried or concerned that going onto a reservation might be detrimental to them in any way, shape, or form, or if they're not able to do with it, it doesn't take much to get people to sign. So low-level interactions and help is impactful. Got it. I don't think it would be that simple. Interesting. Well, I mean, if they're poor people now, and they're underprivileged or they're poor, they live in poverty or whatever, they don't have the same so-called privilege as you do, Ben, or an opportunity to make a change for the better or to correct the wrong. So looking for simple things that they can do to help, to make amends, if you will, is good. It's a good place to start. Like I said, getting people to sign the petition to make United States that bring in and push forward UNDRIP and land back. Whether it's, a protest happens over pipelines or whatever, to show up humbly and respectfully as a supporter of it. and help out in any way needed. Um, Helping the spiritual elders and elders in the community, in an indigenous community, is very important. Um, See, that's what we call restorative justice. Do you know what I mean, Ben? Whereas you, sir, are in a different boat, or shall I say category. But for those who are underprivileged or stuck in poverty, so to speak, simple things like that as part of amends and restorative justice, so to speak, is very helpful. And in the way in which they're doing it, uh, okay, I give up. The Nicholas Black Elk version is way harder to find just floating. Freely, wink, wink, on the internet for some reason, but nice to see some heavy stuff giving way to building solidarity over here. Good on you, Ben. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Ayon. And see, Ben, you can also lean by example, being that you have 400 to 450 acres of land that belong to the Creek Nation. Well, I mean, do you still have any contact? Loud as Curry. I really wanted to show up for Standing Rock, but of course, life. There was some reason at the time that I couldn't swing. Take off for a couple of weeks off road trip. Yeah, I feel you, Carrie. So, Ben, are you in any way, shape, or form in contact with the grandchildren that would be adults today of that slave family that your ancestors had? Not really. Not. Listen to what I'm about to say. Sadly, no. Okay. Um, we don't know who they were or where they went. Okay. Justice can mean helping them in finding ways to bring heard and having their needs met on a local basis issue. Yeah, yeah, on a local basis. Yeah. So, how much of your 400 to 450 um, land do you use right now, Ben? Are you a farmer, cattle herder, horse, goats, pigs? What you got going on over there? Tobacco? They were truly treated and documented as property, not mine, not my problem. Yeah. So, lawnmowers, yeah, Astro. So here's an idea, Ben. With that 400 to 450 acres, take half of it. So for us, a majority of the property that my mom and brothers control is left follow. Okay. So are you capable of convincing your mom and brothers? We have a neighbor cousin who controls 100 acres for cattle farming. Okay. So are you able continue to convince your family to give, say, half of that acres back to the Creek Nation? Hmm. Well, how about you have a conversation with your mom and see if the two of you can convince her brothers. The most impactful thing you can do is challenge white supremacy and support land back. Work at uh, unlearning and supporting whiteness, and teach other white people to as well. Nothing else will actually help and do anything to dismantle this system that's still crushing millions of people. Dismantling whiteness and supporting land back will. Anything else is just charity. We need solidarity. Yeah, yeah, Kenny, yeah. Yeah, or, maybe, yeah, looking at like doing a co op with them. Maybe donating a couple of heads of cattle to help make sure that they have food. Um, Maybe some milk, different things. There's tons of different things. You can even maybe even um, offer the reservation members of the Creek Reservation nearby um, employment on the ranch, right? Yeah, like, do you know what I mean, Ben? Like, there's plenty of different things that you can do to help out, and in a sense, yeah, like there are plenty of different things that can be done because in your unique circumstance, it is possible to do that. Whereas others who aren't as privileged or don't have all of that anymore, for whatever reason, and are stuck in poverty, yeah, then that's a different thing, right? I think at least from what my mom tells. Okay, just help. You can help. You can, don't have to save the world. Yeah, Dazed. Hey, Eric. What up, homie? And by like, hiring a bunch of people from the Creek tribe to help with cattle and all those things, um, brings them employment, which means you bring money into the reservation. Um, and it helps. Um, Maybe convincing your cousin who runs the cattle side um, to maybe offer up a couple of cattle, to be chopped up and the meat delivered to the elders and like the single moms, um, so that people have food. You know what I mean? I'll ask my mom when I go home this weekend. What's the cousin's email is and shoot her the idea. Cool. Um, I mean, that is very much very helpful, and in the same time, it's you know, most of us indigenous people, actually, pretty much all of us, although there may be a small percentage otherwise, but most of us would love the opportunity to feel like a human. To have a little coin in our pockets. You know what I mean? To not have to look at our children or grandchildren at their starving, crying eyes and bulged out stomach because there hasn't been enough food to feed them. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. That's where you look at like healing and restorative justice and reparations. In a sense that you're doing your part. Super nice to hear also hiring
Columbus.
Hey, Nats. What up?
After
It's a
1-800
1-800 raid, folks.
Kill
Huge
Columbus.
raid. Super nice to hear. Also, hiring them would also mean opening up your family to alternative ways to handle the land and or farm animals, maybe even share perspectives on other things. Sounds like the definition of building bridges. Yes, Agon. No problem, Ben.
Columbus has to die.
Welcome in,
After 500
Raiders.
years. Kill him!
Yay!
Kill Columbus!
Aw. I love you all too.
Columbus has to die. After 500 years, kill him! Kill Columbus!
Damn. Is it just me or did I really jump to over 100 viewers right now? That's like gonna like drive some people fucking crazy. I want to sync that speech to an epic orchestral song or something. I know, right, Chickaker? And Columbus Day at least, for fuck's sakes. Yeah, exactly. You did it. You did, and it's well deserved. You jumped to 128. Yeah, awesome. So hopefully, yes, Nat rated me, Kenny. Yeah, hopefully you all stay and hang out. I mean, you know, it would be truly awesome. And if you can please, you know, like double click the live icon or refresh or click the link that Posado Bot has put out. It would be awesome. Oh my God, Kenny, no. I've already gone 10 hours, bruh. Because the cousin actually lives in the community and is well respected. Well, there you go, Big Ben. Don't forget to reload the page. Yes, yeah, exactly. Damn, reload the page, Ragers. Yeah. Still pushing past the 10-hour mark. That's some resilience. Yeah. And you are fucking awesome. Thank you for your heart. Yes, Kenny, true. Yes, please help me out. Make your viewership count. Would be greatly appreciated. And thank you very much for all of you who followed. Greatly appreciated. What up, Kari? What? The 10-hour stream? Yo, this old man still got stamina. I don't know about you youngins, but this old guy still got stamina. So, hi. For all you beautiful people who came in on the raid. Hi, I'm Lost Sue. If you don't know me yet, I am a Hunks Papa Dakota Nation, Sioux Nation, indigenous person, um, who who lives up in what is now called Canada, who is a survivor of the 60 scoop that transpired up here in Canada and still is ongoing today, in the genocidal act of my people. I cover everything from indigenous music, indigenous history, indigenous issues, indigenous way of life teachings, and understanding and philosophy. Um, I also have every Friday night, I have an indigenous movie night that starts from between 9 and 10 p.m. Mountain Time, and sometimes goes to like 5 to like 7 a.m. Mountain Time in the morning the next day. Yeah, so what up? What up? How y'all doing? Yeah, there's lots to learn. And
Columbus
hey,
has to die.
Amari
500
1999.
years. Kill him!
Thank you for the
Kill
follow.
Columbus!
Nice, chair kicker. Good. Although I would suggest that you also learn to take some time for you too, so you know, don't overdo yourself too much. You know what I mean? And okay, Zippy, sleep well, buddy, and we'll see you later. And have a good rest, okay? We'll see you later, buddy. Okay, chair kicker. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I do my best that I can. I take my times. Damn. Y'all just like going hardcore. Cool. Hey, Frankel, are you still here? Frankel, if you're here, thank you for the donation on my GoFundMe. I truly appreciate that. So we are at the 10-hour mark, or just past it, 10 minutes past it. If you're new, welcome in. Stick around, hang out. Please feel free to follow. Following is free. If you happen to like and enjoy the content, all right, Egon. We'll see you later. You have yourself a good sleep, buddy. And rest well. If you can afford to, maybe, stick around. If you enjoy the content and wish to help in continuing this content and help it to grow, maybe feel free about, subscribing and being part of the community in that way and helping out in that way. Donation page. I was gonna ask last time. There you go. Yeah, chair kicker, quiet. Chair kicker, don't you dare. I love you, but don't you dare. um, if you're able to, maybe consider, maybe. I know, I'm just bugging you. Maybe considering gifting subs. Biddies are welcome too. Not nearly as sarcastic as most people I assume that I am. You also see Nightbot just dropped a link to a GoFundMe. My birthday has passed and I still keep it up. I am currently working on trying to get up enough money to get a new TV. Plus, also, that is the fastest way for people who, maybe want to leave a tip or whatever, for me to get the money the fastest. And there's also Stream Element bot that'll be popping out a link to the merch that I have available for you all. It has I am anti-Columbus coffee mug, pullover hoodies, and T-shirts, as well as Lost Sioux cell phone covers and a small blanket. There it is, Stream Elements with the merch right there. So please feel free. Either way. Okay, Big Ben, to bounce and do. So I'll see y'all later. All right, Ben. You have a good time with your homework. You and afterwards have a good rest, and we'll see you later, buddy. Also, screw Bezos. He's already has too much of my money. Right, Carrie? Hey, Skeptic, what up? Yeah, if you're really looking to screw Bezos in helping me out and supporting me and stuff like that, the GoFundMe link is right there. That's directly without Bezos interaction, although GoFundMe does take a percentage of any donations that come in. Just saying. But that is a way. The other way is if you have a Prime sub, then you completely screw Bezos over because you get two things for the price of one. You get your Prime, Amazon Prime, and then you get to pick a streamer once a month to use your Prime subscription on, Amazon Prime subscription on. So, just got back from talking to another Albertan left-wing streamer. Oh, cool, Skeptic. Also, I support the unionizing efforts here in Missouri. Yeah, Ben. Vote comes out tomorrow. Oh, cool, Ben. So, now that the shilling part is over, also, by the way, the donation link is also there around the About Lost Sioux section, just underneath the stream, as well as a link to my YouTube channel and my Twitter channel. Yeah, I feel you, Carrie. I feel you on that. Yeah, skeptic. Yeah. When things are normal. Uh, no positive. I don't have a Patreon set up. Um, Unfortunately, I don't have. I don't have PayPal because PayPal screwed me over many years ago. Patreon, yeah. No, I don't have a Patreon set up, but I do have a GoFundMe. And I think the GoFundMe takes like all different kinds of options. I think it gives you a few different options. Um, but I don't have a Patreon set up. If things ever do get back to normal. Yeah, skeptic, yeah. Yeah. I can only find acceptable to have one special friend in my vicinity. No, just kidding. Oh, I gotta have some humor. Um, it's been 10 hours and 18 minutes I've been streaming, y'all. I gotta have some humor. Um, yeah, no, yeah, positive. I don't have a Patreon, unfortunately. Um, but I think GoFundMe allows for different things to be able to use to donate it to it. So, if I remember correctly. Um, so, yes. See, look, Stream Element popping that Birch link. Get your anti-Columbus. I am anti-Columbus coffee mug, hoodies, and t-shirts. Stick it to white supremacy. I don't know. Was that a good enough sale? Was that a good enough sales pitch? Did I promote the merch properly? Good enough? Was it a good enough sales pitch? I don't know. Yeah, I know, right? You know what the sad thing is? And I have to laugh. As a critique, right? The merch that people themselves get set up with and stuff like that, you don't even get a free one yourself. You have to buy it and pay yourself money to get that merch. It doesn't come to you like, oh yeah, here you go, or at a cheaper discount rate. It's like literally you have to pay what it says on there, and then you get a percentage of that. It's really funny. Just a weird thing I find sometimes funny. Capitalism. Gotta love it. If you got any musical friends, hook me up so I can support them. Kari, I think you know about Riel.James, don't you? He is a musician. Yeah, I know, Kicker. Yeah, Kari. Yeah, seriously, right? Aw, Kari, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yes, also Silver Spook is another indigenous musician, as well as an indigenous game creator. Silver Spook also created an indigenous game. Him and his wife Holly, and Positive. I can't remember. Are you playing a part of that as well? In helping with that? Oh, indigenous. Oh, okay. Yeah. Silver Spook. Let me see if we can do a shout out. There we go. Is that the right one? Yes, and positive synergy is also helping um, with that gaming development. They're also a streamer, Kari. Oh, that's why I had Silver Spook on follow list. Yes. Yeah. Let's see. Hmm? So yeah, basically, we've been talking about a few things for the past 10 hours and almost a half. Um, yeah, Kari, I know Silver Spook and his wife Holly and their kids could always use the support. So, everybody, please, if you're not following Silver Spook, please give them a follow. When they go live, check them out. If you like their content and enjoy their content, you know, and you're able to, hook them up. Hook them up with a subby. Hook them up with gifties, hook them up with biddies. We do the practice thing, right? We help each other out. Mutual aid. Right, chair kicker. Mutual aid. These are things that we have to remember because clearly we can't rely on the government, and we can't rely on corporations and shit, and we can't rely upon the 1% to help us out in any way, shape, or fucking form. we already know this. We already realize this. So mutual aid is the only way that we're going to be able to do that, and to help each other out, and to make sure that we all look after each other and we help each other out, right? These are things that is just praxis. It's a part of our daily way of life. I don't get to farm free produce this year like I was hoping to farm. I didn't get to plant a winter garden or have delicious cabbages either. I was really looking forward to growing food for people. Yeah, Kari, I feel you on that. The path forward must be paved with collective action. Yes. No problem. No problem, positive. Yeah. Also, let's see if I can get the spelling right this time. Yes. Positive Synergy is a new streamer who's also indigenous from Hawaii. Please help them out by following them and helping their numbers. See, they're only at 44 followers. I'm sure all of us sitting back here, the 59 of us, can at least give our relative here, our fellow comrade, a follow, and help them up, bring their followers list, make the line go up, right? Praxis, right? Also, how can I not forget? Chair Kicker as well is only got 34 followers. So, you know what we do, people? We click that link and we follow. Because that's what it's all about. Helping each other out. Yeah, Lark. Yeah, Silver Spook is awesome. Hi, Rail. What's up? You got to find out how to do that automated promotion Nightbot can do. Yeah, Nightbot can do it. If you add Nightbot to your stream, and bring them in and then mod them, they can do shout outs and shit like that. As to the exact on how to do it, I am not 100%. You're trying to escape the leftist chats. Wow. Well, Railroad, you just stepped into another leftist chat. Sorry for your luck, buddy. Yeah, Railroad. Fuck, yeah. Yeah, why would you be trying to escape them? Hmm. That's true. You have nothing to lose but your chains, your yoke that keeps you getting up and working your ass off for barely enough to pay all your bills and feed your family and your rent. Or if you're like a lot of many people who are stuck in the rent emporium where the landlords are looking at trying to kick you out. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, kicker. I go to different leftist streams and I hear like a whole bunch of different topics. Hmm, that is true, Jack Kicker. I mean, we have so many different streamers in here as well that stream on a multitude of level of all different things and issues and content. Morpheus. What up, Morpheus? Morpheus, how far does that rabbit hole go? I'm part of the leftist cesspool. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. What if I told you? I'm just teasing Morpheus on his name. It might not even have anything to do with the Matrix. Or it might, but that is up to Morpheus to say. It's his name he picked and chose, so. And hmm. Well, I think you're partially right on that. I mean, we all spend a whole lot of time online because of COVID, the pandemic. After reading the Sandman graphic novels in high school, The Matrix works too. Yeah. Yeah, see? Uh, but, I mean, if we're looking at it in the context of underneath the yoke of capitalism and colonialism, you're living in a fake world that is dying. Colonialism or capitalism is dying. It cannot withstand itself. It crashes every 7 years and it's just dying out. It's not going to do well through this pandemic. As the big corporations and the 1% of rich people um, are making huge profits while making everybody else in poverty. I don't know how that works. 98 was a good year. But so was the summer of '69. Rel, you're more than welcome to hang out, but please don't go down a road of like COVID denier and stuff like that. Um, or like, QAnon kind of things. It won't do you well here. Just saying. Just a fair warning, a fair heads up. Hmm. I, I don't think it was the Dems, but I think it might be, you might be looking more along the lines of the conservatives. They seem to believe in, outrageous conspiracy theories, while, yeah, yeah, Morpheus. But our new friend here that come and hung out and is apparently trying to escape, you know, the cesspool of leftist streamers, comes waltzing into a leftist streamer. I mean, I don't know what they look at. Radical indigenous left. That would mean that this is a leftist stream. I've been watching and just listening for over the last hour and a half, and it's getting late for me. So I just wanted to say thank you for the great stream and discussions. I hope you all have a good night, and I'm excited to go back and listen to the first 9 hours I missed, probably over a few days. So no problem, Taylor. Thank you for hanging out. You have yourself a good sleep, a good rest, and we'll see you next time. Till then, be safe and take good care of yourself and your loved ones. Mhm. I think it was Q from Star Trek. Oh, that's cute. Klingon. No problem. It was an honor to have you here. And we'll see you next time. And I hope when you watch the VOD from this stream that, you enjoy it and you find it thoroughly knowledgeable and gain much wisdom and understanding from it. And that it helps you in your life and to better your life and to improve it. Na 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 na. So, I just filled out my SPLC survey, and the only had boxes for liberal and conservative and something in the middle. So I checked other and wrote in leftist. Nice, Kari. I'd write in anarchist, but I'd probably get me on another watch list. Yeah, that might do it, Kicker. That might do it. That might do it. That might get you on another watch list, yes. That is quite possible. I mean, I think you'd be safer off just saying leftist, rather than putting in like communist or anarchist, when it comes to government forms. Because yeah, that more than likely will get you on a watch list. I don't understand why, but I mean, whatever happened to freedom? Manifest destiny. Anarcho commune Democrat. Oh my God. There's something for conservative or Republicans or whatever. Irk, I love you. I love you, homie. That's fucking awesome. So I'm very happy. Tonight I reached my monthly sub goal with coming on to like 1 day left before the end of the month, which was like totally cool, which is totally awesome. Greatly appreciate all those who subbed and gift subbed. I truly appreciate that big time. Did you know that a pregnant horse can run faster than a non-pregnant horse? It has twice the horsepower. Oh, jeez. Klingon, you're gonna end up in horny jail. You know that, right? Those are the agree on physical policy to say the least. Yeah. No, Kari, you're not stupid. Now. What has a clump of sail railroad or rail roboto? Oh, okay, sarcasm. Usually, Rail Roberto, when we're doing sarcasm, we usually use that to show that we're being sarcastic. And it saves you from a lot of headaches. Just, so you're aware. That wasn't even a horny joke. That was a dad joke. Aww. You've been hanging around Momo too much there, Klingon. I always forget Kappas. Just assume that most of the time I am being sarcastic. Yeah, true. Hey, freak. Thanks, I didn't know that either. Yeah. I know, I love them too. But well, this streamer that is here at the present moment um, is almost 50. Took me a while before I knew what the. Yeah, yeah, right, Eric? Me too. Yeah. I'm an old guy, Rail. Yeah, there's like a lot of different ones that are just like kind of weirdish. But it is what it is. Yeah, these young whippersnappers. Holy crap, I totally thought you were way younger. High five for Gen Xers. We got to stick together. True. Ah, you're getting there, Rail. You're getting there up in the age group here. You're getting there. Chair kicker. Robot monkey cat. Almost 50. Nice. I'm sure we have some young spring chickens in the room besides chair kicker. Lark is 37. And I have to say, if anyone says that they're under the age of 21, does your parents know that you're watching this? If so, you need to make sure that they gave you consent. As this is an adult stream. In the context of we have topic many different subjects. March is 27, they think. Whispers with their tongueries. Whippersnappers, yeah. Get your parents' permission, kids. Yeah. I'm old enough to have seen about 9 presidents reign. Yeah. Hey, Akim, Michelle, welcome in. Thank you. And you're welcome in. How you doing? And you're 25. Cool. It's funny because I hang out in nerdy communities, so I'm used to being an older person by comparison. Mostly early 20s, yeah. Not all of Twitch is just overran by youngsters. Welcome to COVID, pandemics. It brings out people of all ages. Funny thing is, I never watched anything on Twitch until like a few months ago. I became a streamer despite knowing next to nothing about Twitch as a community. Cool. I graced your Discord name with my room presence. Oh, well, thank you, Klingon. I'll make sure to set you up a little dungeon space for just for you. I remember when it was just about the games. Yeah. Well, it's grown since then. Yeah, Justin TV, right? Damn, almost 11 hours, y'all. Damn. I was always a very disconnected from social media until very recently. Okay, modems and beta of Steam, etc. Yeah. AOL, does that thing even exist anymore? Yeah. There are days when I go for like hours like this, and then there's days when, yes, Shiro, I have been staying hydrated. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for looking out for me. Yeah, I don't think AOL exists anymore. They kind of died out like Yahoo chats. Hey, there's a yawn. I love Olive Drab stream. I wish there's a skin. Yeah. Okay, Kari. Love you all. Love you. Have a good sleep. Sleep well, and we'll see you later. Jeez, Cleon. I still remember when the only games you were playing was Dungeons and Dragons style um, text Gmod games. And then again, I also remember the days of dial-up. I may be really sharp mentally in some areas, but in other areas, things just fly overhead. I feel you, Klingon. I used our IRC for a while earlier on. Yeah. Welcome back, Skeptic. ICQ. Yay! Sassy, welcome back. I learned about those in class, I think. Yeah. AOL, AIM, MSN. Yahoo, IRC, yeah, BattleNet, yeah. Klingon. Yeah, Twitch chat is IRC. Mm-hmm. I couldn't afford that AOL, so I used Freenet. Yeah, I used Yahoo for a long time. Yahoo chats was the thing, and then that got shut down. Hmm. I remember when the only computer you can get had a floppy disk. Damn. And you had a black and yellow screen. Yeah, Yahoo. I didn't know Yahoo Chats was a thing. Yes, Yahoo Chats was a thing. ICQ, then MSN Messenger. I used floppy disk at the Seek and Destroy on one. Yeah, I had a Yahoo email, my first one. Yes, Macintosh. Yeah, chat rooms in the early to mid '90s was the shit. Yeah, the best part was having friends who had booter bots and just enjoying the whole entire fun of it because Yahoo chats had no moderation from Yahoo whatsoever. It was a fucking wild, wild west show. I went back on it recently and a bunch of my old emails were gone. Yeah, that happens over a certain time period. They like completely like wipe your email. Same thing I think with Yahoo did the same thing. Hmm. What are friends? Yeah. Yeah, muds. The early internet was kind of a wild west frontier, for better or worse. Yes, it was, Chair Kicker. I had gone back for some nostalgia, so it was particularly bittersweet. Yeah, I feel you. Friends are like comrades that you hang out with a lot. Yep. Mm. uh, yeah, Muds was actually quite funny, or quite fun. Mm. But there was a whole bunch of Muds. Usually it was like, you didn't get all the ads and stuff that you get on games nowadays, or the play to win things you have nowadays. You can make the mud owner happy by donating simply $5, and they were jumping for joy. Okay, then I don't have any friends. Don't lie, Klingon. You know you have friends. Mm-hmm. Who knows? Play any video games, Klingon. Huh? Oh yeah, they live in my head. Really? So you're saying your friends here in this chat live in your head? Maybe your eardrums as you're listening to us, or in your eyes as you're reading what's being typed. Hmm. When he's talking about he plays browser games, he's talking about poker or slots. No, just kidding. Klingon. Hmm. Well, that's cool. Damn, y'all. 11 hours. Damn. Ew. If you can send DMs on this site, I'm not sure. Yeah, you can send DMs on this site. Click the person's name, and on it will come up a little window that also will say whisper, and then you could just whisper them. Well, with online friends is that we can block each other very easily over petty stuff. I really don't have any internet friends anxiety. Aw. Aw. Soulmates. Aw. No, just kidding. Just teasing, just teasing, just teasing. Just teasing. Wait. Chair kicker. Okay. What are your pronouns, chair kicker? I'm just checking. Me show text-based RPG. You are me. Do you stay up and do your best to get as much of your report done before work as you can, or do you go to sleep? Return from 2 days off without the report you said you'd have done the last Friday, but a bit more able to be human around people. I usually go to sleep because I don't give a fuck who wants me to turn in a report. Especially over the weekend. They can go fuck themselves. If I gotta work your fucking job, you're only getting the hours you're paying me for. Yo, straight up, awesome chair kicker. Otherwise, weekend is my time, man. When that clock is get the fuck out, your time, your hours at your job is done. It's done. Well, I mean, you can always do as much as you want and then go to sleep. Klingon, you are the chosen target for the Autobot, the Automod tonight. Congratulations, you have won its attention. I mean, then, you can do as much as you can, and I never want to work lately, though. Yeah, I feel you. I was getting auto-bombed a bunch last stream. Yeah, chair kicker, you were. Automod was all over chair kicker last stream. This time it's all you. All you, Klingon. What's auto-modded? That's when you use a language that the bots that we have in here deem as unacceptable language. So it automatically holds your message for either myself or a mod in chat. Like when you click on the little icon that says users in chat, you can see the broadcaster, then moderators. Those are the people that moderate and that thing will show up and let people know or let us know to overlook in what you're saying. Say a word on the blacklist so your message gets intercepted in case it's hate speech or some shit. Yeah, exactly. I think mentioning Hitler at all ever in any context gets on automod every time. Sometimes. Yeah. YouTube does the same thing, yeah. Yeah, freak. Yeah, sometimes when you add a bot, like Stream Elements bot or Nightbot, it has its own banned words or questionable words, and it'll pop that out. And then as the streamer or the mods in that stream allow the words or what you're saying to be said, then those words are removed off of the unacceptable words. Yeah, chair kicker. How do we feel about AI? I have to think that AI could be a blessing or it could be a curse. It's really literally up to who ends up having control over it, right? Everything developed within capitalism is uniquely touched and adapted to capitalism. Thus, AI that is programmed under capitalism will inevitably inherit some of the flaws of capitalism. Yeah. There are kink bots. What? No, Twitch was horny. No, there's no kink bots. You can set up programs for like Nightbot and that to the bots to like argue with each other. In some ways, yes. That could be true, Kicker. I don't know where they go. Hmm. Well, they are working on making an AI robot that will almost be identical to a human in every aspect except that it's an AI robot. I mean, it's coming whether we like it or not. It's a thing. It's happening whether people like it or not. It is what it is. They are having AI robots first to like take over secretarial stuff and things like that. Also, like sapient AI would 100% deserve equal rights, no question. I welcome my AI comrades. Share kicker. Uh, I guess it all depends on your definition of animate. Because a virus is a biological what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, yeah, in that sense, but yeah, yeah, like Klingon says, the virus is inanimate in that it can move throughout the computer. Yes. Mm, yeah. Hmm. Guess it's possible. Damn, y'all. I am going to have to call it a night. So we're going to do two things. One, I'm going to play a traditional Lakota song for you all, and it is a thank you song. And then please hang out and stay around and stay around for because I will be raiding another streamer. So please stay in and enjoy the raid. I am chill. I try to be. Hmm. Klingon. So I want to say thank you for everyone for coming here and hanging out with me. For those of you who hang out for the whole entire 11 hours and 17 minutes, and those of you who joined in through raids and stuff like that, greatly honored and appreciated that you're all here and hung out with me and spent time with me. I'm truly honored and grateful. And I want to thank you all deeply from deep within my heart. I also ask that you hang out for the raid. And hopefully you might meet another streamer that you might enjoy. So we'll continue on with the song.
Chanu pakile you ha ha ye wa ye lo pila ma ya ye lo pila ma ya ye lo yo ai khao ka she la ai pila Pila maya yelo Pila maya yelo Ai Chanu pakile Yo ha ha ye wa yelo Pila maya yelo Pila maya yelo yo ai khao ka she la ai Pila maya yelo ya he ai Pila maya yelo yo Pila maya yelo yo ai Chanu pakile you ha ha ye wa ye lo Pila maya ye lo Pila maya ye lo ai khao ka she la ai Pila Pila maya yelo Pila maya yelo ai Chanu pakile you ha ha ye wa yelo Pila maya yelo Pila maya yelo ai
Oi. Awesome. Awesome. So let us go visit our dear fan Momo. Please everybody join in the raid. Much love and respects to everyone. Thank you, March. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So I hope to see you all next time. Remember, Friday night between 9 and 10 p.m. Mountain Time. Remember Friday night between 9 and 10 p.m. Mountain Time will be Friday night Indigenous Movie Night. And I'm going to try to make more streams. Yes. Like I said, Friday night will be Indigenous Movie Night. between 9 and 10 p.m. Mountain Time. And otherwise, it's depending on how I'm feeling that day. But love you all. See you later.